Hello, everybody. Pop culture curator here. So good to see you. We're back on a Saturday evening. I'm excited. We're back with another Rumblings from the Lab. Actually, anytime I can do a stream, I'm excited. So we've got another Rumblings from the Lab, but my voice is so. Could be worse, could be better. But I'm hoping it'll hold out for the rest of the night. And I'd like to say hello, howdy do to my fellow panelists. First of all, I'm going to go clockwise, as I usually tend to do, and say hello to Sci-Fi Sith Dan. How are you doing tonight, sir?
Oh, still alive and kicking. Not dead yet.
Alive and kicking, always a good thing. That's what I say. Every day I wake up, I figure I'm very blessed. And Mr. Stone Racket, how are you doing today?
Not too bad on this stormy Saturday night. It's still storming and raining here pretty good.
Interesting. I'm getting snow here, and I'm actually cold. I'm trying to warm up my tootsies.
Snow.
Yeah,
I,
from what my
I
roommate says, we're going to get snow through to May, possibly.
I thought you I thought you were in Arizona.
We are in northern Arizona up in the mountains,
Northern.
so we do get the snow.
Oh. Oh, okay, that explains that. Yeah.
Arizona has a mixture terrain. It's not all desert, Stone Racket.
I know that. I thought
Yeah, it
he
all depends on
I
where
thought
you're
he
at.
was living more to the south. I didn't know he was in the north.
No, but the benefit of that, obviously, the good news, during the summer, it doesn't get up to 100 and ungodly degrees like it does down in Phoenix and Tucson.
Yeah, that's where you don't want to be in the summer.
Exactly. I think if I remember it last summer, I think the hottest we got here was in the 90s, which is definitely tolerable.
Yeah,
That's
it's
Fahrenheit, people.
that's definitely better than 114 degrees when I hiked down the Grand Canyon.
Must have been paradise for you,
Yes,
huh?
114, but it's a dry heat.
it's a dry heat. I like hiking, but I don't know. 114 degrees, that might be a little too much for me.
Yeah, my younger brother and I we hiked. We were camping in Bright Angel Campground down the canyon,
Sweet.
and we hiked to Ribbon Falls. And but the thing is, it was one of those partly sunny, partly cloudy kind of days. So we had some cloud cover, so we weren't in direct sunlight all the time, which helped.
Uh huh.
But that was one heck of a hike. But it was mostly level because we were down in the canyon. But it was a beautiful hike, and then of course we ended at Ribbon Falls, and that's where we ate our lunch. And it was nice because when we got there, there was like maybe three or four people there, and then they wandered off, and my brother and I had the falls all to ourselves as we ate our lunch. So
Oh,
it was nice
nice.
and
Do they,
nice and peaceful.
now, since they're called falls, is there actually water?
Oh yeah, yep.
Ooh, I probably hopped
It
in there and cooled off.
yeah. It's a little waterfall. Nothing spectacular like you'd see at Yellowstone in Wyoming. Uh, Upper and lower falls are more spectacular as
Right.
far as out in the southwest and that area and up in Wyoming. But yeah, it was that was a nice time down there. Uh, I went to that was in '86, and it was my younger brother and myself and a mutual friend. And he was kind of a stick in the mud. He just said, "No, I'm going to stay at camp. I'm not going to do any hiking
Oh,
today." And so he just kind of wandered around camp, And so Ron, my little brother and I, we just said, "Well, let's." We were planning on this hike. Let's do it anyway. And
yeah.
so it was just the two of us, and we had a good time. And uh, I don't know what the heck our friend did all that time, but I guess he took a few pictures
Bored.
and walked a little bit here and there. along the stream, and but it I don't know. It was interesting. My older, or excuse me, my younger brother and I, we had the big frame backpacks, and we took most of the load, and our friend just had a wimpy regular backpack.
Oh,
And
stylish suitcase.
so Ron and I took we split the tent, the tent and the poles for the
Uh-huh.
tent, and we split the food three ways, but still Ron and I, we took we took most of the weight, and we put our tent up, and like fools, we left the rain fly on our tent, which
Oh,
trapped
okay.
which trapped the heat in. So, it's 90 degrees in the evening down the canyon, but inside our tent it was even worse.
Oh, no
and it was
fun.
and it was like, what the heck are we doing? So we removed the rain fly, but that wasn't enough. And it's supposed to be
No.
supposed to be a 3-man tent, but really it it
Two.
was a 2-man because we were kind of packed.
Yeah.
And our friend was the tallest, so he slept in the middle, and then my brother and I slept on either side of him. But Ron, my younger brother, he had had enough of the stifling heat inside the tent, and so he got out. And we didn't have sleeping bags, we just had sleeping mats. And
Oh, okay.
he just took his mat and put it on top of the picnic table, and he slept on the picnic table until he woke up, and there was a ringtail cat staring him down and sniffing him. And of course, what did my brother do? He hissed at it, and it hissed back and then ran off.
Oh,
Yeah, but yeah, those ringtail cats. It's basically, imagine a raccoon stretched out like a ferret, and
oh, okay. You got to be
you know,
careful.
and yeah, they can unzip your tent if you leave the zippers down low. So of
Oh,
course we had
really?
our we had our zippers at the top, and then they'll climb into your backpack if you they had these little poles on each campsite. It's kind of like a trident pole, and you hang
Uh-huh.
your backpacks on those and make sure the straps aren't hanging down. Uh, because they will try to get in your backpack. But
Now, is that for food or just to cuddle up and sleep or what?
uh, it's for food. But
Yeah.
what was really odd, we didn't have to worry about the ringtail cats. Uh, my frame backpack and my brother's frame backpack were fine. It was our friend's wimpy backpack that was simply a drawstring and then a flap, and
Oh, yeah.
and and it wasn't a ringtail cat that got into his backpack.
No.
We determined that it was a raven, because there was this single hole punched into one of his Musselman applesauce snack packs. And so we just figured, well, it had to be a bird, a raven, because it was like like it poked its beak into it.
Like a
But
hole, yeah.
every one of our friends' granola bars were taken, and
Oh,
they were fresh granola bars, still wrapped, and it also inside a Ziploc. But there was no trace of any of that except just one little scrap of a wrapper on the ground. so, so when we were hiking back out of the canyon, and we were going, you go down the Kaibab trail because that's the steepest. So you go down that trail. Also,
uh,
the Kaibab trail has no water stops. So the trail that you want to come up is the Bright Angel Trail, which has 3 water stops, and is more
gotcha.
it's more gradual until the last third of it. Then it gets pretty steep with switchbacks. But we were going back up Bright Angel, and when we were doing that, I would stop our friend was Brian. His name is Brian. So I'd be, usually leading up the rear of our trio on the trail, and
Right.
I'd go, hey Brian. He'd stop, yeah, and I go, quote the Raven, I want your granola bars. And of course, Brian would go, quote the Raven, bite me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you got to keep an eye on your stuff when you're out there.
and another thing you got to worry about is rock squirrels. And the reason they call them rock squirrels, that's what you throw at them when they try to gnaw into your backpack.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, because if we took a break at Indian Gardens, which is at the halfway point on the Bright Angel Trail, and it's actually a campground. And but we just stopped there to eat our lunch, a light lunch, and we just took our time and just chilled and rested in the shade and whatnot. And this this German group that we kept passing, we would take a break on the trail, and they would pass us, and then we would pass them when they were taking a break. And we finally introduced ourselves, and so it was two men and a woman, and all I remember is the woman's name is Christine, and so we talked to Christine for a while, and then they also hung out at the Indian Gardens campground. But a rock squirrel tried to get into her pack, and I ended up throwing a rock, and it hit against the tree that her pack was leaned up against, and it scared the squirrel away. But
Okay, gotcha.
they will gnaw right through it. And another woman that we encountered on our way up the Bright Angel, and we were at a water stop. She was telling us the rock squirrel actually jumped on her backpack as she was hiking. So they can get pretty wild.
Yeah, sounds
So
like they can get aggressive.
yeah, but when we were down in the campground, they did have facilities there, but when I went in to use them, you'd had to look out for these little black scorpions. And
Ooh, yeah.
I'd be sitting in the stall doing, minding my business, doing my business, and these damn things would start crawling in. And so I had flip flops, so I just used those to smash them while I was,
Yeah.
and so I'm going, well, this isn't fun. And then later on our picnic table at our campsite, we discovered we had not one, but two black widow spiders underneath those
Jesus.
tables, one in each corner. And I killed one, Brian killed the other, but we used a big, nice fist-sized rock.
Yes.
And the thing with the black widow spiders, they have a web that's ground level that they trap their prey. And so I just wiggled that part of the web, and the black widow spider descends down. And when it descended, I just hit it with a rock.
I have a
But
deathly fear of spiders and
yeah,
scorpions and all that stuff.
yeah. The desert scorpions apparently don't have as bad a sting as these little black scorpions that were in the canyon area when we were camping at Bright Angel. So, I knew that. So I knew that I didn't want them getting anywhere near me or my feet,
No.
and so I'd be sitting there on the john with my flip flop as a weapon, smashing these things because they just kept crawling in. And I think I
Yeah, and the last
killed
thing
like,
you want is
yeah,
right, you don't want to get stung or
yeah,
bit out in the middle of nowhere
oh
there because
yeah,
considering how far you are from the nearest doctor.
yeah. And the thing is, there was you make if you're going to go down and stay at the campground, you've got to get a hiker's permit or a camper's permit. And
Fire permit and all that stuff.
we had taken, no, they don't allow any fires down there.
Oh, no fires.
Yeah, no campsite fires, no.
Gotcha.
Only the rangers can have a fire going, and that's over by the Phantom Ranch area where the cabins are. So it's more of a clearing. yeah, the camp, we can't have anything like that in the camp, the actual
But can you
campsite.
use like a little hibachi or a propane stove or anything like that?
We weren't able to do that. And
Okay.
I
No
don't, I
sandwiches.
don't, I don't think. I'm trying to remember if that was also restricted. I know in Guadalupe all of that was restricted, but in the Grand Canyon, I'm not sure
Hmm.
about propane. But the one thing I was trying to get at with the Phantom Ranch was we made our dinner reservations at the Phantom Ranch, uh, and you do that at the Bright Angel Lodge on the southern rim. Uh,
Uh-huh.
and so we went to the Bright Angel Lodge, made dinner reservations for Phantom Ranch, which is down by the Bright Angel campground. And like I said, that's where all those cabins are, where the haughty tot people stay. They're not going to stay in a tent. They're going to stay in a cabin,
No, of course
and
not.
they're
Right.
and they're not going to hike. They're going to go down on burros.
Oh, of
so so
course.
but anyway, we went to the Phantom Ranch to get our supper, and we elected to have the backpackers stew, and we felt that that was probably would hit the spot more than. I'm trying to think what the other option was. I can't think of it right offhand, but we all agreed that the backpackers stew sounded better because it had a little bit of everything,
Hmm.
and they had all the water you could drink, and they had cornbread, and for dessert they had chocolate cake. And
Nice. Sounds yummy.
oh yeah, and the thing is, the three of us kept asking for that water pitcher to be passed to us because we were drinking like fish.
Uh-huh.
And we noticed on the other end of the table there were two Asian gentlemen, in, rather young, college age, 20 years old,
Right.
and they were not eating, they were not drinking, they just were, they had their head down on the table like they weren't feeling well. And
Oh, okay.
we found out later the next day that those two guys had to be airlifted out of the canyon, and
What happened to them?
well, they got dehydrated and they were sick,
Oh,
and they, and they didn't plan ahead. They didn't take precautions. They didn't bring enough water with them when they hiked down or
not
something,
good.
because the three of us, whenever anyone got tired, we all stopped and took a break,
Right.
and we had plenty of water, and we had also we had Gatorade, something
Okay.
for our electrolytes. And so
Yeah.
we took our time. We were wearing hats, and we had sunglasses, and we just, whenever we found shade, we would take advantage of it. And
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, but we started out as early as we could, to go down the Kaibab Trail, and we weren't in any competition or race, but you'd be surprised. We saw a gentleman, all he was wearing was shorts and sneakers, and he had a bottle of water, and he was running down the Kaibab Trail.
Oh
And
no.
we're like, what the heck? Yeah,
Yeah,
it's,
but who the hell is he trying to impress?
yeah, he's trying to impress everybody, I guess. But yeah, I we just took our time, and we were tired as heck, but we forced ourselves to set up camp, and we said, okay, once we get the camp set up, we can just relax. And
Right.
Ron and I cooled off in the stream, and we actually went swimming in the stream,
Uh-huh.
and there was this kind of makeshift waterfall, as we called it, or excuse me, not waterfall, but makeshift water slide that some of the younger
Oh,
kids
cool.
were playing, and it was these smooth series of rocks, and it kind of had
Uh-huh.
this natural trough, and the kids were sliding down it, and Ron and I said, well, let's join them, and we were sliding down along with these younger
Why
kids.
not?
Why not? And we were in the water, and we also used the stream to wash up with our biodegradable soap. It's Amway product called LOC, and we use that
Okay.
to use as like a body wash, and you could also use it to wash your plates, your dishes and silverware if you had that.
Uh-huh.
We didn't bring anything like that because we just had granola bars and dried fruit and that kind of thing, and then we just
Right.
pigged out. We pigged out at supper time with at the Phantom Ranch, and then later in the evening, the ranger they would give talks at the Phantom Ranch area, and then after the ranger talk, they opened up the dining cabin, and you could either get beer or lemonade. And we didn't want to drink beer, so we
Yeah.
went for the so because we're you're in a desert, it's like
Yeah,
I,
you're gonna regret
you know
that the next day, right?
yeah, and so we drank lemonade, and it was really funny because I leaned up against the wall, looking tough, drinking my lemonade. It's yeah, I'm drinking beer like all these other guys. No, not really. I'm drinking lemonade, but
That's
that
a
was a
smart thing to
nice.
do, though.
No, yeah, I figured, well, this is better than beer, and but we definitely didn't have any problem getting dehydrated or any fear of that, and we were just fine because we took our time, we rested frequently, we took advantage of
But
shade, and we just used our common sense.
yep,
Um,
that's the way to do it.
yeah, but that was a great time. We did that again in I think it was 92. So it was 86 and 92. So about 6 years apart, we hiked again. And
Very cool.
this time, instead of going all the way back up the Bright Angel Trail in one day, we camped at Indian Gardens for a night. So that was really nice. But it's still, we were tuckered out when we got back to the South Rim. It was like, because I was going, how did we do this all in one day back in 86? Because we stopped at the halfway point, camped overnight, and then continued on, but we were just as tired
Yeah, I can
as we did,
imagine.
Yeah, but that was a lot of fun. I really enjoy going there to Grand Canyon, and the one thing my brother and I want to do, we want to hike rim to rim. So we want to start on the north rim,
Well, okay.
yeah, and then we would hike uh, to Ribbon Falls. And I think actually there is a primitive campsite on the northern part. So that's where we would stay. Then we would camp to Ribbon Falls, probably eat lunch, and then
Yeah.
go to Bright Angel, and camp there. Of course, you could camp at Bright Angel for a maximum of three days, 3 days and 3 nights, and
Yeah, that does sound like fun.
yeah, it's they manage that park really well, and you need camper hikers permits ahead of time, and so it's well regulated. I really enjoyed, and we did go to the North Rim and camp, but we didn't hike from there when we were there in 92. But the North Rim is totally different from the South Rim. And
Oh, okay.
when we woke up in the morning, it was so foggy you couldn't hardly see a thing. And we walked to this overlook, and the whole canyon was just filled with fog. It was just, that's all you could see was white. And
Uh-huh.
while my brother and I were standing there, it was like God pulled a slide, a shade away, because the fog just, all of a sudden there was the canyon. It was like we got a little bit of vertigo, because all of a sudden there's this gaping, and it's like all we saw was a wall of white, and then this huge canyon,
Right.
and the south rim is like 10 miles across. you know and
Jeez,
it was like I think 8 to 10 miles in the distance because
sounds amazing.
at night you can see the lights on the Bright Angel Lodge and on the South Rim, and
Hmm.
it was really cool because we hung out there quite a bit at that overlook, and just enjoyed the scenery because it's totally different, and it was so much quieter, and there was less people. Uh, so you don't have to worry about a lot of touristy type nonsense. If you're camp on
Right.
the North Rim, it's so much more relaxing. But the South Rim is you get all the pretty angles, and the color of the canyon is more apparent. And
Yeah,
that's
I hope to
why,
get back
you
there
know,
soon.
yeah. But on the North Rim, it's totally like a different canyon because you're seeing it from a different angle, and you're looking the other way. You're looking south instead of looking
Uh-huh.
north, and it's uh, it's a really really beautiful time to
I'm
spend
jealous.
there.
It sounds amazing.
Yeah, and it's a highlight. I've been there 3 times. The first time was in 1965 with the whole uh, crew with my dad and our big family station wagon, and uh, pulling a one of those camper trailers,
Yeah.
and we just went along the South Rim. We didn't do anything other than just you know look out the from the South Rim overlooks here and there and take a few
Right. It's definitely
pictures.
something. Yeah, definitely
Yeah,
something you'll never forget. I
yeah, but
recommend
it
it
was
to anybody
yeah,
or everybody.
yeah. My dad took the whole month of August of '65, and we just did a huge tour. We went down through Missouri and Oklahoma into Texas and New Mexico, Arizona, uh,
Hmm.
and then up into Wyoming, then South Dakota, and then back to Iowa.
That must have been
And
great.
oh, it was fantastic. We 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 went all different places, and of course when you think of New Mexico and you're down south, you think of Carlsbad Caverns, don't you? so
Of course, of
so
course.
we went there, and in '65, we went there at sunset, near sunset, and of course, you know what happens then. All the bats fly out, and
Yeah, but they don't
that
hurt anybody.
no,
They're
but of course,
harmless.
it freaked my sister out,
Oh well, yeah,
you know,
naturally.
naturally. But there were so many bats. It was like this huge column of smoke just flying out of the out of the cavern.
Amazing.
And
Uh,
when we went there again in the early '90s, no bats.
Interesting. Where they
Yeah,
migrated or something.
there was a bat problem, and
Hmm.
uh, the bat population. I think there was some kind of disease affecting it, and it was like, oh
Yeah,
no, there's no
that's
bats.
terrible.
There was nothing, and I'm like, oh, I wanted to see the bats again, you know. But
Oh yeah.
we got to go. We had a ranger take us down where the tourists don't go, down deeper into the Carlsbad Cavern, and we lucked out because it was a spur of the moment thing, but there was an opening for three or four more people, and we got in to the tour, and we went down. Uh, and the ranger had we all had like miners hats, the little hard hats with the lights, and he had us all
Right.
shut our lights off, and we were in pitch blackness for like a half hour. He was
Oh yeah.
just just talking, and it was like you start hallucinating after a while. You start thinking you see lights, and it's like no, there's nothing here. But
Yep.
yeah,
Exactly.
that was really cool.
Yeah. I
I really
appreciate you
enjoyed that.
sharing that with us.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go ahead and address the chat here.
Oh yeah, we got to
Sorry,
get to
guys. I
chat.
didn't. Yeah, hello, chat. I appreciate your patience. I have not forgotten about you guys. Obviously, without the chat, we would be nothing. And I
Yeah.
love you guys very much. And
Hello, chat.
coincidentally, it looks like our first person in the chat was Stone Racket.
Hey, I know
First
that
pop
guy.
culture curator. Good evening. Yeah, it does sound familiar, doesn't it?
And then
Awesome sauce on the very first vote on that thumbs up meter and the first to comment. And I thank you wholeheartedly for that, sir.
you're most welcome.
And Sci-Fi Sit Down is also here.
I know
Sci-Fi
that
Sit
guy
Down, hello
too.
to pop culture. Yes, hello all on the panel. Oops, don't need to read my own. And hello to Trusty Ape, if you're still there. Good to see you. You've been having some really nice streams lately. I've been lurking, listening to your streams, Trusty Ape. And he says, hiya, Pop. And Sci-Fi Sit Down, hey. And hello, Akeem. Akeem says, hello, Pop and everyone. And hello, my good, sweet friend, Suzanne. Suzanne says, hello, Pop. So good to see you, Suzanne. Glad you're here. Hope you're feeling well. And hello, Lemon Pie. Hi, just popping by. Can't stay. Hope you're doing great, Pop. I am. I figure as long as I can be on here, I'm doing good. And it's good to see you, Lemon Pie. Hope you can come back. Suzanne says, hello, Sci-Fi says Dan. And Joe says, Stone Racket, hello. And
Hello,
Hakeem,
Suzanne.
hello. Yeah.
And
And
hello,
Sci-Fi says Dan says, hello there, Trustee.
yeah, I say hello, the trusty ape, and hello, lemon pie.
Yeah, very cool. Lemon
And
Pie
he's
says,
and
hail, sit down apples to you, Stone Racket. Have fun later,
yeah,
everyone.
yeah, he's gonna keep giving me apples, I think.
Keep giving you apples. Suzanne says, Lemon Pie, hey, so cool. Everybody's saying hello to each other.
And
Hello
hello,
there,
Hakeem.
Teams to Sci-Fi Nate, sit down. And Sci-Fi sit down. Hello there, Suzanne. Suzanne says, Trusty Ape, hello.
Oh,
And
there's
there's my buddy
Gorilla.
Gorilla's Random Thoughts. Hey there, Gorilla. Gorilla, if you get the energy, you need to let us know how the circus went. That sounds like you must have had a really good time. And Akeem says, hey, Suzanne, Lemon, and Dan, good to see you all. And Suzanne says, Gorilla, hello. And Sci-Fi says, Dan says, hello there, Gorilla's Random Thoughts. Akeem says, hey, Gorilla. And Suzanne says, Storm Racket, I am loving the ginger kitty. Oh,
Oh,
very cool.
yeah, that's my cat Harpo that you see, Suzanne. He's
Yeah,
he and his brother Chico are my furry four-legged boys.
those are your babies.
My babies, my fur babies.
Yep. Gorilla says, hey, sit Dan. And Trust Ape says, hey, Suzanne. And he also says, hi, Lemon Pie. And Sci-Fi sit down says, Gorilla Random Thoughts. Well, put away your kids. Link in the chat. And please try to relax and not fall asleep on the panel. He's probably had a long day, I can imagine.
Yeah.
And Trusty Ape says, what's up, Gorilla's Random Thoughts? And Suzanne says, be right back. Edge of Time. Hello, Edge of Time.
Edge
Hail.
of Time. The mysterious
Yeah,
edge of time. Hello.
Edge of Time says, greetings from the Edge of Time. And Gorilla's Random Thoughts says, s'mores, Trusty Ape. That sounds
That
delicious.
sounds good.
Yes, it does. Did any of you see the over the 1 mile wide wedge tornado that touched down in East Nebraska in the Omaha outbreak, says Gorilla? I had not
Oh,
seen that, but I'd seen some weather reports.
oh dear.
I
Yeah,
hope
we
that
must have.
most people are okay.
Yeah, we must have gotten a bit of that storm because you know it was thunder and lightning here before I came on the stream,
It's
and
crazy. Yeah,
it's like
I
it
hope
might be
people
part
are
of
all
that
right.
system. I don't want any twisters landing here.
No, you
Definitely.
don't want that. Nims Bean says, hail, you beautiful beings. I hope you are doing well tonight. Likewise, my good friend Nemesis of Eden. Hope you're doing well.
Howdy,
And Nemesis
Nemesis
also says, don't forget to hit that like button. Thank you, Nemesis. And
and
hello,
Matt
Taylor
G.
Swift, greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU, and Doctor Who. Good
Ooh,
to see you. Yeah, I hope you're having a great night there.
Yeah, that's
Nimza
right,
Bean says the
Nemesis.
smaller the scorpion, the deadlier the venom.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that's
either
I
way,
find that
count
fascinating, but
me out.
it's true. It's true.
That's what I've
because
heard. Yes.
because we knew that going there, and the Rangers reinforced that too. It's like, yeah, but
Yes.
why do they like to gather where when I'm trying to go to the bathroom? It's like
Jeez.
inflicting on my personal freedom.
I know. What are they like? Some kind of perverts or something?
Yeah.
Right. Gorilla says, "Side I sit down, I'm extremely exhausted. I'll come on when I can." And hello, LDG, my good friend LDG of Free the Net says, "Good evening, Pop. Good evening to you. Hope you're doing well, LDG. I know it's late for you right now." Then Sabine says,
LDG,
"Hail,
hello.
LDG." Yeah, Nem Sabine says, "Hail, LDG." And Taylor Swift. And Nem Sabine says, "Hail, Gorilla." And Gorilla's Random Thought says, "Hail, Nemesis." And he also says, "Hey, Suzanne." And hello, Ola Greg. Ola Greg says, "Hello, Pop and everyone. Right back at you. So good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Best wishes to you, Ola Greg." And Gorilla says, "There are two things that drain me: crowds of people and traffic. I was around thousands of people and got caught on the busiest road at noon in the middle of road constructions and a bunch of dumb shits who can't drive." Sorry
Yeah.
to hear that, Gorilla. Well, he's got to be exhausted by now then.
Yeah, that drains anybody having to deal with all that.
It's
Yeah, Ola Greg says, "Cheers."
Cheers, Orla
Go
Greg,
ahead. Go
owner
ahead,
of a
Jan.
giant spider.
yeah. Well, for driving, it's more of a mental drain because you have to
Yes,
deal with all that crap.
radio. Oh yeah.
I know, right? Kids don't understand it when you're young. It's like, yeah, it's fun when mom and dad take you places, but when you get older and you're the one doing the driving, it's not quite as fun.
That's
It
that.
get
Yeah.
it gets boring and tiring, especially when you're in a pattern going to work. Uh, I usually did a 30-minute commute going to work from Ceres to Tracy when I had a job over there.
Oh, yeah, up there in Northern California.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, definitely no fun.
do you still need to uh, commute a little bit at your current job, or is that sci-fi sit down?
Sadly, I'm currently unemployed.
Oh no.
Well, I wish the best, buddy. I hope you get something soon.
Yeah, I hope you get
I'm
something
rooting
real
for
soon.
you.
Yeah, well, the main problem is that all these major companies that require an online option, I prefer an in-person option.
What do you mean as far as working in person rather than remote or what?
Like applying on, they require everyone to apply online now. There's no in-person interviewing in
Oh.
agencies anymore. They prefer the online
Oh,
option,
okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh,
and I
that's
hate that.
interesting.
I prefer the in-person interviews.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
understand that. Yeah, I've got a friend
Yeah,
who's looking for a
definitely.
job right now, and they're all on Zoom.
Yeah, I do apply for jobs on a job site called ZipRecruiter, but I don't get any replies back.
No, you just got to keep with it. Just keep chugging along. As they say, every no is that much closer to a yes. Ola Greg says, vote Giant Spider slash Janice Lester in 24. Absolutely, that bitch. Rose Random Thoughts says, I'm used to my empty roads and maybe a random tractor. Yeah, I bet you're glad to be home, Gorilla. Hey, Gorilla,
Yeah.
I'm just curious, did they have any elephants at the circus?
It
I've only
depends.
been to the circus, I think I only been once, and that's when I was a kid.
Well, it depends how tight their budget is.
Well, some of them they had like Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. They had so many people protesting about the treatment of elephants. They had to get rid of them because of the protesters.
Yeah, I
So
was
and
lucky.
also budget, yeah.
I was lucky to see the Barnum and Bailey's 3-ring circus. They had they held it at Vets Auditorium in Des Moines, and my dad took all of us, and we got to see elephants and bears and horses galore.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, and then when I was a lot younger, there was a smaller circus that came to near our area, and I actually got to feed an elephant. Uh, they you could get these bags of peanuts, and you could feed the elephants. Of course, you'd put it in the end of their trunk. You know, that's what they would reach with.
Uh-huh.
It was just really cool.
There it is. I love elephants.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I hate
it's
to
like
hear when they're mistreated.
Yeah, yeah. There's no reason for that. There's no reason to mistreat them. We're supposed to be good stewards, as it says in the scriptures. We're supposed to be good stewards of everything, and that includes animals.
Oh yeah,
They're
speaking of which,
extremely intelligent. Right. They're extremely intelligent and they're very peaceful if you don't screw with them.
Yeah, that's right.
speaking of which, since you guys don't like spiders, you guys must not like Spider-Man then, huh?
Well, I
Well,
didn't
not
say
like Spider-Man, obviously, but spiders, no.
Yeah,
It's a joke. It's
spiders
a joke.
are. Well, I don't think it's funny. No, I'm sorry. I don't want. I don't want you. No, I don't want you to leave in a huff like a certain Captain Hate. But yeah, yeah, spiders are kind of freaky, but I don't have like a phobia or anything. And
I would say I probably do.
yeah, that's too bad. That's pretty scary. I don't know what I would do. I mean, there's things, creepy crawlies, that kind of make me kind of squeamish. But I had an incident happen when I was still working at the main hospital. We were unloading some medical supplies, and one of my coworkers is a big fella named Phil, and he's one of those guys, big and tall, and we were opening a box with had smaller cases of supplies, and when he opened the main box, there was a daddy long leg spider.
Oh,
And I guess technically they're not spiders, but you know what I mean. There's a daddy
I know,
long
but
leg,
even I'm not afraid of those.
and
I know
oh,
those are harmless.
that's good because Phil freaked out, and I picked up the daddy long leg, and I said Phil, the daddy long leg is our friend, and I just kept, they would walk, and I just kept folding, moving my hands around, and it kept walking on my hand, and I had another coworker open the back door, and I just took it out to the back, and laid it down in the grass and let
Right.
it go away on its own. but this big guy was all freaked out by a daddy long leg. I'm like, no, it's our friend. We had a lot of daddy long leg spiders. The first house I lived at, they were always around, and I'd learned from the Childcraft magazine that the daddy long leg spider is our friend.
Yeah, I think they eat other pests, don't they?
That's right. They eat other pests. And so we never bothered them. We'd play with them a little bit and let them go on their merry way, and
Yeah, exactly.
the other spiders we would smash, but not the daddy long leg.
Right. I've seen some people. I know I've seen it on YouTube, but and also real life where you capture a spider. It could be like a bad one, like a daddy long leg or whatever, or not like a black widow or something, and they'll say, "No, don't hurt it. Just take it outside." No, I'm going to kill it.
Yeah, it's
I'm going to kill it.
especially
Sorry.
a poisonous thing.
Yeah,
And
especially
then,
anything that's dangerous to us.
Yeah, when my younger brother was staying in Colorado, near Fort Collins, his landlady was recovering from being bitten by a recluse spider.
Oh, those are
And
bad.
those are bad news. And so Yeah, my brother was kind of like, uh-oh. She's, because my brother was living, she rented out her basement, which was converted into a finished apartment. You know, a, you know, it was nice and carpeted and paneled and everything was really nice. But, his landlady was just living upstairs in the same house and she got bit by one of these things. So my brother had to be real careful and double check things. And it's like he didn't want to find one lurking in a corner somewhere.
No, you don't. Those are
Yeah. So
particularly
yeah,
nasty.
those can get you really sick. So
Yes, they can. And Stone Racket, would you be so kind as to read this for me?
yeah, Gorilla's Random Thoughts says, Pop, I made a short just for you that said there was you there was you Dame
There's your
Elephants.
Dame Elephants. Yeah, there's your Dame Elephants. Well, thank you, Gorilla. I will have to definitely check that out. Or if you'd like to, Gorilla, if you feel up to it, you want to come on and share that with us, you're welcome to do that as well.
That'd be
And
sweet.
hello, my good friend Cam Cam's Crash Course is the Four C's. Good to see you, Cam Cam. And he says, hello, everyone. Pop Culture Curator. Hi, Pop, Stone Racket, and Dan.
Hello,
Right
Cam
back
Cam.
at you, sir. And he also says that Gorilla Random Thoughts. Hi, Gorilla. Nemesis Eden. Hi, Nemesis. Ola Greg. Hi, Greg. And Gorilla says, hey, C4. And Basil Battle Dragon. Hello, Basil. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you. And Basil says, howdy. Hope you're doing well, Basil.
Howdy back at you, Basil.
Yeah, exactly. Cam says, Gorilla Random Thoughts. I hate both things, too. I feel you. And
yeah.
hello, PvP. PvP. Is this stream sponsored by Mutual of Omaha's Wild
Yeah.
Kingdom with Marlo Perkins?
Marlo Perkins. And then what's the guy's name?
You're right, the young guy that would go out and do all
it
the
was
adventures.
Jim. I think it was Jim something, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was Jim something.
Yeah, he was the one that always.
Picker.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Be on soon, he says.
Sounds good, PvP.
Yeah, Jim always was the one that fought with the animals while Marlon just stood on the side.
Right, stood on the side and hosted.
And hosted.
But he was kind of old, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, he needed somebody young and more agile. But we watched that. It was on Sundays. We watched that and Lassie and
right before the Wonderful World of Disney, right?
Wonderful World of Disney, and we'd watch Ed Sullivan, and it's basically that was our lineup,
Yep, us old folks. We remember when we were kids. We're not that old.
Yeah.
Cam says brown recluse are bad news. Yes, I second that.
Yeah.
And Gorilla says, give me a bit. Okay, sounds good, Gorilla. And Cam says, I can't stay but wanted to say hi and drop a like. Good to see you all. Have fun. Well, thank you, Cam, and I hope you're doing well. And we will see you around hopefully soon.
Yeah.
Ola Greg says, hey, Cam, and Basil. Very cool. Yeah, we got a great turnout. Cool. Looks like a lot of nice people in the chat.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys coming around.
Yeah, a lot of familiar faces. I mean, I'm learning, recognizing these folks, and some of them are even giving some sass right back to me, like Lemon.
Oh, which is totally fine. I love them.
Which is I like that. I have no problem with that. And of course with Gorilla and his Dame,
And his Dame.
I can't wait to see the
short with his Dame. Right, I want to see the short with your Dame elephants.
Yeah, Dame. Pop, I got an interesting book to deliver to me today by Amazon. And
tell me more.
It's Inside Gilligan's Island by Sherwood Schwartz.
Oh, you got that? It's a great book, isn't it?
Yeah, I just started reading. I'm up to he's already pitched his idea, and it's between getting that other agent to sell the idea, and it's before he actually makes a pilot. So it's still in the early part of the book, but I skipped around because what's the first thing I did? I went to the index, and I'm glad there was an index, and I went to Tina Louise,
Oh,
and I wanted to read a little more about her. Uh, and so I read those sections real quick, or the main ones, and yeah, I find it interesting. I've been watching some of the episodes here and there on Tubi, and in the course of looking at stuff on YouTube, I've watched some of these reunions.
reunions. Yeah,
You know,
there's a lot of stuff out there.
like there was a show on Fox called The Late Show, and they had everybody. They had everybody on. I guess it was like in the mid '90s, somewhere in there.
Right.
But Jim Backus was there, and
That's where we
everybody,
had Teddy.
and he that was one where he was by remote when he had Teddy.
Yeah,
but,
and he had Teddy.
but
He even had Teddy still.
yeah, he was there sitting next to Natalie, if I remember right. But Tina Louise was there,
Yep.
and
I know which one you're talking about.
she gave a BS answer because the host, this young twerpy guy, don't remember him,
Yeah.
but
The guy
he
with brown hair. I don't remember his
he
name either.
yeah he with the blow dried hair, but he
Yep, that's him.
he asked Tina Louise about why she wasn't in the reunion movie.
Uh-huh.
And she gave a BS answer. She just said something about, well, I was involved in other projects, and my agent and I thought, you know, don't want to confuse the audience, or some BS thing. It was like, just
Right.
tell them you first refused, then you said okay, and then you refused, and then you said okay, and then you wanted more money.
Right.
then,
And then by
then
the
the,
time you, or then by the
yeah,
time she finally said, "Okay, I'll do it," it was too late. They had
they'd
Judith
already
Baldwin had already
recast.
been. Yeah, they
Yeah.
had already. Right.
Yeah. I just think, at least for that first movie, she should have said, you know, I owe everyone here and all the fans an apology. I should have been there. You know, I asked for more money, and they turned me down. And
I don't know if
that's
she's
that.
gonna
You
say
know,
that, but an apology would have
yeah,
been good.
that would have been nice. And then they had something in 2004. Um, oh, what was the award? It was some what I'm trying
TV
to think.
Land Award or
TV,
movie
yeah,
or
the
something.
TV Land Award. That's it, TV Land
Uh-huh.
Award, and she was there as well. And I'm like, huh? You know, it's like I think it's a little hypocritical. It's like, I thought you said you didn't want to be around, be
I
associated
know.
with that show, but she did say she did get to speak at the TV Land Award, and she said that that laughter is needed more now than ever. And you know, she said the show gave us laughter, and that's needed more now than ever, I think is how she put it. So I thought that was nice that she said that.
It is. That's when
Because
a lot of people. Go ahead.
just real quick, Dan, I was just going to say that Tina Louise is Ginger. It's kind of like Leonard Nimoy is Spock, and Tina Louise is
Yes.
Ginger. And she was, I don't know what she thought of her own performance in that show, but I thought she was comedy gold, and I thought she was a vital part of that show. I thought.
I
But
think
anyway,
so
Dan.
too.
Yeah, Dan, what were you going to say?
Have all of you seen or been on Gorilla's Crinstock's reviews or seen the movies he does on there?
I
have
avoid it.
some points sometimes.
I avoid it like the plague.
I've been on there many times.
Hello,
I've even-
PvP.
I just
Hi, Pop. Hi,
No.
Yeah,
Stone.
okay.
Hi,
I don't want to. Howdy, PvP. I don't want to. I just
Yeah.
don't. I don't want to. I want to watch. If I want to do a review stream or a watch party, it's going to be something that I'm going to enjoy, not something that's going to make me want to take a shower immediately after watching it.
I'll respond when I can. I have been on there numerous times because I enjoy Gorilla's company, and we generally pick movies that are so bad we actually get a laugh out of rousing them. You know, it's like the Razzie Awards where we just, constantly critique the badness that we are viewing. So it's kind of fun because, well, Gorilla makes it fun basically because,
Well, my
you know,
well, my point is question: Did he ever do Troll 2 yet, or no?
do what?
Did he ever do
If
Troll 2?
not, if not, then why
Uh,
not? If that's like the ultimate movie to be ribbed.
I think he talked about doing the first Troll, but I don't think he actually has gotten around to that one yet.
Because my
Troll
point is,
2 is infamous for how bad it is. Yeah, I've
Yeah,
Oh,
seen
really?
that one for
Okay.
sure.
yeah, because my point was, if any of you have seen Troll 2, which is worse, Troll 2 or Plan 9 from Outer Space?
I would
I've
say
never.
they're both bad movies in their own, but they're in their own. It's like apples and oranges. They're in their own different categories
Of
Yeah,
badness.
I've never
of
seen.
badness.
I've never seen Troll 2, so I can't comment on that film. But I have seen Plan 9 a few times, and as bad as it is, there is a certain quirky, weird charm to it that I can actually get some laughs out of watching it because it's so bad.
Right.
In a kind of a nipply, lovable kind of way, right, Bob? It's just one of those. It's classic in its own right because it's so bad. But
I
Ed
had
Wood,
It
he made a
is.
lot of
Yeah,
bad films.
I
So
had this book called "The 50 Worst Films Ever Made," and the Golden Turkey Awards,
is that all? Only
and
50?
one of those. It was just a book covering 50,
Yeah.
and Plan 9 was in there, and it had I can't remember what publication they quoted, but there was a one sentence review of Plan 9 from Outer Space, and I always love to quote it. It was it looks like it was made in someone's garage. Was the review?
Well,
Almost. They're almost correct.
yeah, the
yeah,
production quality is pretty low on that one for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Because my point is, I have seen Troll 2, but I've seen it on the TV version. Whether it's better or worse on the TV version, I have seen the TV version.
It was
Well,
probably
what you've
censored
seen
then.
is not that much different than the the full cut that's out there. Now, I'm not going to say there's no theatrical version because it was made direct to video, but there's not a lot to cut out. So what you saw is probably most of it, Dan.
Yeah, because to me that movie was just bizarre and somewhat weird and somewhat terrible. It was kind of boring too. Troll 2
It
was.
is, but like Plan 9 Outer Space, what's good about them is they're, even though they're bad movies, they're entertaining and funny to watch. Those are the ones that I can tolerate. When a movie's bad and it's not entertaining to watch, those are the ones I can't really stomach too well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
yeah. Plus, I seen Troll 2 when I was a lot younger, so some of the scenes truly terrified me as a kid in Troll
Oh, well,
2.
when you're young, that's possible. But I'm a big, huge fan, and I have been since the beginning of Mystery Science Theater 3000. So I love when you can get a good bad movie there and riff it and make it fun. I'm always for that.
I will tell you that the one scene in Troll 2 actually terrified me as a kid was the ending scene where they're or whenever they eat people, because that terrified the hell out of me. Because okay, as a kid, it's like, okay, which food is not poison for me to turn into a plant? Which one is not? When I was a kid, like it sort of made me psychologically terrified about which food I should eat because I was afraid I may turn into a plant half person.
Well, that's okay when you're a kid. As long as you're not an adult, you think, and you're not thinking that way, right?
Speaking of plants, I one of the Gilligan's Island episodes I rewatched was, I think it's called Ghost a Go Go.
Uh,
The one with Richard Keel turns out to be the ghost.
yeah,
And
yeah.
the reason I wanted to watch it is the only thing I really remembered from that episode, because I haven't watched some of these since the mid '70s. The only thing I remembered was the duplicate dummies they made of themselves, and they stuffed it with plants and tree
Oh, yeah.
branches and stuff, evergreen or whatever type, or I mean palm leaves and stuff. But they most of the dummies had gourds for heads.
Yes, they did.
And
Yes.
I just remember watching that when I was a lot younger and just laughing my ass off. And I just said, well, it's something that's just so silly that I wanted to revisit that goofiness. And it just still made me laugh. They put them all in that boat and it goes off and then everything blows up.
Yes, exactly.
And then I had to watch the one with the beauty pageant with
Oh yeah.
Miss Castaway. And the only thing I remembered from that episode was all the pranks that Mr. Howell and the professor did. Like Marianne getting stuck in glue with her when she's trying to dance.
Right, the
And
foot.
then the pea shooters against Ginger with
Yep.
both the professor and Mr. Howell doing that. And then the professor blowing pepper towards Mrs. Howell when she's reciting Paul Revere's
Yep.
right. I did remember those gags, but I didn't remember the other parts of the episode. So I was kind of surprised because the professor is kind of out of character in that episode. He's a
That
little more.
happens sometimes.
it's like, wait a minute, he's really pushing for Marianne, and
Yes, he was.
he doesn't seem to be interested in either woman other times, and then he gets kind of mischievous. Of course, it's payback because he witnesses things that Mr. Howell, or he knows that Mr. Howell poured the glue on the floor, and so it was basically payback time.
Exactly right.
But it was interesting that the skipper was not part of any of that nonsense.
Nope.
I thought
Nope.
that
Not in
was
that
nice.
episode.
He was really
But
rooting for Ginger.
yes, he was. It's interesting when you go back and watch that show as an adult. You have a completely different outlook than when you're watching it as a kid. Everything is completely different. And they actually
Yeah,
dealt with some pretty dark issues during that series.
yeah. I I I said, well, I haven't joined Pop's panel on Gilligan. Let's see what episodes he's up to, and it was two of the darkest ones. And I'm going, it figures, but
Oh, two of the most
but
recent ones.
but I really enjoyed the Hunter. I did remember that one a little bit, and the court martial one didn't remember. Uh,
I, I did, but it was I just remember them flailing about in that makeshift boat that they built. But I didn't realize when I was a kid the stakes about the court martial, and they were trying to prove themselves innocent.
yeah,
So that's another episode where I had a different outlook watching it as an adult.
yeah. There was one other episode I watched, which I have a kind of an interesting memory. It's the one that's coming up fairly soon. It's called Splashdown, and
Uh-huh.
it deals with the Gemini capsule.
Oh
That's
yes.
all I'll say. But it was interesting because our local channel, uh, this is back in I'd say it's 68, 69, somewhere
Uh-huh.
in there. That our local channel, there was something that prevented programming
Preempted.
it delayed things, but it
Uh-huh.
ended up our local channel had to fill a half hour until the network feed started up again.
Right.
And so what they did, they normally showed Gilligan's Island at 3:30 in the afternoon. Well, at 6:30 they showed the Splashdown episode.
Oh.
And most of me and my siblings, we were waiting for some other program, and that all of a sudden that came on, and we all watched it, and we were all laughing because of Thurston Howell's teddy bear makes a cameo appearance in that. But when I was watching that episode on Tubi, I saw a continuity error, and I was like, "Oh no, did they cut that part out?" because if you look closely, he's already holding Teddy, and then the next sequence is when Lovey actually pulls it out of one of her cases and gives it to him.
Right.
So I thought,
Could be
okay,
cutting
they
it here.
didn't cut it out because I thought they cut that sequence out where she gives it to him because he's feeling lonely, and of
Right.
course Levy goes, well, I'm here, dear, and he's like, no, you know what I mean, and then she reaches in and gives him his teddy bear.
Exactly right. Nothing can replace poor Teddy.
Yeah.
Gorilla's Random Thought says there is no such thing a happy plant person, only a plant person.
Oh, okay.
Tell me, do any of you know what the original title of Troll 2 was going to be originally until they decided to just slap on Troll 2 to possibly get it more butts in the audience seats?
I think I'd heard before, but I don't remember off the top of my head right now.
I think the title they were trying to go for in the original movie was called Goblins. Since
That's
the movie
possible.
Troll 2, just the movie Troll 2 has nothing to do with trolls. It has many to do with goblins. That's why.
You're totally right. It's mostly, and the acting, of course, really bad. It's mostly like local people that they found around town that practically volunteered. One of them is a dentist, if I remember right. The main star of it, I think, is a dentist.
Now I'm thinking of Plan 9. Because isn't that what they did with to replace Bela Lugosi with somebody's dentist or
Yes.
chiropractor or something like that?
Chiropractor.
Yeah, well, Lugosi died halfway
Right.
through production, from what I've ever heard, and
Right. That's why he had to be replaced.
they had to get the stand-in to, shoot some scenes from the back, or he'd raise the cape over his face or whatever.
Well, he looked
craziness.
Exactly.
he looked nothing like Lugosi, and he was a lot taller, and it's so obvious.
Well,
That's what makes it funny.
Right, what's interesting is
Ed Wood.
The behind the scenes making of Plan 9 from Outer Space is more entertaining than the movie itself.
Yeah.
That's why Ed Wood is Ed Wood still stands out as my favorite Tim Burton and Johnny Depp movie.
Yeah,
I saw it in theaters, in fact.
I went to that when it was in the theaters, and I was the only one in the audience laughing. It was really weird. Yeah,
I was taking it seriously.
And right from the opening, because I'm going, well, that's Criswell. Is it Jeffrey Jones? Jeffrey Jones, is that the actor?
Jeffrey Jones.
I go, that's Criswell, and that's from Plan 9, and I was laughing right away, and it's like, what the heck's wrong with these people? Don't they get it? This is a comedy.
They've probably never seen the original movie, perhaps, like
no excuse.
Yeah, they're probably just people out for dinner, and they're like, okay, well, whatever this is, let's check it out.
Yeah, it's Johnny Depp. Let's go see Johnny Depp.
Right. I remember I saw it twice, and one of the shows, I can't remember which one, there was a guy in the back that was just totally into it. It was wonderful. At the end when Martin Landau was flailing around with the fake octopus, the guy was standing up, bravo, bravo, and cheering and clapping. It was great.
Well,
yeah,
he did
Pop.
get the Academy Award, didn't he, for that film?
Yeah, but
yes,
Pop,
he did. Deserve it.
Pop, that guy in the back, that was me. No,
That was you,
No.
right?
no, just kidding.
I will say this, PvP. If you haven't seen Troll 2, you should see it. But then you but you probably either love me or hate it. Love me or hate me after watching it, though.
Well, yeah, I'm sure
we can
Gorilla will get around.
to show it.
Gorilla will get around to it. If I mention it, I'm sure he will. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can get Gorilla to show it, and then we can invite Stone Racket.
Nope.
Nope.
I'm Norwegian. And as all Norwegians know, trolls are evil and to be avoided at all costs.
Yeah, well, a lot of our picks for cringe stock have been pretty evil too, so that makes
Stone Racket. Stone Racket. Have you seen the Troll Hunter movies?
Oh,
no.
Geez. Troll Hunter?
Nope.
They're actually not bad. They're giant trolls. They're giant, so they're kind of good movies. They're
Well,
they're
if
they're they're taken seriously.
it's rated R, I don't go to R-rated movies.
No, I don't think so. They're not like gory or any nudity or anything like that.
Pop, are you talking about the Simon movie called Giants
No,
or something?
no, the movies I'm talking about are recent. They're called Troll Hunter,
Is it?
No.
Are they?
and
Are they
great special
Norwegian?
effects.
Are they Norwegian?
They're dated. They actually have subtitles.
Okay, because I've heard of one movie that it's some kind of sacred mountain, and they're building a highway and they're dynamiting for a tunnel, and it actually awakens a troll. Is that one of those
That
movies?
might be one of the. That might
Yeah,
be. I think there's two movies. That might be one of them.
yeah. I have heard of that one.
It's not
And
bad.
so, Rick, since you're in our region, tell me, and since you get a lot of thunderstorms where you at, are you expecting to see Thor over there? Never mind. It fell flat.
Cricket, cricket.
No, I'm looking out the window. I don't see nothing.
Oh, it,
Nope.
it was a joke on Norwegian mythology, if you know it.
Jim's
Oh, I know.
landscape. Hello, hello, Jim. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well,
I know.
sir.
It's that crazy Norwegian mythology.
Yeah, about Thor being the thunder god.
Yeah.
I was doing a play like, well, then you may see Thor out there. He is the thunder god. Maybe he creates the
I
thunderstorm
have
for you.
I have a bone to pick with Andre of Midnight's Edge because he likes Fat Thor. He says that's more accurate, and I'm like, nope.
He does.
Yeah, and I'm
The
like,
only one
I'm going,
the only one I know
I'm
he
like,
does.
no. Apparently, there's some artistic depictions in the ancient folklore where he is kind of fat, I guess, but it's like, no, I don't think so.
Well, aside from the weight, I just didn't like what they did to the character, and they made him a
Well, they
cock and
nerfed him.
the butt
They
of
nerfed.
all the jokes and all that.
Yeah,
Yes.
they nerfed him, and
Hated it.
they nerfed Hulk, and
Hulk.
it
Right, totally castrated. Right.
yeah. I mean, there's parts of that of Endgame that I absolutely love, but there's things that it was compromised because of I know Midnight's Edge likes to put Kevin Feige in the crosshairs, but it's Bob Iger that insisted that they
Yeah.
respond to DC's Wonder Woman. And it's like Marvel don't have a Wonder Woman, and let's just drop it. And Feige, went along with it for some reason, and it completely. There's a lot of reasons why Endgame kind of went off the rails a little bit here and there.
You were definitely right about that. Several reasons.
Yeah, it's like because the firing of James Gunn, because he was head of the cosmic part, that threw a wrench in the works, and then Bob Iger insisting that they respond to the Wonder Woman movie that DC made,
Yuck.
just snowballed into derailing Endgame, because I wanted to see anybody but that stupid Captain Marvel in
I
that
know
movie.
exactly. And then it turns out by the way, I'm a fan of Linda Carter Wonder Woman. I don't like the new one at all. And the new one was nothing but a flash in the pan. And then Wonder Woman 84 was a bomb outright. So yeah, forget about that crap. All that investment for nothing.
Yep. And it's a shame, what could have been if things hadn't gone a certain way, but I don't know. There's parts of that movie that like speaking of Thor sci-fi Sith Dan, when Captain America lifts the hammer and uses the hammer, that I cheered when I saw that.
I like that scene too.
That was that was so cool. And then everything with Tony Stark and his father in the time travel sequence that he was involved in.
Yeah.
I love that. And then there's a lot of good emotional moments, in that movie, but then there's other things that don't quite work. but I don't know. I still like that movie. I got it on 4K, so I guess I still want to include it in my collection. But the one Marvel movie I don't have that was released prior to that, Captain Marvel. Never gonna buy
No,
that one.
nobody wants to see that. Oh
Yeah.
no. Honestly, me though, I can't think of after what they've done to the characters, the Hulk and all them. I can't even go back and rewatch the older movies. It's really too
Yeah, it's
bad because they
I just
ruined it for
kind of
me.
I shut that out of my mind, and I just enjoy like I just think about how it was when I first saw the Avengers movie and the other movies. I just it's the same way with like some people, because of Picard, they can't go back to TNG. I just go, no, I'm gonna just it's not doesn't exist. It's not canon. I'll revisit TNG here and there, and just not think of what idiocy Patrick Stewart pulled with his modern updating of Star Trek with his stupid Picard series.
Yeah,
Stone Rocket.
he let his ego get the best of him.
Oh,
Go
you
ahead,
got
Dan.
that.
How well versed are you in Norse mythology, Stone Racket? How well versed are you in it?
Hardly any.
Because I was going to ask you. Well, do any of the Marvel Norse gods live up to their myths in Norse mythology, or are they way out of whack compared to their mythical counterparts?
Well, I can tell you without being a scholar or knowing that, without a doubt, the Marvel is way out of whack. But
I agree with that.
because didn't the original comic, isn't it a modern day man that finds the hammer, like he's an archaeologist,
I
and he
thought it
just
was an old man with a stick and he hits it on the
or
ground.
an old man with a stick, and then he somehow that transforms him,
Yes, exactly.
and it's like that's what I remember from the comics, and I never really did like that comic. I liked Spider-Man, Iron Man, and the Fantastic Four a lot more when I was collecting comics. Thor,
Hello, Gorilla.
Gorilla, hi.
There.
I could look up the origin of the Thor in the comics, see where it came from, and kind of clarify a little bit if you want me to do that for you guys.
Why not? But I used to have certain comics that I really targeted. They were my favorite: Superman, The Flash, Fantastic Four. But I would read some of the other ones every now and then if I would go and I thought, well, that cover looked interesting. I'd pick it up. So Iron
Yeah.
Man, I read a few of those, and Spider Mans and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was really into the Spider-Man, Iron Man, Superman, Action Comics, Batman. Uh, Sometimes I did have an annual that had some reprints with Flash and whatnot. Um, but yeah, I didn't have a comic book shop. It was just it'd be so random. Uh, and like there was a pharmacy that sold magazines, and they would just have this little wire basket on the floor, and whatever comics they got in, was first come, first serve, whatever you could
Right.
grab. And so if I got an issue like Action Comics, it's like, oh, I got to get the next one. Well, they wouldn't get the next one.
That
There's
sounds pretty hit and
no,
miss. Boy.
no consistency. And then there was another place that had comics. It was the Pipe Shop, and so they had comic books pretty close to all the porn magazines too, which was really weird. But that was another. I mean, they were within reach, but
Wow.
the thing is, I would go through the comics and try to find. So that was really, as far as in my neighborhood, what I could get to by just walking or maybe by bicycle. That was basically it, and it was just so frustrating because a lot of times I wasn't until later when I was in high school that a fellow classmate of mine, believe it or not, he opened his own comic book shop with the help of his father, and that's how I got to collect a lot of these back issues. And
Oh,
I
nice.
was
Yeah. Yeah.
I was really lucky actually. My hometown had a couple of really great places. There was a big place called Bookland that was all books, of course, but they had a huge shelf full of comic books. So I'd go in there every month and stock up on the latest, issues.
Yeah. So
And
they would
they were
get
great. And
they were consistent in getting specific titles
oh,
each month.
constantly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They
Yeah.
were great.
Excellent.
And
Excellent.
and and alternatively, we had a smaller place called Nick's Candy Kitchen. And Nick was an old Greek guy that came over after the war, right? And he made amazing candy, like all handmade candy, chocolates and all kinds of stuff, and but he had a whole, shelf full of comic books as well. So I'd go there often and get a lot of comics. Every Sunday my dad would take me in to get comic books, and I'd end up getting a stack. End up walk out with like 15 or 20 titles, right? And
Did you get
back
some
then,
Did you get some
oh
candy too?
oh yeah, he'd always buy like a pound of maple buds, or something like that. Or
That sounds
and
good.
they had peanuts too, and Nick had all kinds of peanuts. Like he had regular peanuts, he had dry roast peanuts, he had Spanish peanuts, he had all kinds of stuff like brittle and toffee and all kinds of things. And yeah, it was an amazing store. It really was.
Did he have chocolate covered peanuts?
He probably did, for all I know, but it's been so long because they actually tore it all out after he passed away in the 80s, which was a crime because it was basically a 1950s diner, because he had like a restaurant too in the back, right?
Oh.
And you could get burgers and fries and all kinds of good stuff, milkshakes, and it was like a 1950s diner with the counter and the little stools and the
So
little
he still ran that and the candy and the
It
comics.
was all one. It was all in one.
Yeah, cool.
It was like a narrow little, storefront, but it was really awesomely cool.
Did you get sodas there too?
Oh, you could. Sure. Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. It was a great place. So Nick was a pretty cool guy too.
Did you ever get his burger and fries there as well?
Oh, I can't remember. It's been so long.
That sounds like a nice shop.
It was a wonderful shop, yeah. Between that and Bookland, I was pretty well covered for new comics.
Cool.
And then we had a place called Centerville, which specialized in secondhand stuff, right? So they had all the used comics. If I couldn't find new ones, I could get like back issues, for like 10 cents or whatever used.
Yeah.
And they weren't always in perfect condition, but generally they were pretty good, right? And I got a lot of older stuff that way. So yeah, and they had record albums too, like vinyl. I could buy like vinyl albums for like a couple of bucks. So it was pretty nice. Yeah, that was a good thing back in the 60s and 70s.
So tell me,
that's all gone now.
So tell me, how much were comics back then? A quarter, or were they 10 cents still, like they were back in the 40s and 30s?
Well, in the 60s, I started. Yeah. I got my first comic was a Mickey Mouse comic back in '62, I think it was, when I was like 4 years old. I paid 12 cents for that one.
Yeah, I remember 15 cents, and then the bigger issues were 25.
Yeah.
And then there was DC put out 100-page comic, and that was 50 cents.
50 cents, yeah. I had those too, Stone Rocket.
Yeah.
Boy, those are the days though. Like buying a comic book for like 15 cents.
Oh, you got it.
Now it's like $15, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was we were lucky to grow up in a golden age, basically. I feel sorry for kids today. I really do. They got nothing. But really, there's nothing to choose from. It's loads of crap out there.
Loads and loads of crap. So seek out the vintage stuff. They call the stuff that PvP and I grew up with and Pop. They call that the Silver Age of comics. So the 60s, late 50s and 60s is Silver Age, and then everything, the Golden Age is 38 to 50.
Probably late 50s, yeah.
That kind of thing.
Before my time. And then, of course, Bronze Age comics started around, 1972 or something, I think.
I'll be right back, guys. Got to tend to the dogs.
Alrighty. Okay, yeah, it's approximately.
Bronze Age had a lot of great comics, too. Like, it was still good. And then in early 80s, which was around the time I started taking college classes anyway, so I wasn't into collecting much anymore. But I noticed a real drop off around 81, 82 in the quality of a lot of books. It just
Yeah.
started to just nosedive, right? So I lost interest at that point.
And if any of you are still interested on the Thor question, I can give you a answer if you're still interested.
Well, it looks like this Sci-Fi Sith Dan guy put a link in the private chat.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
to it if you want to check out if you want to check it out yourself.
But go right ahead, Sci-Fi Sith Dan. You let us tell let us into your secrets of Norse mythology.
Well, the comic book version of Thor, to condense it, uh, this Thor in the comic is actually the real god Thor in Norse mythology, but he let his battle-hungry attitude lead him into breaking a treaty between Asgard and the Frost Giants, and his father, Odin, banished him to Earth as a lesson in humility in the form of Dr. Donald.
Yeah, he's a blonde-haired guy, right?
Yeah, and as a human, he had to limp and work as a um, physician. And when he was compelled by Odin to go to Norway, he came upon extraterrestrials and was forced to flee into a cave. And he found a cane, and he used it to escape. And then he struck it against a rock, and it became Mjolnir, the Thunder Hammer.
Yeah.
And then it restored his memories and returned to his former glory as the mighty god Thor.
Okay,
And that's how Thor was born in the comics.
Yeah. Okay.
So basically,
comic book Thor. Yeah.
So basically, you and Pops were correct. It was a middle ground between what you and Pops said on his origin.
Yeah, I just remember a young guy with a old walking stick kind of thing, and then he can turn into Thor, but he's actually Thor, banished to Earth in this. You said he's a doctor, or is he a college professor?
He's a physician.
He's a physician. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking he was like an archaeologist or a professor, but he's actually Thor in human form, but as a doctor.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I never did get into the Thor comics. Some a little bit of Daredevil, and like I said, Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Fantastic Four as far as Marvel titles.
Yeah, I never got into Thor either. I was like big on Batman and Superman primarily.
Yeah, DC. Then, DC for me was Superman, Batman.
Yeah, and then I had Spider-Man and that kind of stuff too. But
yeah,
I was kind of specialized. Actually, my favorite comic company was Gold Key, because I used to collect those, and they had a lot of great titles, but they often get overlooked and forgotten these days. But they actually had a lot. I mean, they're kind of known for their funny animal comics like Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck and stuff, right? But they had a lot of like superhero comics and really cool original titles as well. Like they'd have like Dr. Solar, Man of the Atom, which was a superhero, of course. Oh gosh, what other ones? They had Dagger the Invincible, which was like a Conan ripoff, but it was really quite well done. And my favorite was Magnus the Robot Fighter. It was like 4000 AD, and he had been raised by a robot to fight robots, because the robots had, by that point in 4000 AD, had taken over the world, and they were like trying to make humanity subservient to them. It was kind of an AI kind of warning, like back in the 60s. It was a pretty awesome comic, actually. And so A1, which was the robot's name, actually cared about humanity, and he raised Magnus from a small child and trained him to be able to smash robots with his bare hands, like just break steel with his karate chops. And boy, it was a great comic book, I'll tell you. Russ Manning, great art, great stories, really good stuff. Actually, I should put a link in the private chat.
And PvP and everybody, how about Harvey Thriller Comics, the Jigsaw Man?
I have not seen that one, I must say.
I haven't heard of that one.
Yeah, I have a near mint copy of this. It was a comic that was given to me by a friend in my neighborhood, and it has the main story is so. It's the science fiction story, and the second story in the back that I really enjoyed.
Cool.
It's called "The Boys from Up There."
Up
Yeah,
Wow.
it's about people from the planet Venus.
Oh,
It's
okay.
it's a short little comic story.
Cool.
And it's kind of like a Twilight Zone.
Oh, wow.
How many issues was this? Was this a single
Anthology.
issue, or did it have
This
multiple issues?
was there's only 2 issues of Jigsaw Man. A third was planned but never came to fruition. It didn't sell that well. But I have Jigsaw Man #1, so how's that for an unusual comic?
You never know.
Well,
It might be worth something actually if it's
Yeah,
rare.
well, if there are fans out there, you could have a collector's item and people will pay a pretty penny and you can sell it for your
Yeah,
retirement
you never
funds.
know.
Yeah, you never know.
Never know.
But,
Nimzabid in the chat says, "Hail Jim, OG, Cam," and Jim says 5,000 plus party tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern. Congratulations, Jim. Hi, Nimzabid, says Jim, and Sci-Fi, sit down. Would you like to read this?
Sure, I said hello there to Jim's Landscape, and congrats on reaching over 5K in subscribers.
Yeah, good for him. Jim says thanks.
Wow.
And night, everyone. Take care. Oh, I guess he's gone.
Oh
Good
dear.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, 5,000 subscribers. That's out of this world. Wow.
Well, compared to you, Stone Racket, of course it is. Well,
I don't have a channel.
yeah, well, and the reason why I know about some of those comic book histories because I watched a documentary or two on YouTube, and it goes through the history of comics, and I watched it, and that's why I know about Thor's origins a little bit. They've gone through the origin of Thor a little bit. Since this documentary probably was mainly towards the mainstream comic book heroes that were during the MCU movie era or the DC movie era, to try to focus on those characters probably more. What the documentaries were probably for.
Okay.
Well,
something you guys haven't brought up. But what about stuff like Tales from the Crypt? It's Midnight, The Witching Hour, and some of those. Those are the ones I used to buy as well. I used to love those old William Gaines comics.
Yeah, I never collected those.
Yeah, those were gone before I was. I mean,
Yeah.
they were pretty well fading out by the time I was born. I think.
Oh yeah, they were fading out because of the parents complaining. But I
Yeah,
went
that's
down to
it's because of those.
them.
It's because of those comics that the comics code was put in place.
Well, wasn't
I
it
know, which didn't
Wortham or
deserve
whatever
it.
his name was? Seduction of the Innocent was his book, and he demonized comic books in that book.
He was a dumbass. He
Yeah.
didn't even know what he was talking about.
Yeah, it was a whole nexus of stuff going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Seduction of the Innocent, where he talked about how Batman and Robin were homosexuals and all that crap.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
you know.
the guy was an idiot.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they listened to him, right?
Well, it's like
Unfortunately.
I said on a previous stream. You know, it was like, you know, they went after radio programs, and then when comic books came around, they went after comic books, and then TV, they went after TV.
Of course.
It was too violent, and that's what killed Wild Wild West.
Yeah,
That
exactly.
you know, it's like, oh, it's like it's a cartoon, it's fantasy.
Well, yeah,
it's
like a Western
Right.
sci-fi.
It's
right?
just it's to me it's like that's one show you shouldn't have canceled. There's some of the other shows, like some of the crime shows, those are more disturbing as far as violence because it's done in a non-fantasy context. It's a crime drama.
Right.
Yeah.
And some of the westerns, it's fictional, but it's still set in the American West. So I would say the ones that were like Gunsmoke, Riflemen, that kind of thing. To me, their violence was more serious than anything on Wild Wild West, which is more science fiction / fantasy. than it is a Western. So,
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. That's exactly it. Like,
you
I could
know,
never understand in the late '60s what with the whole anti-violence
it
thing.
was it was like Seduction of the Innocent, except it was a decade later, and
Yeah,
Congress got all
yeah,
up in arms about violence on television,
yeah.
and
Well,
and
it's like,
it was like I grew up with the original Superman series,
Mhm.
and I, you know,
I
there's
used to
some
watch
things.
those.
Yeah, I mean, some of those shows were definitely not suitable for someone that was 5 years old like I was.
Yeah,
And
but I still watched them.
but I still watched them, and I turned out okay, right, guys? No.
Well, I don't know.
Hey, do you really
Yeah.
want me to answer that?
Well,
Let
you've
me
been
think about that for a minute, Gorilla.
you've been you've been
No.
quiet. You've been quiet for a long time now,
Hi,
Gorilla. We're
Gorilla.
waiting for you to say something.
Hey, Gorilla,
Hey,
Well,
do you
I
have
don't
that
know nothing about comics, so.
do
okay.
you have that elephant video that you were telling us about
Yeah,
earlier?
did your circus adventure turn out to be fun?
Alrighty. Yeah, it was a lot of fun, but a lot of people here. Uh,
Sounds like a tiring day.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, I just get when I'm in crowds of people, it just wears you down. It's like too much stimulant.
Ah,
And I saw you went to that Mongolian restaurant, which looks delicious. I love Mongolian beef.
Oh, that sounds good right now.
I know it. Wish I had it right now. It would be delicious. Freshly cooked right in front of you. Hell yeah.
hmm. Oh, here we
All
go.
right. Let's see.
Oh man.
All right. Yeah,
Wow,
that
look
one.
at
Where'd the
Yeah,
elephants go?
well, that one gal that pretty much the whole time she was just sitting up there shaking her tits, so I was happy.
Yeah.
The mouth
Yeah,
of water.
it looked
Oh,
like
we gotta have something for the adults.
yeah, it
You always gotta love this place whenever we get a chance to come here.
yeah.
There you go. Man, that looks
Always gotta love.
delicious.
Oh
That
yeah.
looks good. Very good.
Hey Pop, you were at
Oh, this ball here, they had 5 bikes going around in zigzags.
Oh yeah, those are
Oh,
very
cool.
cool.
Wow,
5 motorcycles in there inside that thing.
scary.
Yeah,
I bet your kids had a blast.
I never saw
look, all the
5.
kids and
I think the
grandmas.
most I saw was 3
Pretty cool.
in one of those.
all right, we got our
Yeah.
monster,
See, this is the kind of road I like right here.
Yeah.
we got our snacks, and 80 miles of empty road.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
go.
straight and it's empty. That sounds
Yeah.
like a good road to me.
That's right.
Yeah, until I got into the traffic there, I literally spent 17 minutes at a stop sign
You're kidding.
in
Wow.
Sioux
Oh
Falls.
no.
I hit 41st Street at noon, and the one road I usually take out of there was under construction, and I was gonna go over to Louise Avenue and take the stoplight,
Uh-huh.
but I was and some dumbass got decided to kiss a light pole,
Uh-oh.
so
Oh,
that whole intersection was cut off there. So instead of taking a right and just taking 41st over the 229, the 229 up to 90, I took the left turn there, waited for traffic to cross on both ways to go to 29 and take 29 to 90 because I was closer. I didn't have to go further south. there when I needed to go north. No, that's where I fucked up. So I decided it's my turn to drive like an asshole. So I waited for one side to clear. I shot into the center lane, turn lane, stopped, then I slowed down and waited for the traffic to clear, then merged into the into the lanes there.
Yeah, it sucks
Well,
when you
I'm
got
glad you
road
made it home
construction.
okay.
I have the same thing. I got the main intersection 3 blocks away that is a major intersection, and they closed it down yesterday, and they've torn. I just went over to the supermarket right next to it and got milk earlier today. The whole thing is dug up, huge mountains of sand and gravel everywhere. They've ripped the whole bloody road out on that intersection. They've got like 3 earth moving machines there. It was just nuts what I saw today. And of course, then the detour's got to come through a street a block away from me. And there's like, car after car after car on our little quiet street. When I went out today, just, plowing through, and it was like, what a pain in the butt. I hate road construction. And there's been a lot of it around my area lately.
Now,
I know you're paying, Gorilla.
PvP, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Do you bitch when they don't fix the roads?
I don't like it when they don't fix the roads, but the trouble is, this
Okay,
road,
so
no, but this road was perfect. There was nothing wrong with it. Just like all the other streets around here they've been tearing up lately. The roads are perfectly fine. And actually, once they finished paving one, it was actually in worse shape than before they started. So
yeah,
it's
the
like, go
road
figure.
base is fine, but what about the infrastructure under the road?
Oh, I don't mind that if that's got to be done. Like they did that, and then they paved it. And it took about 2 weeks to get it paved over, but after that, it was fine. But there's some crazy. I think it's some government grant thing where they get money if they do a certain amount of construction in a certain window of time. So whether the roads need it or not, they seem to like every year they seem to tear some up just to, I think they're getting the infrastructure money. I don't know. It's crazy though, because a lot of the roads were in better shape before they started working on them. So I don't know.
Well, that's a
It's
pain
real
in the
pain
neck.
though. Oh, it is. Yeah, exactly, Pop. It really is.
Hey, Pop, I have
Yep.
a Gilligan's Island question for you.
I'll do my
the
best.
I was looking for the 3 reunion TV movies, and
I gotcha.
I got the second one, the Castaways on Gilligan's Island. There's a YouTube channel that has it, but it's only 65 minutes in length, and he claims that's the full length, when the other 2 are like 94 minutes. So
90 minutes. Yeah.
yeah. So I was wondering, do you have or
I
maybe
got it.
Gorilla has a link to, because I have a link to the it's a it's a Russian site, I think, for the Harlem Globetrotters, but it's at least it's the full movie, 94 minutes or whatever. And then they do have the Rescue from Gilligan's Island on YouTube, and that's the full 90 minutes. But
Right. The Castaways should be a 90-minute movie. So, yeah, that's
yeah,
definitely not.
so that guy is a
justifying
liar,
the
liar,
full one.
pants on fire, because
Report
his
it.
is only
Yeah,
65.
Report it. Report it as a false thing.
But
You can report
Unless you
something like
cut out
that.
all the filler. Unless you cut out all the filler.
yeah, I don't know.
And Gorilla, I got a copyright warning on the last Gilligan's Island broadcast.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Jeez, not again. Was it that crazy little TV channel that filed it? Like they
Yes,
used
it
to do?
was, and it was about the pirate. It was about when Gilligan had the dream of being on the pirate boat, and the part that they flagged was slides. It wasn't even a video.
Oh boy.
Assholes.
Jeez.
And
And you had
and
your
it's
overlay on too, probably, didn't you, to try
yeah.
and
Yes,
fight
I
that?
did. Yep.
Gosh. Wow.
So now where's this TV station again? You said like Louisiana, or is it?
Yes, Louisiana. Yeah.
That just doesn't make a damn bit of sense.
No, because there's no way they own the rights to Gilligan's Island, and the problem is that when I keep asking YouTube, I message them several times and saying, look, you guys need to check, but the people that are flagging don't even actually own it. and YouTube will not check on that. They just automatically, if somebody claims they own it, they just take their word for it.
Yeah, well, this has
Which
happened from the same station several times. That's harassment. I
correct?
would get them on harassment because they're making false claims because they don't own the
They are.
copyright at all.
They don't. No,
And
they don't.
and as far as the copyright, it's Turner that has the copyright, at least from what I see,
Turner or CBS, one of the two,
or
right?
CBS, yeah. And so it's like, and they're not striking your channel. It's some rinky-dink channel in Louisiana.
Yeah, it's pretty
Right,
weird, really.
Yeah, yeah,
right.
I
And like
know.
I said, and it was just slides where we're talking over the slides.
Yeah, and you get a hold of Valiant Renegade. He's down in Louisiana. Maybe he can do something.
Huh.
Well,
But
what
Good,
gets
Nick.
me, there's some channels, there's reaction channels that play music, right? And they'll play the entire songs all the way through, every minute of the song, every second of the song. And they've been on, some of these channels have been on for years, right? Because I kind of monitor them because there are a few that I kind of enjoy their commentaries on some of the music, but they go on and on year after year, and they don't seem to get struck down. So it's
yeah, it
just like
doesn't make sense.
weird, right?
It doesn't
Yeah,
make sense at all.
exactly,
That's
exactly.
why I haven't been able to get my channel monetized. I give up on that.
Yeah, that seems very strange that they
I
won't
should have been
monetize it.
monetized around the same time Jill got monetized.
You'd think so, yeah, yeah. It's not fair, not fair.
Gorilla, tell me, have you ever seen Troll 2?
What?
Have you ever seen the movie Troll 2?
Troll 2?
Yeah, have you ever seen the movie?
That might have been one that we put on for the kids, and we went and had some alone time for.
Well, it is a good suggestion for your cringe stock, Gorilla.
If it's a kids movie, I don't want to do
It's not.
Troll 2.
Yeah, it's a 1990 movie.
Right. It's one of those where it's so bad that it might be worth checking out. Might be funny. It's along the same veins as like Leprechaun, Gorilla.
Okay. You're putting me to work here, Stone Racket.
What did he do?
Well, Dan's the one that asked.
For the Harlem Globetrotters?
Oh,
Oh,
no,
no.
that's different.
Yeah, he put me to work here because
I got to get my server up running. I have a server that has terabytes and terabytes of stuff, and that definitely has everything Gilligan's Island on. I've got to get that thing running.
Well, if you want to know what I'm talking about, Gorilla, there's a wiki page link to what I'm talking about the movie.
Troll 2.
In the private chat.
Yeah, this thing's on 0 streaming things. It's not on Soap Today, M4UHD, Look Movie, Up Movie.
Now, which one are you talking about now? Harlem Globetrotters?
The Harlem Globetrotters. The Harlem Globetrotters.
Oh, it's hard. That's a shame. It's hard to find.
Yeah, I'm back now. It wasn't the Harlem Globetrotters. It was Castaways on Gilligan's Island, the second movie from 1979. The one that's on YouTube is 65 minutes, and Pop said it's 90 minutes. And I found the Harlem Globetrotters.
Wait. I found them both. Rescue from Gilligan's Island and the Harlem Globetrotters.
No, I need Castaways on Gilligan's Island, the second movie from 1979. I have the other two.
Okay.
Thank you, Gorilla.
Thank you.
Thank you for your diligence.
If Gorilla can't find a movie, nobody can. That's my theory.
There was also another TV movie which was really good. and that is Surviving Gilligan's Island.
Yeah, that one I have yet to watch. That's the one that was kind of produced, I think, by Dawn Wells,
Don
or at least
Wells, Don
she had
Wells,
she had a
yes.
lot to do with it. Yeah, I watched. I just kind of jumped around, and it's like she they have somebody playing her, and then she interjects with her real self, and I just kind of that
Right.
I that
It's
kind of threw
it's
me off. So I'm gonna have to start it over again and give it another shot.
it's hosted. It's okay. I can't remember. I think it's her
And
and
Russell
I think
Johnson.
Gilligan and maybe Gilligan too. They
Okay.
hosted, but it's kind of like a behind the scenes of Gilligan's
Yeah.
Island, and it's worth noting. It's a good movie.
Yeah, I'll have it get.
It's
I'll
not a
give it
Gilligan.
another shot.
Yeah, it's not a Gilligan's Island movie per se,
Yeah,
but it's
it's a
more a behind the scenes, like kind of like a
yeah.
documentary.
Well, anything hosted by Dawn Wells has to be good.
Yes.
But yeah, I've watched. Let's see, I've watched the first 3 episodes from season 1. Then I've jumped around to some of my the ones I remember, and I
Did
had
you
to
see
do a.
my first?
Yeah, I
Go
watched
ahead.
your first 2 live streams, and you covered the 5 came back,
Yes, back from eternity.
and the remake, and I actually watched. I was able to find one of those, and I watched that whole movie. But I thought that was fascinating.
It is, isn't it?
That's more of a, it's not a boat, but it's a plane, but it's a more of an inspiration. And it's funny because in his book, Inside Gilligan's Island,
Uh-huh.
Sherwood Schwartz says, well, people say, were you inspired by Robinson Crusoe or Swiss Family Robinson? He goes, well, I can't really credit, Daniel Defoe. And he says, Robert Louis Stevenson. It's like, no, Robert Louis Stevenson didn't write Swiss Family
Uh-huh.
Robinson. That was
Correct.
Weiss. Johann Weiss, a Swiss writer, wrote that. And I'm like, that was the first gaffe I saw in the book. But other than that, the Sherwood Schwartz book, Inside Gilligan's Island, is really entertaining read so far.
Absolutely. Yes, I
And
recommend it to everybody.
yeah, he's funny. I mean, some of that stuff may be, apocryphal, but
And
so
self-embellishing.
yeah, but so what? He's funny. He's very entertaining when he
Hmm.
retells things. And the basic facts I'm going to take to the bank because it's coming directly from the producer creator. Another book I got, I forgot to mention, is the unofficial Gilligan's Island handbook. Are you familiar with that book?
No, that I've not. I don't have.
Yeah, that one came out in 2000. Let's see. No, it came out in 1988, so it came out before
Oh,
Schwartz's book, and that one has a lot of factoids in it. I was just kind of thumbing through it. I just got it today, but
nice. No,
that looks like it's a fun book. I got it used. Both of the books I got were used, but they were from
right.
100% sellers, and
Fair enough.
they're pretty good condition. But I'll be plowing through the Sherwood Schwartz book for sure because that's been really entertaining.
All right.
Yeah, it's a good book.
So whose cat is meowing in the background?
That's my cat Harpo. He wants to jump in my lap, and
Hello. He wants attention.
yeah, he's let me know he wants me to sit down because I was standing up here, and now he's quiet. Oh, there he goes.
For a minute.
It's okay, Harpo.
Usually it's my dog. My dog do the same thing. Romeo is
Yeah.
always wanting up to my lap.
Yeah, he's just kind of sitting here now. Oh, there he goes. All right, he's in my lap now.
Phantom Boomer's in the house. Says, "Hey, guys.
Oh,
Hello, Phantom Boomer. So good to see you there.
the
Hope you're doing
Phantom
well,
Boomer
sir."
explores. I'm glad he's still exploring.
Yep. Nemesis Beans is Hail Boomer. Phantom Boomer is Nemesis. Very cool. Good to see you guys. Yeah, but I was glad. I'm happy that Sherwood Schwartz was able to write that book. I don't know if he ever did any tell-all books, or I don't know if you can consider it a tell-all book. But of course, he went straight from Gilligan's Island on the Brady Bunch, and I don't know if he wrote any books on them or not. He may have.
Yeah, he was I didn't know he was involved with My Favorite Martian.
Yep,
But,
the man was a billionaire when you think about it.
yeah.
And that was a good
Very
show.
good.
My Favorite Martian was a good show.
Did you enjoy it?
Yep.
Dan, did you Sci-Fi Sit Dan? Did you?
On the episodes I've skimmed through it, yeah,
Uh-huh.
it
Yeah,
it is a pretty good show.
I enjoyed it as a child. They actually syndicated that for a while in my area when I was still in grade school, and it was fun revisiting it.
And it's also
'Cause
on YouTube. It's also on YouTube if you know where to
Oh,
look for
okay.
it.
Yeah, yeah. That was a fun show. I didn't watch it regularly, but once in a while, my dad. I think it was on. Wasn't it on the weekends? I can't remember. I remember watching it occasionally. It wasn't a regular thing for some reason. Until it was syndicated, I was able to watch it and catch up on all the episodes I missed. But it was a fun show, and my one of my friends in the neighborhood, he had a 45 record of the theme song, but with lyrics.
Hey,
And
wait, how long are you looking for? How long's the movie?
90 minutes. Should be around 90 minutes.
Because I got one that's an hour and I got a source here that's an hour and 11 minutes.
That's
that's
better than
interesting.
what he found before.
Yeah, the one I found on YouTube was an hour and 5 minutes, and he's claiming that it's the full version. And he's like, "Well, the Internet Movie Database and such, that's wrong." And it's like, well,
Right.
it's like,
That's that's the best I can find right there for you.
oh, okay. Thank you very much.
That's too bad they're so hard to find.
Yeah, and the thing is, why isn't the series on Blu-ray? It's like it's just on DVD, and I'm like, well, where's the complete Blu-ray? And they can have all three movies too.
Yeah, I know it.
They do have a Blu-ray of the rescue from Gilligan's Island, but there's a lot of controversy because there's some parts missing. I checked it out on Blu-ray.com. They have a discussion forum. They say that the DVD has some parts that the Blu-ray doesn't, and vice versa. And
For shame.
it's like, what? So.
Yeah, and just to clarify, you old timers, the reason why I know some of these old TV shows like I Dream of Janie, My Favorite Martian, or Bewitched is that we used to have an antenna in my area, so a few of the few antenna channels that had old TV shows on, I watched those old TV shows, and they were usually I Dream of Janie or Bewitched.
Well, I'm glad you were exposed to them.
Yeah, those were fun shows. I always gravitated towards science fiction fantasy shows, and they had a ton of them in the 60s.
Yeah, so the saying is, I may be young, but I am well versed in old TV shows, depending on which ones you're talking about.
Yeah, when I
Glad
was still working, some of the younger folks, I would go, well, don't you know this show? And they go, no, I'm not as old as you are. And I go, well, didn't you watch Nick at Night? They showed that they reran all these, and they kind of go, well, yeah. So it's like, they aren't that young, but they were old enough to watch all that stuff rerun on Nick at Night in the 80s.
Exactly.
You know, but yeah, I always go back to the shows I grew up with.
Yeah, and those old TV shows were actually very heartwarming too when they came to their stories too.
Oh yeah, I mean they were there to they were yeah, they were there to entertain, and also they were, you know, moral. You know,
they were
uh,
moral and they were
and
escapism. They took you away from
or
reality.
escapism, yeah, and then they
Yeah.
had aspirational characters. You know,
Yeah, it was like escapism, but it also had comments about life lessons, so to speak, that were actually worth listening to and viewing. So yeah, I think the writing back then was much higher in quality. Like going back even to the 50s, like I don't know if you guys have watched the old 50s westerns. Like I've watched some of that stuff, and boy, there's some really good 50s westerns out there. Like my favorite is probably The Rifleman. I
Oh,
think that's a
I
great
have a
show.
few episodes.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of the series. Like Have on Gun Will Travel. That's another one that's really well written.
Yeah,
Uh,
or another one called Gunsmoke, or was that a '60s TV show as well? Was that '50s or '60s
I think
Gunsmoke?
Gunsmoke started. I think
Gunsmoke started in
early.
1955, and it
Yeah,
went off the air in 75.
it's 20 years.
Wow.
Yeah, 20
Yeah,
years. One of the longest running TV shows in history,
and
actually.
and like
Yes.
I know Pop knows this, but Gunsmoke uh, was the reason why Gilligan's Island didn't get a fourth season, because
Yes.
depending on the source, there's one source I ran to that said Mrs. William Paley insisted that that show be put back on, and another source
Yes.
said it was William Paley, but whatever, it came from one of the Paleys, the head of
It was
CBS,
Mrs.
and yeah, and it was like, you know, William Paley, the head of the CBS, was on vacation, and his cronies canceled the show, which was stupid to do that without his permission, and I guess the ratings warranted a cancellation, but after its 14th season, and but they put it back on, but they needed an hour programming to be for that show to be put back on the schedule. They needed
Right.
to get rid of an hour, and one source said it was Gilligan's Island and Run Buddy Run, but Run Buddy Run was only 17 episodes, so that was already canceled. So I'm not sure where the other half hour came from, but Gilligan's Island, they all left production in March, knowing that they were coming back for a fourth season, and then by May, they were told, "Oh no, it's canceled." So
Yeah, I think that's what killed Man from Uncle halfway through its fourth season too, if I remember correctly, because they anticipated going for the full season, and then halfway through, when Gunsmoke got renewed, because it was up against Gunsmoke, I think, at the time, and that basically killed the show, and they canceled Uncle. So yeah, Gunsmoke has some ramifications for us TV fans for sure.
I
Yeah. The
I
big.
don't understand what you meant, but because Gunsmoke was on CBS and Man from Uncle was on NBC.
Yeah, but they
So
were running against each other.
well, I don't know if that's true. I
I
thought
think they were. That's what I've heard over and over again over the years. That
because Man from Uncle was on wasn't that on Saturdays?
they moved it around, like a lot of shows get moved around. I mean, go ahead and double check it if you want, but that's always what I've heard. Was that it was still already struggling, and then when they decided to keep Gunsmoke on, that was the nail in the coffin, so to speak. So.
Pop, I'm going to show you guys some of the old timers that used to TV shows. The reason why I know a few of these older TV shows too is that we used to go to a store, and when we bought a few obscure DVDs of old TV shows, like there's one here called let's see here, Jim Belushi right here. If you ever heard of that one, right there, and of course there's another one called there's maybe a '60s TV show. It's called Bonanza. You probably heard of that one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Now what
And
you said Jim Belushi. What that's not right.
What? Yeah,
You
Jim
said
Belushi. I'm like, what?
it's Jim Bowie
Jim Bowie.
or Bowie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That one I'd heard of, but I haven't seen.
Yeah, and then there's these ones in the 1940s right here.
Yep, Lone Ranger. Yep, that's a classic.
Lone
Yeah,
Ranger. Yep.
Used to
And then,
run.
William Tell
Used to.
Overture.
Oh yeah, I used to watch that all the time.
yeah, and then of course the Beverly Hillbillies.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. I
I
love them.
I preferred Green Acres over Hillbillies.
Yeah.
As far as the rural comedies, but we watched
Yeah,
that.
Green Acres.
Yeah,
Yeah, the trilogy. Green Acres, uh, Beverly Hillbillies,
and Petticoat Junction.
and Petticoat Junction.
Yeah,
Green Acres was also my favorite too.
yeah, we watched all
And
three of those.
Yep, Ben
Yeah,
and
Run
Boomer
Buddy Run
says,
starred
"Buddy,
Jack
run."
Sheldon, jazz trumpet player, played under Doc on the Carson Show. Oh, interesting.
Thank you, Ben and Boomer.
Yeah, basically it's a comedy where a guy overhears mobsters in a sauna discussing, murders and whatnot, and they thought they were there by themselves, but they discover that he's in there too, and it's a constant chase. So it's kind of a satire on the fugitive in a way, uh, where he's constantly being chased by the mob. And Sheldon Leonard, I think was it was not Sheldon Leonard. It was another guy that produced and created it.
Yeah.
Love Green Acres, says Ben and Boomer.
Yeah,
I hear you,
yeah,
brother.
yeah. That one was more clever than the other two, and it had things. I think I've talked about this before, where they'll have Ava Gabor talking in Hungarian, and it'll have subtitles, and then when she goes back to English, she goes, "Okay, darling, we don't need the subtitles anymore." It's
Yes,
just
exactly.
it's just things that break the fourth wall and then make you
Yes,
realize
break
you're
the fourth wall.
actually watching a TV production. Like there'll be a flashback, and then it'll end where like Ed is talking about some kind of fantasy where he's dancing with some woman. Then it comes back to reality, but he's dancing with Mr. Douglas, and Mr. Douglas is like, "What the heck are you
Yes.
doing?"
Right.
And then
Yeah.
Arnold Ziffel, the pig. That was just comedy gold. And the one where he has a paper route, and he takes his paper out money to the bank, and of course that's when the bank gets robbed.
Yes.
And so Arnold gets all worked up over that, and he has to hunt down the robbers.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to let you old folks know that I do know some of these old TV shows.
Yeah,
that you guys
those are a
know
lot of fun. A lot of fun. Then
Yeah.
you mentioned Have Gun Will Travel. That's a really cool Western. That is. And Gene Roddenberry wrote for that quite a bit, and he later claimed that he was the head writer on.
No, he wasn't.
Right.
Why not?
Like I said, Gene Roddenberry claimed in later years that he was the head writer, and of course the producer said no, he was the one freelance writer that we went to more than any of the others. So as a freelance writer, he wrote the most scripts, but he was not the head writer.
Well, Gene Roddenberry sure was a
Right.
glory hog from the way you guys say.
Yeah, he was.
For a lot of things.
For a lot of things, he was just. He never gave credit to anybody else, and that's what really irks me. And I know there's some that just they worship at the feet of the great bird of the galaxy, but he was an SOB.
Yeah, he burned a lot of bridges by stealing ideas.
Oh, you bet. Yeah, he stole ideas and took credit for other people's work.
Even
And
Star Trek.
the thing that with Star Trek, yeah, but he claimed that he says, well, he compared himself to Rod Serling. And Rod Serling wrote, of the 156 episodes of Twilight Zone, Rod Serling wrote 92. So
Incredible.
and Roddenberry, out of the 79 episodes, he's credited with 8, and that was some of that is just for story idea. So
And
Well,
it's
he
was
like,
always had
Ro-
to.
you
He
know,
always would go in and alter it just so he would get his name on it, so he would get money. So even
yeah,
when a story didn't need his input, he would still go in and do it anyway.
yeah, and the whole thing with him, with TNG, he had David Gerald write the series Bible, and then he ended up stealing that whole thing and claiming it for himself.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
because of his slick lawyer and things that were done where he took advantage of David Gerald. David Gerald couldn't do a darn thing legally.
Look what he did. Look what he did to Alexander Courage with the TOS theme.
Oh, that's just sick and wrong what he did. He wrote stupid
Yeah.
lyrics and
Yeah.
then claimed, yeah, well, I'm gonna get half the royalties too. It's like bastard.
yeah,
And
and that's
but something happened to Roddenberry during Star Trek, because the Roddenberry that wrote those really cool teleplays for like Have Gun Will Travel and the earlier series, something happened because he lost his muse during Star Trek, because he got the Menagerie or the Cage. He wrote that. At least we think he wrote it, but his next big script was the Omega Glory, which is a piece of crap in my book.
Oh, I hate that episode. That
and
episode is
and
ridiculous.
of course, I used to collect Viewmasters when I was a kid. Uh,
Yeah.
Sci-Fi Sith Dan, do you know about Viewmasters?
sadly, no.
Yeah,
You meant to do a quick description of them. You might
yeah.
know what you're talking about.
Basically, what they were little 3D viewers, and they were the stereoscopic pictures were on a disc, and there was a certain number per disc, and it was usually for each Viewmaster set. It's usually consisted of a maximum of 3 discs, and they would have, of course, a lot of nature uh, stuff with the national parks, but they also did TV shows. And the one for Star Trek, of course, Roddenberry, it's like, oh, you're doing that? Okay. I have to have total okay and control. And of course, which one did they do? The Omega Glory. So your
Oh
Viewmaster for
God.
Star Trek is that piece of crap Omega Glory.
Yeah, that makes a lot of
By
sense,
the,
doesn't it?
yeah. By the way, Stone Racket, that movie you recommended, The Night of the Outlaw, was the Day of the Outlaw, whatever.
Oh, Day of the Outlaw. Yeah.
Day of the Outlaw. The music was Alexander Courage.
Oh, I forgot that. Oh, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
It's a
like
good
that.
movie. I enjoyed it.
I like that Western. It's one of those Westerns that is a winter setting Western.
Oh yeah, you could tell it was cold.
I felt sorry for Tina Louise, because once the thugs get in town and they kind of take
Her
advantage of
character
the
pretty much.
women.
Yeah, her
Yeah, it's
character
like,
pretty
oh
much
dear.
moves to the back. She's like at the beginning of the movie. She's like, okay, yeah, I could see where she, starring in, but then she
Hmm.
was pretty much sidelined to the back
Yeah,
as the movie progressed. They hardly ever showed her.
yeah, but Robert Ryan's character is kind of like John Wayne's character in The Searchers, where you need that kind of a person to solve this particular problem when you're dealing with an issue like that.
Or Gary Cooper in High Noon.
Or Gary Cooper. Yeah, Gary Cooper. Yeah, that's an interesting Western, because that really teed off not only John Wayne but Howard Hawks, and that's why he did Rio Bravo.
I think Heinen's a great
Yeah.
movie. I
Oh,
love
it's a
that
great movie, but it's an allegory for the communism McCarthy stuff. And once again, I must mention, if anyone in the mainstream media or Hollywood makes a connection of McCarthy and Hollywood, they are lying. McCarthy had nothing to do with Hollywood. That was the House on Un-American Activities Committee, which started in 47 and was led by a Democrat. And they're the ones that did the blacklist and the Hollywood witch hunt stuff. And I highly recommend Razor Fists video. Hollywood was always red. If you want a nice, clear-cut education on
Yeah.
what went down.
It's not like there weren't actually communists in
Right.
Hollywood, right?
Exactly. They were there. They were there.
Oh yeah.
And Walt Disney fought them, and all that crap you hear about Walt Disney being anti-Semitic is smear jobs done by those communists in Hollywood.
Oh, there's so many lies out there, eh?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Um,
I just wanted to quickly mention I looked up the TV guide for the 67-68 season Stone Rocket.
Oh, cool. What you
And
got?
I think probably the reason Uncle did die was I'm just looking here. Give me a quick look. Okay, I got the tab open. Uncle in its final fourth season was airing Monday nights.
Oh, Monday
from 8 to 9 p.m. When
Okay.
it got canceled in January, I believe it was, halfway through the season. And on CBS, opposing it from 7:30 to 8:30 was Gunsmoke.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
So Gunsmoke was running against a half an hour of Uncle.
So at the what was being shown at 9 o'clock on NBC on
9
Mondays.
on NBC was the Danny Thomas hour.
That's interesting because Laugh-In was the big thing on Monday nights.
Wasn't
and
it
that's
Fridays?
No, Laugh-In was on Mondays.
We got it Fridays here, I think.
No, this is. Are you talking about Canada or are you talking about the States?
Well, I'm just looking at the TV guide, which I assume is the American one on.
Yeah, because Laugh-In was on Mondays,
Okay.
and that's what prevented Gene Roddenberry from getting his El Primo time slot on a Monday at 8 o'clock. Was because they had Laugh-In, but that would be the 68-69 season. Laugh-In would be
this is 67-68 because
67-68.
Uncle was canceled early in 68.
Yeah, it only had 16 episodes in the fourth year, so
something like that. Yeah, 15,
that's too
16,
bad.
Something around.
And
there.
then
it was just getting good again when they canceled it, right? But it was
also
Gunsmoke for half an hour, so that definitely did not help its ratings.
Well, the thing is, another factor, because Wild Wild West was canceled in the same time, it may have been the TV violence thing that canceled.
I think more violence, for that.
Yeah,
show.
for Uncle as well.
Well, yeah, that's another nail in the coffin. Like there was a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to recover from that awful third season too, right? So
yeah,
there were numerous things against them.
It's interesting because the only spy shows that survived were Get Smart and Mission Impossible.
Yeah, because I think I Spy ended like a year after in '69, didn't it?
Yeah, I Spy was only for 4 seasons, so it ended in '69. Then the Avengers also ended in '69.
Yeah, the Avengers actually, they've got it here somewhere, if I can find it. Yeah, Avengers was actually airing on Wednesdays on ABC.
Right.
And it was up against, guess what show on CBS?
Lost in Space.
That's right, from 7:30 to 8:30 on Wednesday nights. I did not ever know that. That's very interesting.
Yeah, there's some, it's really confusing because I asked my oldest brother, because I go, well, there was a time where Batman and Lost in Space were competing, and I'm sitting there going, well, wait a minute, I remember watching Batman and I remember watching Lost in Space. So it's like, what, did we switch channels? Because I don't remember that.
Yeah, it can be confusing. I'm actually really glad I found this. I found this page. It's actually on Wikipedia, but it seems to be the TV Guide Broadcast Networks. It's got all the schedule here and nice little, mapped out, grid.
I used to watch. We used to watch I Spy and Man from U.N.C.L.E., but it was inconsistent. It wasn't something that was every single week. We watched the Avengers more regularly than Man from U.N.C.L.E. or I
Yeah.
Spy. But I do remember
Yeah.
watching both of those shows and enjoying them.
Yeah, well, we had just a one single channel in my area, and it was just the CBC one channel, and they were like they would pick and choose all the hit shows, right?
Yeah.
So we got a whole smorgasbord of different shows on different. That's probably why I remember laughing on Fridays because that's when they decided to air it on my station, right?
So this would
Um,
be you saw all these programs probably after from
oh, yeah,
1970 on, right?
oh yeah, from the '60s. Like I remember when they started the M Appeal episodes. I think it was around '67 or whenever they started airing those in North America.
Well,
And
that started.
I'd run home every Friday
Okay,
at 10 o'clock. I'd be there because they put Fridays at 10 that the Avengers would come on the TV screen, and
and
I
that
would
was in
always
six,
be there.
and Canada showed it at the same time as the States. Is that
Yeah, I
right?
believe so. I believe
Yeah,
so. Yeah.
because for ABC, it was a mid-season replacement, and they started showing the Avengers in March of '66.
Okay.
And
Well, I don't remember when I first saw it, but I think I was
but
around 8 years old, so
yeah, so
it would have been
I'm
around
pretty sure.
66. Probably was 66. Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure Canada got it, if not the same time, then shortly after.
It would have been around the same time, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for all we know, maybe you got it a little earlier.
Well, we were the first
You know?
country to ever get Star Trek, the original series. We got it. I think I was a day before the U.S. aired it.
Yeah,
It would air
yeah,
on
that's right. It would air on
CTV channel.
That's right. I remember
Yeah.
hearing about that because some people.
But I didn't have that channel, of course, so I missed out on the whole run. when
Yeah,
it was
some
on.
trekkers. Yeah, some trekkers were able to get that signal, and
If you were in a big city.
and the American signal, so they
Yeah.
get to see it twice.
Yeah, if you were like in Toronto or Vancouver, you probably got to see it first run. But
Yeah.
being in the little valley interior town, of course, my local channel would only show the huge, gigantic hits mostly, so I never got to see Trek until syndication, right?
Well, we need to go back in time and get you down here in the States. No.
Oh well,
There you go. That'll work.
probably not going to happen.
Oh.
Phantom Boomer says.
Yeah.
Phantom Boomer says I bought a DVD set of Captain Nice. It was much worse than I remembered.
Yeah.
Oh jeez.
Hey, Phantom Boomer, I remember that show, and the other show that was like it was Mr. Terrific.
How about My Mother the Car? That could be a great box set.
There you go.
Roddenberry not fit to shine Serling's shoes, says Phantom Boomer.
I
He
totally
also
agree.
I have a Viewmaster around here somewhere. I remember a lot of Disney stuff on those.
Yeah,
Yes.
Disney stuff. Yeah. Oh, cool.
I
Phantom
carried
Boomer
an
had an ID card.
Yeah, I carried an ID card when I was in high school. Also, oh my God, I was 14 in 1966, says Phantom Boomer.
Phantom Boomer. I was 7 in 1966.
Yeah, I would have been 8.
So
Phantom's
I
got us beat. He's older than us.
yeah,
Wow.
he's got us beat big time.
Well, if it makes you guys feel any better, my parents weren't even born.
Well, that makes me feel so
That
much
makes-
better.
That makes me feel so much better. Thanks for that, Gorilla.
Gorilla, you're a young whippersnapper.
Yeah, I got to get my wheelchair out of the closet now. Thanks for that.
Oh,
Gorilla.
and come to think of it, Sci-Fi Sit-Dan, you're a young whippersnapper too.
Well, I'm younger than Gorilla, so yeah.
Yeah, like
Oh boy.
my little subtitle. I'm an old timer.
Anybody notice my subtitle?
Oh,
The Magnus
Magnus
Robot.
Robot Fighter fan. Yeah, you said
Yeah.
you have
I
some
put a
links.
I
You
put a
put
couple
some
of links
links.
in the private chat. There's one that's got Wikipedia, the whole history of the comic, and then the second one I just picked it because it has a lot of the cool covers
Okay,
from the series, and the covers are pretty awesome.
I'm gonna.
Really great art in that comic, and the
I'm-
stories were very, very good. It's like Russ Manning's art's like cinematic. It's like when I read those comics, it's like watching a movie, right? And the stories are just as good because they're really, all about AI and evil robots and all kinds of cool
You know what?
stories and subplots, right? It's a really cool series.
You know what? PvP. These ring a bell. I think my neighbors, our next door neighbors, had some of those comics
Oh,
because
okay.
they had some unusual comics and that some of those covers, that style of artwork kind of rings a bell.
Yeah, well, I love the robots. Like Russ Manning's
Yeah.
robot designs were incredible. Like some of my favorite robots ever are in that comic because they're very original. And yeah, Gold Key. People think it's like Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse.
No,
And
they
that
had
stuff, right? But
they had
have-
some really cool, like they had Ghost Stories, a comic.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, they had
and
the Twilight Zone comics. They
and the
had,
Twilight Zone
Forrest-
comic,
Forrest
and they also had
Garlock,
Outer Limits.
Ripley's Believe It or Not, all kinds of cool stuff.
They had Outer Limits too.
Yeah, yeah. I imagine they did. Yeah, I don't think I ever got those, but
And they also had Abbott and Harvey Comics. I think was Abbott and Costello.
yeah, Harvey was before.
But
before
Tom and
Gold Key,
Jerry,
I think.
Tom and Jerry was Gold Key because my younger brother had
Yeah.
some of those.
Yeah, it was a lot of funny animal comics for sure, but
Yeah.
they had a lot of cool superhero comics as well. Like as I say, they had they had of course Magnus, and then they had Dr. Solar, and they had Dagger, the barbarian kind of comic book modeled after Conan, and there's probably a few others I'm forgetting now, but yeah, they had some good stuff.
Did you ever, as far as DC comics, did you ever read Tales of the Unexpected?
I did used to collect those. Actually, I used to
Uh-huh.
have a box full, but I sold them all off.
And another comic that I have that I lost over the years but retrieved. It was called Strange Adventures.
Oh yeah, I used to have some of those.
Yeah,
It was
and
like Adam Strange.
Strange Adventures is
Yeah,
DC.
But Adam
And-
Strange was the hero in it, I believe.
No, it was an anthology.
Okay, so
The one
different comic.
I
But if there was an
had.
Adam Strange comic. I used to have some.
Yeah, Strange Adventures is the title of it. It's an anthology comic, and the one I had as a kid was the Alien Prince story.
It was sci-fi, wasn't it? I think.
Well, that issue was. Sometimes they had a witch character,
Okay.
which was kind of, I think they started it after Bewitched aired, because it's from a few years after Bewitched started, if I remember right. That was one of the characters that they had that was recurring, but this one was a one-off science fiction story.
Okay.
And I bought it off of eBay. It all started when my best friend got me a Batman comic that I had described. And I said, I used to have this, and I described the story. And he went to a local comic shop, tracked it down through help at the comic
Nice.
shop, and he gave it to me for my birthday. And that started me
Oh.
on a whole thing of, well, I have to get the Jigsaw Man comic, because I used to have that. Then, I have to get the Strange Adventures comic.
Yeah, if I wanted to buy all those again, I'd go broke because they're probably worth a fortune.
Well, I
now.
got them from a comic shop online that's located in Texas, and it was fairly reasonable.
Well, depends on condition too.
Yeah,
If you get
yeah, it
lower
was like
grade
five.
books, they're a lot cheaper.
Yeah, 5 or 6. Well, the thing is, the Harvey thriller comic, they said they graded it a certain grade, and when I actually got the issue, I thought they misgraded it because I thought it was a higher grade because it
Well,
was
that's nice.
it was I think they just said it was very good. And I think fine. No, wait, fine is lower than very good, isn't it?
No, fine is higher.
Yeah, because I was thinking that it was a whole grade higher than what they said, and so
That's nice then. Good
yeah,
surprise.
it was in very, very good shape.
Yeah, basically you.
Hello,
got four.
LDG. Hello, LDG. Good to see you there.
Hey, Pickles.
Hey, LDG.
Hey guys, yeah, no,
L-
I was going to wait for my moment. You guys, were
sorry
talking,
about
I
that,
kinda came in.
LDG.
No,
How are
there's
you
nothing to
doing?
be sorry about.
We're just.
I'm good.
We're just.
Oh, excellent.
Memories of comic books.
Sweet.
It's just
Yeah,
some
no, I've been
old,
waiting to come on. I
Uh-huh.
just finished a big migration on a server. I started
Nice.
at midnight last night and just finished
Wow.
now. It was a freaking
Wow.
nightmare.
Wow.
But
Wow.
I was hoping to be completed so I could have at least a little bit of time to come on and hang out on Rumblings. You know how I love the Rumblings. Love me some Rumblings.
I'm glad you
But
did. Well, I'm glad you're here. Good to see you.
appreciate it. Yeah, I was listening, but I just literally about like 20 minutes ago just finished up, and now I'm debating whether or not if I'm going to have some food because I have been starving myself for the last 24 hours.
Oh, you
Oh,
need
that-
to eat
Well-
something, sir.
That's why we can't see
Yeah.
you. You're getting some food.
No. I'm having a break. I'm having a smoke out front. But when I get into these big projects where I'm doing a huge migration, I literally blink and hours go by. Like it's like time travel.
Wow.
I haven't been eating, not because I don't want to eat. It's because I'm working so hard and focused. The whole day
Yeah.
just disappeared, and now I'm
Gotcha.
like sitting here, and now I can finally pay attention to being hungry now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Tell me,
Kind of relax, relax and catch up.
did you feel hungry while doing all your work or not?
Didn't even know, man. Like I said, it's I get into a mode, and just like how Data, on Star Trek says a microsecond is like an eternity. To me, an eternity is like a microsecond sometimes.
You get into a zone, right?
Yeah, I get into a zone, and I literally I blink, and it's 6 hours later.
Yeah, that's like when I used
That's
to.
exactly. I can explain it. Best way I
Yeah.
can explain it.
Well, it's like when I used to paint, do a lot of painting. I could start a painting and I'd get into the painting, and 4 or 5 hours would go by, and it was like 5 minutes had gone by, right?
Right.
So I exactly know what you're saying there, LDG.
But
You get in a zone.
get in the zone. I just don't know what I'm gonna have tonight. Shit.
Now, is that the auto
Yeah,
zone?
try to eat something.
Late.
It's almost
I can't
like the
get any
Twilight
delivery really. Gonna have to figure out, look at my freezer and see what I have to maybe throw on the cooker.
Just make some ramen noodles.
Or some chicken noodle soup.
Zone. Oh, gourmet
Get some
food there,
ramen noodles.
Gorilla.
Yeah, that's gonna fill me up. Yeah, sure, totally. Oh, fucking
Hey,
gorilla.
now you're making me hungry.
No, giving me ramen noodles is like giving your daughter a stamp. Okay.
Hey, I admit mistakes were made.
I was funny too because I was in the underground when I showed everybody that video, and I'm assuming everybody else has seen it because they're laughing.
Oh yeah.
And I commented back to him. I said, "Is this why you don't trust her with a comb?" Because her hair was completely all over the place.
Well, that's just because I got too lazy to comb it.
All I'm saying is she gets that destructive with the stamp. I hate to see how destructive she get with a comb.
Well, she won't let me do her hair either. It's her mom has to do her hair.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Well, you could always give her a little static shock, and she can go with the Einstein look.
Well, Boomers is 72. Hush, Gorilla. Respect your elders. And Phantom Boomers is my age dictated my YouTube handle.
Yeah,
He also says there was a Western comic, but I cannot remember the title. The hero started out as a bit timid, but
I thought I was
allied just when he decided to stand up, he struck by lightning and ends up in a coma. But at night he comes alive and goes out to kick bad guy butt. I'm not sure what that is. I don't think I've seen that.
And LDG, to your comment about putting Gorilla's daughter into an electric socket, don't give Gorilla ideas. He may do it.
It just depends on how much I'm getting frustrated that day.
It'll make a wonderful YouTube short.
Oh yeah, to get a bunch of knocks on my door there, more than for his comment.
Human child services or some shit.
It would literally be a YouTube short then if you stick your finger in the socket there.
You got to be careful with that, though. You know that? There are people now, they're getting... You got to be careful what you post. Because, if you post yourself doing a crime and you don't even know it's a crime, just playing a joke on somebody literally could be a crime. And you don't have to have the person that... The person that you play the joke on, it doesn't have to be the one that gets you for it. Just by publicly showing it, you can have the attorney general or whatever the hell just go after you.
See, like that one gal that she found out real fast, and she got I don't know how much she got, but she was facing up to 20 years in prison there for going in and licking ice cream out of the box and
Yeah.
at a grocery store.
Yeah, I'm
That's
glad
Oh,
they
see,
got her for
that's
that.
gross though.
tampered
That's
with
gross. Dear
yeah
God.
that's tampered with food there, and that I was talking to my dad because
Right.
he's in that's his line of work, that's his expertise, and he said she's facing up to 20 years for that. That's tampering with food, and
Well,
or
This
she
there's
deserves it, the bitch.
hey, how
That
long
is
did that
that
one
is
gal?
gross.
Hey, the one gal that went and threatened a bunch of the city council down there in California. Pop, I'm pretty sure you know which one I'm talking about. About how long is she? Do you think she'll face any prison time for threatening to murder the entire city council?
Uh
I
They
oh.
went,
haven't seen
they went
that.
to,
Oh, that
Not
one
aware of
lady.
that.
oh,
Oh,
you didn't see
that
that?
was. I saw it. That should be free. If it's the one I'm thinking about, that should be free speech. That's not threatening people. That's like you're
They
using
said
that platform to.
no, she
She
flat.
wasn't really saying she was going to. Like it's obvious she didn't really
Hey,
mean what she said.
LDG. She flat out said, "We will come to your house and murder you." She literally said that
Yeah.
verbatim.
Yeah, but that's still just speech. It's not action, right? If
That
it's
is a
action, that's a different
that
thing.
is a
It's
terroristic threat.
I don't
it
know.
is. It is. He's right, but this is why my job is so
Still,
difficult
isn't it a slippery
because
slope?
I have to defend shit like that.
Isn't it a slippery
You,
slope
you
though?
ever tell somebody I'll kill you and not mean it? Like we've
I
all
think a
done it
lot of
before.
people have.
Yep, I have.
We've
But
said things like that, and we know that in all honesty, we're just saying it out of free speech. We're just taking an
Yeah, what
extreme.
but
If
I
you
he,
mean
I
something
said that
else,
They're tempered.
I said that at work, and it was just tough guy talk. We were just
yeah,
it's just things that guys do. But of course, if someone overheard that,
oh,
they probably
oh,
report it to
okay.
HR.
Did you know each other? Did you know each other?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a difference. You guys,
Yeah, oh yeah.
Ty's talking.
that doesn't
This
matter to the
person goes
law.
into a city council. She does not know them. There. She goes and says they'll come to their house and murder them. That they're and say they don't take them serious and don't do nothing. And then all of a sudden something happens. Someone does go to their house and something does happen. Who's at fault?
Yep. And then when they arrested her, I believe she was like, "Why are you arresting me? It was just free speech. I didn't actually mean it," kind of thing. Like I'm just making,
I was
I'm
just
using my
kidding.
speech to make a point.
Oh,
And
okay.
sometimes that's necessary, man. I hate to listen. I hate to sit here and advocate you should be talking that way, and I believe there's always a better way to talk. But who hasn't done it? Who hasn't said something that can be seen as that level of threat, but was
Well, does it get to the
completely
point
not
where
meant
people
in that way? I mean,
are people going to be afraid to say anything if it gets to a certain level?
well,
Like,
exactly.
Well, here,
Yeah, exactly.
PvP, I'll find the video here and I'll put
no,
it in the private
Carla,
chat.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not actually disagreeing. I think it's a terrible thing to say something like that. But if you're going to shut her up and throw her in jail, then what's going to follow? I mean, I just I'm not like a slippery slope person per se, but it is a possibility, right?
Hey, I'm a
The
free.
government, something happens to you, you lose your house, you say you want to kill the bank. You're not really going to kill the bank, but like you've had your house taken away from you. You're about to be homeless, or
Yeah.
you're unemployment. A company, a corrupt company, finds a way to measle their way out of not paying you workers' comp or unemployment. And then you say things that you want to make a point, and you have to say things a certain way. But obviously, you're not going to kill anybody or damage anything. Just because the few people who actually will do that and back it up doesn't mean that we're supposed to ruin it for everybody else. But that's my personal belief.
Well, it's like all those protesters in the streets these days, which I'm sure you guys probably know what I'm talking about. I haven't seen them being rounded up and thrown in jail yet, and I find some of their, verbiage pretty obnoxious, to be honest. But they haven't been tossed in jail yet, as far as I know. At least the majority haven't.
Yeah, especially this group, which I'll respond to you in private to not get.
Oh, there's just a lot of ugly
channel.
political, talk out there on the streets, and I don't agree with it. But I mean, I don't know. What do you do, right? Like, where do you draw the line on the freedom people have to say what they want to say?
I'll give you an example, guys. If you guys want to talk about it for a minute, that's fine with me. If not, that's cool too.
Well,
but one of my new pitches is that what I'm doing with freethenet.org and Project Prometheus is that I'm building a new America. Now, when do I get sued for treason or go to prison for treason by saying that? Right? Because America's gonna be like, what do you mean new America? This is America. Like you're gonna make a platform where people can have true free speech or be able to uprise against the government. That's treason. Am I gonna get thrown in jail for that by advertising this new America idea? Right?
Well, hopefully not.
No, I'm a dead man. But the thing that's funny about what I'm trying to do, whether I fail or not, whether I'm backing everything I'm saying, or whether or not I end up just being another dust in the wind, what I'm trying to do, I'm a dead man. I'm either going to get arrested, killed, or worse, is what I'm trying to do. And I have to fight this all the time when I tell people that Project Prometheus will allow a true public platform. They're going to be like, well, you're going to let people have hate speech. Like, yes, you have to. You have no choice. It's either 100% free speech or no free speech. Okay, there is no gray area, because in all the gray area, for every example you can give me of someone doing something bad, I can give you an example of the same exact thing for good reasons.
Well, I
like
mean,
anonymous free speech, right? Anonymous free speech. I get Bird. I get other people telling me anonymous free speech is the dangerous thing in the world. No one needs anonymous free speech, really. So what if you're giving a review on a restaurant? You need anonymous free speech for that, because if I don't, and I go to that restaurant, I'm going to get my food fucked with. What if you're abused, or you have the mafia after you, or your boyfriend beats your ass every night? You need anonymous free speech, or else if you do say it, they're going to know, and you're going to get your ass worse. There's a million examples why we need anonymous free speech, but every time I say that I'm creating anonymous free speech, all I get is all the horrible examples of, like, for instance, the people who go to Home Depot, buy a hammer, commit murder with it.
And that's the thing. You can build a house or you can kill somebody. I mean, it's all how it's used. It's not the tool itself, right?
Yeah. Project Prometheus is not going to have a button that says kill somebody. But the buttons it does have, you could get somebody killed with them. But it's not going to have, here, kill somebody, button, name, done. Like it's not going to have that. But it will give you the ability to connect with people who could accomplish that goal. But are you going to stop the program for that? Are you going to be able to? Because there's nothing you can do as far as creating you can't. There is no cookie cutter filter. There's no way of filtering the gray zone.
Well, once censorship stops, once it starts, where does censorship stop? That's always been a problem, right?
Well, it starts with you. That's what I'm saying. Censorship starts with you. You have the right to censor yourself. You don't have the right to censor someone else. I have the right to say, I want to go on Twitter. I want to go on Twitter and I don't want to see a dog dying. I have the right to do that. I have the right to set the settings and have the power, so I don't have to wake up on Christmas morning and seeing some hot chick with boobs shoot a giraffe point blank in the head. I don't want to see that shit. I have the right to filter that, but I don't have the right to filter that for any of you. I don't have the right to block that person to any of you guys. I only have the right to filter it for myself, and that's where censorship should be. That's where it should lie, because it's not censorship at that point. It's filtering. There's a difference between filtering and censorship. Censorship means PvP, whatever you say, because I blocked you, If you say anything against me or point me or tag me, it won't show anybody because I have you blocked. If I say something on Twitter and I have PvP blocked, PvP can't counterpoint any of my posts. That's censorship. Now, if you mute PvP, that's filtering. And I'm using Twitter as an example. That's fine. You should be able to do that. You should be able to control what you're exposed to, what you want to be exposed to, what you're willing to connect with and everything. But the way Twitter uses the block feature, if I block PvP and I say PvP sucks, PvP cannot respond to that to everybody else in the world because I haven't blocked. He can't see what I post. He can't reply to my post. He has to let me say that without any of his input. Now that's wrong. Now, if I have him muted, that means he can respond to anything I say about him, and everybody else will see him. But I just won't see it. And that's the way it should be. I have a strong belief, and that's the way it should be. So Mr. Free Speech, Mr. $45 billion, I cannot stand how Twitter has become. And I'm good on that topic. I'm sorry I didn't want to take up the entire.
No, that was a good good.
No, you're
points there,
fine.
LBG.
You're fine, LBG. Fan
Yeah, some
Boomer
good points.
says, when that person is a member of the Religion of Peace and they make threats like that, you take it seriously. Cody Guy says, hello, Cody Guy. He's waving. Hope you're
Hey,
doing well, Cody Guy.
Yeah, Cody.
hey, it's the man of many
Hey,
words.
Cody.
Welcome.
Hello, Cody.
So I am trying a new type of drink tonight. I'm not going to get too plastered, but I am going to take the edge off because the last 24 hours were pretty crazy for me. I am trying a new alcohol called Silver Patron,
Never heard of it.
imported tequila.
Oh God, if I
Nice.
drank tequila, that would be bad. I can't
This
drink that.
I don't know. This looks like this is like. I mean, it tastes good. It's strong.
What are you mixing it with?
Pepsi.
Oh, that sounds like an interesting combination.
Well, just
Nothing-
as long
nothing-
as it's
Nothing
Is it-
pinky worthy.
just as long as it's not glowing and bubbling and will turn you into Mr. Hyde.
Right?
True.
Oh, you know what that does? That's Jaeger. The Jaeger does that to me. Stay away
Uh-oh.
from Jaeger.
Jägermeister.
So what's the name of the
Oh my
alcohol
God.
you're drinking again? LG, what's the name of the alcohol you're having?
Patron.
I'm
Patron.
trying to figure out
Hey Rex.
what origin of country does that name sound familiar to? Try to guess
I
what
don't know, it's tequila. It is tequila, so I mean, isn't that like Mexico?
or Spanish in origin, yeah.
No,
Spanish?
all tequila is made in Mexico, just like all champagne. It has to be made in the Champagne region of France. If it's not, then it's not authentic tequila, or it wouldn't be authentic champagne.
You know that shit does piss me off. They actually trademark champagne, so you can't even call it champagne. That is some shit.
Well, that's the French for you.
I'm telling you, man. This whole no, it's not that. It's this whole idea of ownership. You don't own a name. Oh God, I get so aggravated. Oh, ownership is the weakness of the
Trademark.
human race. I swear to God.
Yeah, it sounds like trademarks and copyright issues.
So, LDG, do you prefer the Dom Perignon 53 or the 55?
Oh my God.
Okay, you are speaking French now, there, bro. I don't have a fucking clue what you just said. For God's sake,
Well,
Don
it's the-
Perignon, 1932.
It's
I have no clue.
it's a reference to Sean Connery, James Bond snobbery from his movies.
Okay, so it's like the Earl Grey of James Bond. I got
It's basically, if I recall correctly, it's in Dr. No, where Dr. No is saying that to Bond not to
What's
break
inside?
that bottle. It's a Dom Perignon 55, and then Bond says, "I prefer the 53 myself."
Yeah, no, I never had it, never heard it.
Yeah.
I'm not a
I'm
super fan of
curious.
Bond,
You
but I
know,
get what you're saying.
it's a Bond thing, and so it's like, you know, getting. I'm afraid of asking for an extra dry martini, shaken not stirred. And I'm afraid the bartender will punch me if I order that.
Oh,
You never know. It depends what kind of bar you're in.
Yeah,
probably,
that
Stone Rack.
depends.
If you're in a
See,
high class place, they might get a laugh out of it. Actually.
Yeah.
you
So-
sound like you're going to the wrong bars. You're afraid they'll punch you over
Yeah,
that.
don't hang out in those sleazy biker bars and say, "Don't go to a biker bar
No,
now."
no.
Chicken nuts,
I would go to a
they'll shake
hottie
you and
tot
they'll stir you.
a hottie tot bar, but it's like still they might go, "You're kidding, right? Get out of here." No.
Yeah, really. Oh boy.
Oh, you think you're James Bond, huh?
Well, actually, LDG should be afraid of James Bond because if things go the way he thinks he is, it James Bond will be the one coming after him.
Uh-oh.
no, I think it's the Men in Black, dude. I think I'm gonna get like some kind of some guy at my door that flashes some thing in my eye and makes me forget who I am or some crap.
No, LDG.
I-
LDG. Yeah, you're just gonna Epstein yourself, and you'll do it with two.
Oh,
you'll
stop!
decide to do it
Stop!
two-
Uh-oh.
God, danger! Will
Danger,
Wheaton.
yeah.
I don't like where that road is going towards, man. I'm sorry. I am not suicidal. I
Oh,
am not
Yeah, I know.
suicidal.
Yeah, let's not. Yeah, I
I
agree.
can tell you what, you're going off on the wrong road there. What you think will happen?
Okay, so for the record, if something does happen to me, guys, I am so far from suicide. It's not even funny. I've already been down that road. Okay, I've already been down the road to suicide. I survived. I've changed my ways. If something happens to me, I guarantee you, someone murdered me. If they make it look like I killed myself, I'm telling you right now, it's not that. They always question that because you have me free. Listen, one night, let me tell you a little story about this, right? So I've been public about what I'm doing, right? I've been public about. I found a way to create true free speech online. I found a way to have online privacy that will put big tech to its knees. I found how to do untraceable communications and ownership over your data and all this stuff that I'm going to be creating and coming out with. One night, the electricity went out. And it was weird because the electricity only went out in my direct area. Like I went outside my house and I looked down my street and I could see the lights on like, a half a block away. But my particular area, my direct area, the lights were out. I honestly believed that I had somebody coming to kill me.
Or a transformer went out.
Like they shut because that's the only anybody who knows me, I stream 24/7. Like if someone walked in my house and shot me in the head, there will be evidence of it online. I stream myself 24/7 underground. And the only way to stop anybody from seeing that would be to shut off my electricity.
True.
Specifically.
Yeah. You need your own power source.
Yeah, no, because I do that, and I stream 24/7. I'm always on camera.
All they have to do is cut the internet.
Well, they could just cut the internet, but I think it might be easier just to cut the electricity. Like, just make sure everything is down. Not just the internet. Because what if what if I have a second recording device that doesn't require the internet? It just requires power.
Right, yeah. Theoretically, you could be streaming from your phone even if your power goes out.
Yeah, 911. My phone goes out because now there's no more landlines. It's electricity. Like my phones go out. Everything goes out. The only thing I have is possibly a cell phone to call. That's it. That's the only thing. Yeah. And they can stop that as well. They can run jammers now. They can run jammers that will jam my phone. Won't let any signal get out. Like. It's scary. It really is. And that's why I can't wait as soon as I can afford to hide myself in like some kind of house in the mountains or something, I'm exposed. Anybody can come and freaking kill me or whatever. Only because I'm trying to do the one thing nobody's trying to do. Right? Trying to free everybody.
Yeah, it's the people
I
that
know
are
that
in
might
control
sound
who won't
weird,
get to
but
worry about the most.
well, yeah, every aspect of our lives right now are slowly being transferred to companies or governments.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that you do, your cell phones now basically gives global GPS tracking to the government. They know where you go, when. They don't even need to tag your car anymore. Why? Because your cell phone's working against you now. It's working for the government. Tracks you everywhere you go,
Yeah,
even when
that's
your
true.
phone's off. You know, if you got an iPhone, just because your iPhone's off doesn't mean shit. And we need to change that. We need to change that now, because if we don't do anything now, that's why I'm trying to get Prometheus up and running by June 30th, because I need to get something up now to show people that there's a better way forward. Because if you look at the state of everything right now, it's just getting worse and worse and worse and worse. You're losing your ability to own yourself. You're losing the ability of protecting yourself or having any kind of control over yourself. You're just being given up left and right. Pretty soon,
Yeah, that's
you won't be
true.
able to walk into and you know, people say, "Oh, you're just doomsday talking." And I'm like, dude, listen, it might sound like doomsday talking, but if you really look at it, I mean, it's getting to the point now where they're going to solve theft by you're not going to be able to walk into a convenience store unless your cell phone has the app and you're registered. That means anything that you take in the store will automatically be charged to you. And if you don't have that app, you're not going to be allowed in the grocery store. And you're literally going to find yourself having to go to mom and pop grocery stores instead of the big boys, because all the big boys you won't be allowed into unless you give all your data away and sign your rights away and shit and have some app that tracks you and basically owns your ass. I mean, slavery 2.0. I mean, we're literally being enslaved in ways that, and it doesn't even matter if you're white, black, purple, or green. We're all black now. Everyone's black now.
Well,
because we're all being
all,
enslaved.
all of what you're saying is conforming to all of that Klaus Schwab World Economic Forum
WEF,
stuff. Yeah, the new world order, or build back better, you know, whatever you want label you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that
Yeah.
LDG, everything that you're saying conforms to that. So you don't sound paranoid. You're speaking the truth. And with my personal Christian beliefs, it's conforming to biblical scripture, prophecy, with the one world system, and it's all. I just, you know, I look at all of the stuff that you've been talking about, even decades before, with the people behind, taking control of the internet and whatnot. I just go, those guys are paving the way for Antichrist. Being able to, where a one world dictator would be could easily enslave the entire globe.
Yep. And they'll do it in a way that the majority of the people will say they want it, even if they really don't. You know, and it's something with the whole new America thing that I'm trying to do. You know, and I have a personal belief that government's job is to get us to a point where we don't need government anymore. That's what I believe government's job is.
The government's job is to uphold the Constitution, protect the people, and protect the country's borders. I mean, that's and they're not doing that at all.
We shouldn't need them now, though. That's what I'm saying. We shouldn't need that.
Oh,
we should be able to cover our own borders.
I think
we should be able to. You know,
Oh.
we should be able to clean up our own mess.
You
I
mean
mean,
like
the government is needed.
like state
I believe.
state to state? You mean local government, or you're talking
No,
about?
no. I literally mean each and every individual as a union. I
No.
believe in a perfect world where there is no borders and it's just the world. Like I don't see borders. I laugh at I laugh at the thought that America has to close their borders when America is literally made up of immigrants.
Well,
I
I mean, what's happening at the border? I mean, you can't approve of that. I mean, all these millions of illegals coming.
They're
I
not
still,
illegal to me though.
I still believe in the sovereignty, country, sovereign countries. I don't like anything that says there's just because that's going to be easier to make this one world system. Talking about there's there's no borders, or like a particular Marvel movie villain said, there's no flags. It's like, yeah, I don't go with that. I believe in national sovereignty, but
aren't you guys
I
kind
mean,
of
that's
pointing
cool.
out? Aren't you guys kind of pointing out part of the problem though? Is you're disagreeing on a certain issue here, and trying to get everybody to agree all the time is an impossibility, I think.
But what LDG is saying about,
I mean, I'm not saying I think both of you guys have valid points, but
yeah,
I'm just saying,
I was
trying to get everybody to agree on
Right.
things is like herding cats, right? Stone Rocket.
Yeah, I just wanted to get back on track with what LGG was saying about our data being, collated by the,
Well, hell yeah.
tracked and collected by governments and
That's
corporations in
one
league with the
reason
government.
That's why I don't own a cell phone. I just don't have an interest. I don't want a cell phone, and I don't have a cell phone.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And you should want a cell phone. Why? Because
but I
that
don't.
data that you don't because of the current system.
No,
But
I don't,
in
because
reality-
I got one once and it was so confusing. I could never figure out how to make the damn thing
I understand that.
because I'm a Luddite, I guess.
I completely understand that, PvP, but let me clarify something.
Sure.
If you were in a reality where so your cell phone is supposed to be your cell phone, right? Your data, your work. Theoretically, exactly. So if cell phones were easier to use and you controlled your own data and you could monetize that data and your cell phone can actually work. Listen, we're in a digital age right now, right? What you do online is making everybody else money.
Oh yeah.
Every time you check your mail, every time you purchase something, every time you tell somebody, hey, I just bought a ABZ lawnmower, and they go buy an ABC lawnmower, you literally just did customer service for that company. You just made a sale for that company, and you deserve a proportion of that sale. You are literally working. Your metadata is your hard work. You choose where you go. You choose what you want to buy. You choose what you want to say. It's your work, and you should deserve to make money off of that. Now, if cell phones work that way, where it was your device and you're able to make money and monetize off of what you do online, I got a feeling you would change your mind on whether or not having a cell phone.
If I could figure out how to
because
make
cell
the damn
phones
thing
are
work,
vacuum, yeah, but because they vacuum suck your data and they vampire the fuck out of you, and they're making millions because of it, your cell phone is not doing you a damn thing. It's doing them more than it's doing you. When you're on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, I don't care what it is, what platform it is. If you want to sit down and have a conversation about it, I'm more than happy to do that. But when you're on these platforms, they don't give you a feature that doesn't benefit them more first.
Yeah, it's all about
benefits you.
It's all about mining our data, I guess, basically, isn't it?
It's about the illusion of choice. They give you the like button. They say, here you guys, here's a like button for you guys. Enjoy. The like button
they took
makes
the dislike
YouTube
button,
more money
but they took
than
the
it does
dislike button
anything
away.
for you.
But they took the dislike
Yeah,
button
well,
away, didn't they?
that was that's more yeah, and that is more proof that is more proof towards what I'm trying to talk about right now. When they took away the dislike button and they didn't take away the dislike button, they just hid the analytic from you. Analytic is power. Information is power. That information is giving them more power than what it's supposed to be giving you in the first. The like button is basically a participation award now. How many people click the like button? How many people click the like button before the video even starts?
I did for tonight's rumblings, and I do that for Pop's Lost in Space streams.
I usually only do it with streams.
They got you brainwashed. They got you brain. Listen, I'm not trying to make fun of you. Okay, I'm talking a certain way right now, so just bear with me a moment. Pop, let me ask you a question, Pop. Would you rather your subscribers only hit the like button when they actually liked what you said, rather than automatically giving it to you no matter what?
Well, if they hit the like button, it's fine either way.
What would you rather have? Do you want to give the viewer the choice to hit the like button, or do you want to force the people who watch to hit the like button?
I do prefer that they only click it if they like it.
But don't you want to know if a video that you did? Yeah, well, yeah. Don't you want to know if a video that you did, especially to your subscribers? We're talking about your subscribers, the people who chose to follow you. Wouldn't you rather have faith in that? Hey, listen, I made a video and I have no clue if you guys actually like this, but if they automatically hit the like button, whether they actually liked it or not, they're only hitting the like button because they like you.
Right,
doesn't that skew? You can't trust whether or not you did some new content and whether or not people actually listen. Okay, let's point the arrow at me. I don't want to point the arrow at you, Pop. But when I make a video, right, I'm pointing it at me. That way, I'm not upsetting anybody. Okay, so I'm just going to put myself on the platform right now, right? And I'm testing out a new topic, right? I'm testing out some new content. And if everybody hits the like button by default, I'm not going to be able to honestly say whether or not the new content is something you guys actually want to. If people who watch me, if I do content A, content B, content C, I want to know, do you guys really liked A, B, or C? But if you hit the like button on all three just because you like me, that doesn't help me. I want to know. I want to make the content you guys want to act, because you know what? This content you do, Pop, that I don't want. I'm not interested in. This content you do that I love.
I agree. I would prefer knowing that they actually did like the content. I'd hate to have them click like and not like
it. And that's what it's turned into right now. The like button is a participation award. I want to know if I make a video and you guys don't want to actually watch it, but you just hit the like button. By hitting the like button, you're making me feel like that's what you want to watch, so I'll do more content like that. But then that's only going to build a false sense of fellowship. Like I'm going to make content you guys don't want to watch, but you keep hitting the like button, so I'm going to make some more. Now, if the like button was actually, but that's not the way it is, though. It's a participation award. Like YouTube should not even let you. YouTube should not even let you click the like button. It should not even be enabled until you've watched a percentage of the video. Like if you have a live stream going, there should be 0 likes until you're live for at least 10 minutes.
That makes sense.
You know, it shouldn't even be active. It shouldn't even be available to click. But YouTube is playing this game, and they want you to click it, because what does it do? What happens when you click the like button? Does it help the channel at all? No, it doesn't. The like button doesn't help the channel. Every YouTuber out there, and I put this out there a million times and nobody's challenged me, I will be glad to have a live stream about this and talk about it and go into detail and like nitty gritty. Okay. The like button doesn't actually help your fucking channel. You don't get extra views because of it. You don't get extra analytics because of it. It is purely superficial. The only way the like button helps you get extra views is if you do a search on YouTube and you click that little filter button and you reorder the results by like buttons. That's the only way it
I
helps
didn't know that
you,
was
because then
possible.
yeah, you can go into, like, when you do a search and you hit enter on YouTube, there's a filter
Yeah.
button you can click and you can filter it by most likes. That is the only like viable way that you get, because if you do a search, right? If you do any search on YouTube and you look at the videos that pop up after you do a search, is it ordered by how many likes? No, it isn't. Look at it. Do a search on YouTube and then look at the videos that pop up. You will find that video 1 has 100,000 likes. Video 2 has 1 million likes. Video 3 has 750,000 likes. It is not organized by likes.
So what do you think it's organized by? Views? How
No,
many views?
it's organized. No, it's organized by the algorithm based on the viewer. YouTube shows you
Okay.
content based
sense.
on your
Yeah,
views,
your
based on
preferences,
your
viewing
behaviors. What shows
Right.
up for me doesn't necessarily show up for you, even if you type in the same thing. Now, that's not necessarily true. Like, I would say there's a good number of people where you'll have similar results, but not exactly the same.
Yeah.
Because it's
That
the
makes-
algorithm's job is to show you the content it thinks you want to see. That's how it makes its money. That's the whole core of YouTube. To show the view. When you hit like on a, what happens when you click like on a video? The very first thing you see is a pop-up on the screen that says this video has been added to your liked videos. The like button is to label the viewer, not to promote the channel you liked.
Gotcha.
And the only way it does help the only way it does help a channel is because if you hit the like button on a particular channel that you're already subscribed to, it's going to promote that channel more towards the person who is already subscribed. It is not going to do jack shit to anybody new.
I've been sold
Anybody
a
who
bill
isn't
of
subscribed.
goods.
Hey,
I've been sold a bill of goods.
hey, welcome to the panel, Taylor Swift. You're
yeah.
Disney.
Hi, Matt
First time
G.
you're on the panel.
Yeah.
Hello, Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah,
Hi, Taylor Swift. It'd be great to chat with you. Hope you're going to say something tonight while you're here.
Oh, I have to talk to Sean Rocket about top secret business.
yeah,
Uh-oh.
Top
yeah.
secret.
He wants to talk to me about top secret stuff, but
Yeah, gee, we better do that.
but LDG, I actually thought I was helping the channel by hitting the like. that's why I would do it.
Tell people
Yeah.
Stone Rocket, and listen, there are YouTubers out there that swear it helps their channel. They advertise it. You know, listen, I ain't trying to throw any wrenches into the gears. I'm just giving you my opinion and my experience and my knowledge. That the like button doesn't do jack shit for the channel. It really doesn't. I have a YouTube channel. Pop has a YouTube channel. Gorilla, who else? Sith. Okay. None of our analytics are showing us any results based on the thumbs up button.
How about the share thing? Does that actually work? Do you hit share?
The share does help.
Okay.
The share does help. The share does help.
Well, it depends on where you share to. Like, I've seen an uptick in my Waltons, on the Waltons ones that I shared to Reddit and stuff, but it's specific Waltons subreddit that I actually did it to.
I figure if you hit share, YouTube doesn't know where you just shared it to. It just knows you hit share.
Well, no, the sharing helps because you're sharing it on a platform that gets you extra visibility on that platform. Not because YouTube actually says you click share.
Oh, okay. See, even I thought that would have.
You're getting the benefit. You're getting it's like word of mouth, right? If you tell your neighbor hey, I'm using these guys as my lawnmower service. You're getting that extra exposure, and possibly they're getting an extra sale because you told somebody, you shared it out. You told somebody else, here, check out these people. That's that's the help that you get from it.
So YouTube doesn't look at the thing and say, "Oh, somebody hit share and did something with it." That part doesn't matter. You have to actually have to.
No, it should matter, and it might matter in a particular way. But here's what here's my answer to that question. Anything that can be reproduced by a bot is corruptible. It's corruptible. The like button is corruptible. Bots hit the like button. Bots hit the share button. Bots can view your video. Anything that is corruptible by a bot, you automatically, if you were YouTube, $1 billion company, then your algorithm, you'd be an idiot to put any more weight on anything any information or meta that is corruptible by bots. It makes no sense. If you did that, now they used to do this. They used to do that. Like when Google first came out, right? You could create a bot that would inflate your numbers and it would benefit you. But as the company grew and they realized that by giving weight to the like button, then you're basically opening the door for someone like me who knows how to use automation and AI that can create 100,000 bots in a day, and I could sway the algorithm. I could sway, I can control what happens. So if you're really creating an algorithm, you do not put extra weight on any analytic that is fakeable. You can fake what you say, you can fake what you can do, you can fake what you like, you can fake what you view. You wouldn't do it. You would find other metrics to base your algorithm on.
Actually, one more myth maybe you're able to answer. So when someone gifts memberships, is it really based on interaction level? Like, will the likes help you in that case?
Depending on who gets the gifted membership?
Yeah, because they say it's based on interaction.
It's based on interaction in the chat. From what I can tell, and listen, again, this is not 100%, but from what I can tell, it's based on how much you interact in the chat or comment.
Okay, so even like doesn't even matter with that.
Heavy weighted. I don't think the like button is in that variable.
Well, a few times I've actually ended up gifting myself a membership on certain channels. I'm like, how did that happen?
Yeah, and YouTube is forever changing it. They're always updating it. They're always making micro changes. But I can tell you, I did see a pattern in the live chat specifically. It will always start gifting the number one interacting person on that channel, and there's like a history involved as well.
Hey Matt, I've got memberships to channels I've never even been to. So
yeah, that happened one time. Like there was a guy.
That's gifting. That's okay. Real quick. Let me finish this. Gorilla, what you're talking about, from my understanding, YouTube gave certain channels the ability to give free memberships away, and I love this. That it should be this way. They can pick people and give out memberships even if you've never been on the channel before. They give you a free membership.
That must have been what happened.
Maybe that's to encourage you to give it a try and to watch it. Like to promote the channel.
Yeah. No, it
promotes the channel. Yep.
Yeah. It was somebody I knew, so I wasn't a total stranger. I just don't remember ever going to this person's channel. Like, oh, I know this person. Well, I didn't know they had a channel. Apparently now I'm a member. That's not the gifting myself a membership. Was like, I could not have possibly be the number one interacting person in this person's chat. Like I couldn't be. So I don't know how that happened a few times. It's only maybe like 10% of the time, but it does happen. So I like to thank myself for giving myself a membership. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, I also think because there was a moment in time when I was a couple months ago, I was gifting a lot of memberships out, and I ended up gifting myself a lot of memberships, and I think YouTube might even. Okay. Have you ever played have you ever played a casino game app?
I don't remember if I did.
Okay, so there's a lot of casino games out there, Cash Frenzy and all these other ones out there, and it's all done on random number generators. And I think that YouTube has a similar thing in which there's a chance that you can gift yourself because they actually kind of want you gifted. Remember when gifting first came out, you couldn't gift unless you were a subscriber.
Yeah, they changed that.
Remember?
Yeah.
They changed it. But they still want you to be a member. So I think they might have put some code in there that gives you a chance to membership yourself.
Do you know what this
because
this branded this branded channel thing, like no one can figure out what that means. How do you become branded?
Your brand channel. So basically the way YouTube works is if you get canceled, your Google account gets completely compromised. So they allow you to separate your first name last name at gmail.com, and you can create a alias, aka branding. You can take your channel, instead of being you pointed directly to your account, you can create an alias account, but they call it branded. That way you can change the name to your branded account, and you still log in with your Gmail account that points to your personal Gmail, but now you can create a branded account that you can change the name, make it something else, you know what I mean, and still have to only log in with your personal email. You get what I'm saying?
They were saying that branded channels could not receive gifted memberships. It's like this.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. That's odd.
I used to think that branded meant that you can't gift another monetized YouTuber a membership because technically, why do they need one? They're a monetized YouTuber. But I've actually gifted memberships to monetized YouTubers. So like, okay, that's not it. And I've been gifted one from them when they just did in someone else's
because
chat.
they're not branded.
Yeah,
that's because they're not branded. It's odd and it's weird, and I don't necessarily agree with the way they're doing it, particularly right now. But I think that's what it is. That's basically what it is.
A lot of weird stuff.
If you brand something, you're commercializing yourself. So they only want to gift users, not YouTubers, not channels, but like actual viewers. So if you brand an account, you're basically telling YouTube that this isn't me, this is my channel, and for some reason they don't want to let you accept gifts.
Yeah, one funny thing, so when somebody goes into like Doomcock's chat and they give like 50 memberships and someone else does 20 memberships, I see all these people who never ever type in chat getting memberships. It's like, who are these people? And I kind of think of that old thing about, like even the most popular radio show that's out there, only less than 1% of the listeners are actually ever going to call in. The majority don't call in. Like the majority of Doomcock's subscribers are not ever in his chat at the same time, because he literally have hundreds of thousands of people in that chat, and he doesn't. No one has that unless you're millions and millions and millions of subs. But even that's only still a percentage. It's physically impossible to have that.
Yeah. Again, there's multiple variables in play, and there's no one person, not me, not Doomcock, not anybody can sit here as an authority and tell you 100. Not even me. Like, even what I'm saying is still, I don't know for 100% what YouTube actually does and why they do it.
It's like a game.
It's they're going to do what they want to do for their own reasons, and we can only try to identify the the patterns that we see. That's why I get pissed off when YouTubers are telling other YouTubers that the like button does anything, because you have no evidence to verify what you're saying. You don't actually know. You're guessing. You think that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But in reality, if I own the algorithm, I can tell you right now, I would not overweight the like button. I just wouldn't. It makes no sense, because you can fake the like button. You can fake that analytic. You can tell people to like your streams even if they don't like it. You can fake your way to the front of the line. So why would they really? It wouldn't make sense to benefit a channel based on likes, because you can fake the like button by
LGG,
bots or by advertising it.
LDG, am I a bad person? A bad person for enjoying the Star Wars Acolyte preview trailers on YouTube being ratioed in the dislike category?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Join the crowd,
not
right?
really.
What was
Not
that?
really, because hate watching is a thing. Remember, a dislike. Okay, so here's a cool little thing to think about.
Okay.
The dislike button is a like. It's just a dislike. If you dislike something, it's no different than hitting like. A video with 10,000 dislikes is no different than a video with 10,000 likes.
Oh yeah, because it's
a like.
interaction. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Get away from that. Get away from that word.
Oh.
Get away from that interaction word. That's a danger. That's a trap. It's false.
Oh no.
Yeah. Do not get your mind off of that interaction word, please, because that's the word the YouTubers are using right now. It's an interaction. No. It's a fakeable interaction. Okay. If it's a fakeable interaction, then you have to weight it accordingly. Okay. It's not an interaction. It is a label. It is a label. There's a difference between an interaction and a label. The like button labels you as the viewer.
Yeah, I know I've hit the dislike button on some of those trailers in the past, and I can't tell you how long ago that was or which video, but when I watch like on Midnight's Edge or WDW Pro's channel, when they talk about things being ratioed, it makes me laugh. But now, from what you're saying, it's not really a laughing matter at all.
Nope. How about like views, or like how long you watch a video for? Like if you watch like a 5-minute, say a video is 5 minutes, and you make it to like 2 minutes and 31 seconds, what does that mean? Like
nothing. It means nothing.
Hmm.
Remember, they adjust the system so that what you think has value has limited value. It doesn't. No one analytic rules them all. This isn't the Lord of the Rings. Okay, there is no one analytic that rules them all. No, there's multiple variables in place.
I was being silly there.
Yeah.
Well, YouTube's being silly.
If you think hitting the dislike button hurts the channel, you're wrong. If you think hitting the like button helps the channel, you're wrong. There is no one analytic. It doesn't work that way. It's based on millions of people, millions of different variables, and they're all weighted in their own particular way. Because if they did do it that way, it would be corruptible. YouTube would not be in control of YouTube. If the like button was the end all mean all, then YouTube would lose control over how YouTube works, because people would abuse the like button.
Yeah. So if you do love a channel, want to support them, what should you do? Should you?
Nothing. You just do what you want to do, man. It's going to happen one way or another. There is no. You want to support them? Send them money.
Well, there's always that.
Hours helps probably, right? Watch hours will probably help.
Because let me tell you something. There's going to be a moment in time when YouTube says, you're no longer even able. You know when you go to those channels that says, "Oh, we have 23 likes, guys. Give us like this. Let's get the 40 likes." There's going to be a time and moment when YouTube says stop doing that because you're faking, you're artificially inflating your analytics by asking for
when
people to click the like button.
Yeah, when people ask, when I'm on a video and they're asking just for the sake of clicking the like button, let's get to 40 likes. I don't do it. I don't do it unless
Yeah.
I enjoy the channel.
I hate it
Gorilla, did you have something to say?
because Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm heading off to bed.
Oh, well, thank you for coming
Past your
by and
bedtime?
visiting with us. Gorilla.
Yeah, not a problem. We'll see.
Yeah, he had an extra long day today.
Hey,
Have a good
All
night.
right, buddy.
Thanks, Gorilla. Thanks for those links too, Gorilla.
Yeah, good night, Gorilla.
Yeah.
And don't dream of scary clowns after being at the circus today.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Hey,
Oh.
PvP.
Yo,
I don't have a fear of clowns and all that. I have a fear of but not a pop channel. You know where I'm going with this.
I'm not sure, but I know it's probably going to a dark place.
See you later.
Fred Meyer's
night.
up.
Have a
Fred
good
Meyer's
sleep.
up there, PvP.
Pleasant dreams.
Same dark place
Don't
all
have
your porn is
nightmares.
at.
Just pleasant dreams.
Good night. Have a good one.
Good night.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm
That was
gonna
cool.
I'm gonna pop off here as well, so Matt G and I can talk about top secret stuff
Oh yeah, you do that every Saturday.
Sounds
on
good.
Discord.
Top
Yeah.
secret.
Top secret.
We don't even know it.
Well, Matt,
We don't know what it is.
Matt G, thank you for stopping by, Matt G. It was good to have you on the panel for a little while.
Well, thank you very, very much. For an honor. Thank you.
Yeah, it was nice to finally meet you. Gosh,
My
I think I've
pleasure.
never been on a panel with you before, so nice to
And
meet
nice
you.
to hear your voice too.
I think I was on. I think I had to have been on you on one of Jill's things. I think so.
Oh, okay, might have been a while ago
Yeah,
then.
I think I saw
Yeah.
you on. Yeah, I think I saw him on Jill's. But you guys
Yeah, I
have a
probably
great
met
night. I
just about
appreciate
everybody
you
on
visiting
Jill.
with us.
Have a good night.
Thanks again, Pop,
Yeah.
and
Later.
Okay.
LDG. Thanks for all that information.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Will do.
Tuned in just in
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Lots of information.
definitely. And PvP. Thanks for the comic links there.
Yeah, check out those Magnus Robot Fighter comics. They're pretty cool, Stone Rider.
Yeah, they look cool.
Yeah.
But
they are
anyway,
really
thanks
good.
again, Pop, and thanks everybody. It's always great to chat here in the lab, and we'll see you the
Likewise.
next time.
Very good.
Yep. I'm gonna
Okay.
see you
Yeah.
soon, Stone Rider.
All right. Good night
Right.
now.
Good night.
Night.
Easy.
Bye-bye. That was fun.
Good times.
Spe-
No, let's
Speaking
get
of which-
to know.
How are you holding up, Pops?
Hanging in there, doing pretty good. Not too bad.
So I'm just wondering, Pop, are you still planning Lost in Space Monday night? Hopefully.
Yes, as far as I
Good.
know, I've been feeling okay. Like tonight, I've got energy, and I'm hoping to all 3 streams next week. Hopefully,
Okay, that's good then.
we'll finally get that.
Nice.
Yeah, we'll finally get Texas Chainsaw Massacre done on Tuesday.
Yeah. Well, hopefully things will go well this week. You won't get any more silly copyright things with Gilligan. And boy, I'm looking forward to watching Lost in Space tomorrow night, The Questing Beast. Oh,
Yeah,
I bet Jill's going to have a great review of that one. I just got a feeling.
yeah. I think that'll be interesting to hear what her and Gorilla both have to say about it.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun. That will be fun. Yeah, not my favorite episode of the series, I must say.
Well, the only thing I'll say, and I'll say it again on Monday, is I always like Hans Conried, so it's good to see him in it.
Oh yeah, right. I forgot he's in that, isn't he? Okay, I haven't seen that in a long time. I will have to watch tomorrow.
Yeah, so sometimes the cast will elevate it above, what it is to make it more enjoyable.
Mm,
Timer.
yeah,
8 minutes. All right. Got some
yeah. I
food
think
cooking.
it's more the look of the beast that kind of takes me out of the episode, but that's just me. Yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah. So would you decide for dinner, LDG?
Making some pasta. Pasta chicken.
Sounds yummy.
Pasta's,
That's
yeah,
a
pasta's-
good choice.
Pasta's
Yep.
always a good quick go-to. Like you can cook pasta up in almost no time, right? and it's pretty simple. Just some boiling water and some noodles, and you're there. You know.
Maybe a little bit of butter, buttered noodles, maybe a little salt and
Yeah.
pepper.
And
Maybe
some
do a little
cheese.
stir fry with a couple of veggies to mix in. You know.
and don't forget the topping of some nice Parmesan cheese.
Well, that you could
Oh
add that
yeah,
too. Yeah, like it's
3 cheese
versatile,
blend,
right?
but yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely putting some cheese on this.
Yeah, you could do cheese sauce. You could do, like pasta sauce, out of the jar or whatever. Yeah, all kinds of options.
Now, all that's missing is garlic bread for yourself too.
Yeah, I got to figure out what I'm going to eat. I'm not actually hungry. Sometimes I just don't have an appetite.
I was talking to LDG. Now, all that's missing is a piece of garlic bread for you, LDG. If you're still listening.
No, I wish I had
yummy.
garlic bread, but nope.
Yeah, I got
Nims of
just
Eden,
regular bread.
sleep well, Gorilla. Thank you, Nims of Eden.
Hey, hi, Nemesis. I didn't say hi to you tonight. Hi there.
Yeah, good to see you, Nemesis. I guess he's been lurking and listening.
I think he was here early in the chat, if I remember. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was. And he's probably still on his phone too, probably. That's probably charged up right now.
So, any opinions on X-Men '97?
Nope, I have no idea about it. I kind of tuned out of superhero movies quite some time ago, to be honest, Bob.
Well, it's a cartoon it's on, but unfortunately,
Oh,
in my opinion, it's terrible. It's incredibly woke, and the old
uh,
it's basically supposed to be a continuation of a show from the early '90s, which was really good, but it's
oh
not.
gosh.
It's full of the message,
So it's another
in my
thing,
opinion.
another franchise destroyed on the long list of them. Oh man.
Yeah.
Hey, have
Uh-huh.
you seen some of the videos about this new Doctor Who guy? Like, oh my
Yes, yeah.
God. Some of the things he's been saying, it doesn't sound like it's going to be very fan friendly, to say the least.
Is that the new black gay guy?
Yeah, the Black
Yes.
Day guy. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I'm not a Doctor Who fan. I don't have. I think it's too bad.
Yeah.
For you guys, I feel for you, but I'm glad I'm not familiar with the franchise, so that's one less thing for me they could destroy.
Yeah, I only watched some of the black and white ones years ago, so I never actually was a huge fan, but it seemed like a good show back in its early days, right? And actually, I did watch the reboot. I like that one season where it was Christopher Eccleston, I think his name is. I liked his
Yes.
version of the Doctor. That was a lot of fun. But yeah, I don't know. I've never been a major Who fan, but it had its moments. But it seems like those days are long, long gone, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, I'm a new era Whovian fan. I'm more of a Crystal Hell, whatever his name is that you just said, PvP, and David Tennant.
Eccleston?
Yeah, and with David Tennant era Doctor Who. I never really got into the David Tennant, the Matt Smith one. I never got into that one very much.
Yeah, I watched quite a bit of the Tenant, and then I kind of tuned out when Smith came in. Yeah.
Yeah, to me, well, call me a new Whovian fan, but to me, my pinnacle Doctor Who was David Tennant's era, and that was my favorite era of that.
That's a lot of younger fans' favorite for sure. I'm aware of that. I still think what was the guy in the '80s with the long scarf? Tom Baker. I
Yeah,
think Tom Baker is still like the number one Doctor Who for a lot of fans. But I've
but
never
then,
watched any of those episodes. Actually, I really should go and look at some of those because apparently he was really good as the Doctor.
how long was he for? About five series or
I
10
think he did quite a
series?
few. I think he did quite a few years. I mean, I'm not. I don't offhand know how many seasons he did, but I think he was there for a pretty good stint. Yeah, quite like probably 4 or 5 seasons or something.
Yeah, David Tennant was at least 3 seasons.
Yeah, he had a good run. But then he came back. Like, didn't he do some specials last year? Like about 5 episodes to try and introduce the new Doctor. And it's like, man, talk about selling out or whatever. Like, it's like you kind of crapped on your own legacy there, buddy, because you had a lot of fans and a lot of respect because you did some good episodes back in the day, but then you come back and you introduce, you get involved with the new garbage that most fans hate. Like it didn't make sense to me.
It comes down to money as usual.
I
David,
guess, but If
David
I had
Tennant-
a legacy, I wouldn't crap on it. I mean, if you didn't make your money back in the day, it's like Next Generation. Where if he couldn't make his money back in the day, why the hell would he be so hard up? We'd have to do 3 seasons of Picard, right? If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
It was either that or David Tennant wanted to regain his popularity somewhat in Doctor Who again. Maybe he thought his story was fading a little bit more.
I think it's going to have the opposite effect, though. I think most people probably will not be cool with with his comeback.
Yeah, well, how should I put this? I haven't seen that part of David Tennant. I never attend to because from what I hear, what was the doctor that came after Matt Smith's one? What was the one that came after him?
Oh, it's the older fellow. I never watched any of those because I heard it was going down. The writing was going down by that point.
Yeah, it was.
He did 2 seasons or something. I can't remember his name. He actually is a good actor, but I just heard so many bad things about the writing. I never bothered watching any of those. But I can't remember his name offhand.
Yeah,
probably easy enough to look it up though.
Yeah, I would. What? Say that again, LDG.
I'm sorry. I'm cooking, looking for the cheese.
No problem.
Well, we are talking about the current Doctor Who, so cheese is probably appropriate.
Yeah, I'm worried about the new Doctor Who, but I'm gonna watch the new season just to see where it goes because I got a feeling they're gonna still have Tennant. They're gonna rely on Tennant to be like the anchor.
Well,
and now that they bi-generated.
But I thought I thought
that
was all he was doing actually. I could.
They did, but then they showed that when the Doctor died, normally the Doctor dies and turns into another Doctor.
Well, yeah, always. I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Well, not anymore though. Now the Doctor bi-generates. That means the Doctor splits like a fucking amoeba into 2 Doctors.
Well,
so now the David Tennant still exists.
That's pure bullshit. It is.
Screw with the canon some more. That's what I.
Yeah, that's
pure bullshit. Crap.
So the Doctor, David Tennant Doctor, is still around, and I got a feeling they're gonna, if they feel like an episode needs to have the backup of Tennant, he's gonna be right around the corner to pop in and help out the new guy.
Well, I just.
Please. LG, from the clips I've seen on YouTube, if anything, they probably would just bring him in for him to be the punching bag or the doormat of that new series. They probably would just bring him in as a doormat or a punching bag.
Well, people will watch it. I'll watch it. I don't care, doormat or not.
Peter Capaldi was the guy I think we're talking about. 2014, 2017 was his reign as the Doctor.
Yes.
I think what followed. I think the Jodie Whittaker era is what pretty much killed the series for a lot of fans. I mean, I never watched it because I heard it's so god awful, but it's just like
Whittaker's season is pretty weak.
Yeah, 2018, 2022, and now they got the new guy, and I got a feeling he's going to bury the legacy even deeper. I just don't have good vibes about it.
Well, judging by he's always playing the victim in all his interviews and all that BS, I'm going to be surprised if it does.
Oh, is he talking about white privilege or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
He is.
God.
Yeah, my parents.
I don't know. I think
the
new Doctor is gonna.
My parents were working class and they worked their asses off just to keep a roof over our head. So don't give me any of that fucking white privilege shit because I think it's bullshit. Sorry, but that's just the way I feel.
Well, it's not white privilege. It's privilege. Period. There is.
Hello, Daniel.
Well, my parents had no fucking privilege. They had to work hard.
Everybody has their own privilege, and it's not individual. It's not a general. It's individual. So you have the right to have like hot chick privilege, right? There's hot chick privilege. There's white privilege. There's black privilege. It's subjective to the person and subjective to the perception of that person in a particular experience.
Yes.
Specific thing.
Why do some of these actors classify all white people as the same then?
They're stupid. Yeah, that's dumb. Anybody who blankets it, that's just fucking
Yeah,
stupid.
Because
racist.
I hear
But
that
stupid.
all the time. I hear that all the
But
time.
privilege does exist. I've seen it for myself. I'll sit here and I'll go on the record, and you can damn me for saying it. That's fine, but
I don't want
not
to
you
damn you.
specifically.
I
I'm
don't
not
want to
saying you
argue with you
specifically. I'm
either.
talking
So.
about generally.
Well,
There, I've
Right.
seen privilege
We all
firsthand.
know. We all know who's privileged and who isn't.
And not just because there's hot chick privilege doesn't mean every hot chick gets the same privilege.
Hello, Daniel's Hot Topics. How are you doing,
Hey,
sir?
hi, Pop. What's up? You know,
Just because it's
going
nerd
back to
privilege
that-
or white privilege. Go
going
ahead.
back to that whole thing. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, going back to that whole thing, you know, I know a lot of people complain about the bi generation, right? I think it's kind of a neat idea, though. Personally, I think it's a neat idea. I know
I thought it was a neat idea as a random, like that particular time bi generation happened, but they retconned it, and they said that on screen. They said that, oh, it's bi generation, and this is always how it worked. So now they retconned it, so every time that the Doctor actually regenerated, it really was a bi generation. That is where I had the problem.
Yeah, and then it pops the question: then where are the other twins of the Doctors then, or the other
Say that
previous
again?
generations Doctors? Then where are the other previous generations
Oh
Doctors?
yeah, that's that. They're in time. See, they never had to do that. They never had to interject this idea of bi generation, because if the Doctor is timeless, you could always go back in time to bring back a particular Doctor. They didn't need to invent this bi generation. If I want an episode where Tennant comes in and helps out, then all I had to do was bring Tennant in back when he was the Doctor, which they did on the anniversary episodes. The anniversary episodes, they went back in time where Matt Smith and Tennant and the War Doctor all was in an episode that never actually happened until they chose to have that episode.
But I think the reason why they did this bi-generation thing was because they wanted to bring back old Doctors in the present without going back in time
Without going back in time.
Yeah.
But they didn't need to do that.
Yeah.
What's wrong with going back in time?
I think it's because they're afraid to ruin time. I'm afraid. Yeah, they're afraid to
Dude,
ruin
they already
it.
ruined time, dude.
It's
I
a
don't know.
science fiction show, so I think they can pretty much do whatever they want to do with time, whether it
Yeah,
makes
exactly.
sense or not. You know.
Why me? Yeah, exactly.
Oh, and what's the name of that horrible Doctor Who episode where they did the victim narrative of the Doctor?
The Endless Child or something?
Yeah, that one. Timeless
Well,
Children.
that's probably the most hated episode from what I've heard fans talk about. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Yay!
I think that was the beginning of the end for a lot of fans. Actually, that episode.
Yeah, it's like, yay! They made the Doctor a victim. Yay! Bravo! Changed his history when making him a victim, which he wasn't in reality.
Well,
he was a warrior. He was a fighter. He was a survivor. He fought. He
also
fought tooth and nail.
He also fought for the causes he believed in. You know, I mean, he was like a champion of humanity, right? For whatever reason, because I guess that's, we're human and we're going to base our hero helping humans, right? That makes sense. But they kind of dismantled the legacy, I think, with an episode like that. They just started to tear it apart bit by bit.
Yeah, and that's sort of what modern writers and producers are kind of doing. They're tearing down the old, just like from that one scene in the old Planet of the Apes movies. And when where Taylor says that one line to Dr. Zaius, they came before you and they were better than you. They were.
You could probably pick just about any franchise, actually, Dan, and they're pretty much fucking with it, right? I don't know. If you got to tear something down, you better have something good to replace it with,
To which they don't. They
that's
tear
the
it down.
problem. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Right.
Yeah, because they know their stuff is inferior, and they would tear down the old stuff as much as possible, even though they know that the old stuff, even if they tear it down to a certain point, it's still superior to their new crap, which they don't like that, and they will double down or triple down on that fact and deny it as much as possible.
Well, I think they're people with much less talent than the writers from previous decades, and I think there's a certain aspect of jealousy there. I think it's like we'll never be as good as those people were, so let's just trash what they did, and that'll maybe we can make ourselves look more important, which of course they don't. But they're idiots, I guess, basically. From all this, well, I tried watching Discovery and I gave up. Didn't take long. I watched some of Picard. I gave up. It's like this stuff is like this stuff is just like it's junk. It's just junk, really. Compared to the old stuff.
Yeah, I've seen one episode with Admiral T. I think it was one of the YouTubers when they had the alternative video link in their chats. I've seen the first episode of season 5 Discovery. I found it so damn boring and very uninteresting. Season 5.
Well, I tried watching Discovery from the first episode, and I fell asleep halfway through it. So that has a lot to say about how exciting it was. I did finish watching it, but it was like, wow, this is really bad. And then I watched the second and third one, and I was like, this is even worse. So it's like, yeah, I pretty much bailed after that. So many things wrong. Okay, chat. Somebody catch up in chat. Did you say?
Well, it's basically mostly Daniel's Hot Topic saying, hi, guys, how's it going? And he also says, yeah, the David Tennant doctor works at S.H.I.E.L.D. now.
Really?
Huh.
Pop, if you want, you can enable stream sharing, and I'll share on my channel. Might be able to get a few more people if you want. It's up to you.
Screen sharing.
It's under
How
options.
do you do that?
Yeah, so you go to settings, down at the bottom, go to settings, and you go to guest. On the left-hand side on settings, go to guest, and there's a setting there that says guests can stream to their own destination. If you enable that, I'll Simo stream on my channel and direct everybody over here.
Settings, and then I have general, camera, audio, virtual background, recording, hotkey, layout, and guests.
You may have to click on guests.
You have to click on guests. And then that first option says guests can stream to their own destination. Yep, you got it. There you go. All right.
Got it.
So where were we roughly? Me and PvP were talking about something. So where were we?
Doctor Who. Something to do with Doctor Who, as far as I know.
Something about just the way the writers writing stuff today are inferior to writers from the past. I think, wasn't it, Dan? Something along those lines?
Yes, and I mean, let's put it this way. Every set of writers, depending on what generation or whatever it is, there will be certain TV shows or certain movies that would not be hits. They'll be terrible written and would not be a bad writer writing that TV show or movie. And every generation has their own version of bad writers, and that's sort of the point. This generation has a lot of bad writers and very few good ones nowadays.
Well, the thing is, when I was a kid in the 60s, the writers writing TV, at least the programs I watched, were all pretty top-level writers. Like, they had a lot of skill to write not only interesting storylines, but also great character development and great dialogue. So the shows back then, at least, the ones I was familiar with, were very solid, entertaining shows. That, always there'd be a clunker or two in any series, but overall, the quality was pretty damned high back in those days, right? And it was kind of like, it was kind of like an expectation that a professional writer would come up to a certain minimum level, or else they just wouldn't be in the business for very long, right? So
yeah, but that was
I don't know whatever happened
and all that.
What's that, Pop?
The
Sorry, I
DEI.
didn't.
Yeah, that was before DEI, but now they're all hired based on who they sleep with or what gender they are, and if they're if they swing a certain way, and so that's why like people like Sithan and the younger generation, Daniel. What do they have to look forward to? A bunch of DEI and garbage. Will they ever see good television or movies again?
Well,
Well,
It's really too
I
bad.
don't.
There's no future.
my
PvP.
my recommendation is check out the past, because I could go back 100 years to silent films and see a lot of great high quality stuff. I mean, it's out there. There's thousands
Yeah,
and
because I
thousands
don't
of
see any in the
hours of
future.
quality. If you want to,
Yeah.
if you want to check it out, which is what I actually did when I was a kid. I started checking out silent films and stuff because I was curious about the past, and I had a curiosity that was endless, and I kept feeding it, right, which is why I think I know a fair bit of stuff about past media. Um, so it's out there, but as far as current stuff, yeah, it's a lot more scarce because I mean, back when I was growing up in the '60s and in the '70s, basically it was a meritocracy, right? Writers got jobs based on the merit of the quality of their writing, and now, as you said, Pop, it's more about politics than quality writing skills, right?
Right,
So
that's what I'm talking about is the future, and it looks bleak. It does not look good.
yeah, well,
I will say this between you and Pop. I don't watch new TV shows hardly at all anymore because to me they're boring, not very entertaining, or just plain garbage. That's why I turn to older TV shows, but not like your old geezer TV shows, but old shows like in the 2000s or 90s or 80s sometimes, depending how good the TV show is. I mean, like I said before earlier in the stream, I watched Bewitch, I, Jim and Genie, and a few others like My Favorite Martian. Those are some old TV shows, and I actually enjoyed them.
oh, those
And
are
old movies.
'60s.
Yeah.
Those are '60s, '70s, so they definitely are old geezer shows, as you call it. But I would urge you, like, really go and check out a lot of the '60s shows because there's some amazing series there. Even if if you're halfway open minded to like even watching westerns, go back to the 1950s because. I mean, we had guys like Gene Roddenberry writing Western stories back in some of those shows, and he was a much better writer, I think, when he was doing Westerns than when he was
Well,
writing stuff for Star Trek.
you can watch Western, but I haven't go back that far. I mean, come on, Western.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. There's even quality back in the '50s if you actually want to give it a chance. Is what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah, I
Have Gun
will.
Will Travel
There was
and
good
Rifleman
westerns
are
in the
great shows.
60s and 70s. Right. There was
Oh
good
yeah,
westerns in the
yeah,
60s and stuff.
I would
Sorry.
say, I mean, you geezers probably have not heard of this TV show. You probably heard it was on CBS in the in the latter half of the, or whatever you call the early 21st century, the latter the 28 to 2012 that era. There was a TV show that came out called Chuck. It was a spy comedy thriller TV show, and I found it very entertaining. That was a good show until the last season of that show got somewhat It was the last season was not very good, but the first 4 seasons were good. The fifth season was not very good, and that was a good spy comedy TV show I actually enjoyed. And then there was the Doctor Who era, but that was mainly a Britain era. The David Tennant era of writing Doctor Who, that was a good show. And the Christopher Eccleston era of Doctor Who, that was good as well. So I have, given my age range, I mean, you guys will consider me young by your standards, but my point is, you call these new shows, I call them old-ish shows to me because I was I was hardly in my teens while watching these movies, or not even in my teens watching these TV shows, but those were good shows to me. And you may think they were terrible shows in your day or when you tried to watch them, but to me, they were good shows.
Well, it's like you like what you like, and I'm not going to criticize anybody for liking what they like, Dan. I mean, we all have personal taste, right? But I'm just going to mention. Well, I'm going to mention a member of the community that I have high respect for, Jill. I I introduced her to a couple of shows, The Man from U.N.C.L.E. and the 1960s British series, The Avengers, about, oh gosh, it's got to be well over a year now. Maybe a year and a half ago, we started watching those on Sundays together. And she was resistant at first because she, said, well, these aren't really sci-fi, which is my thing. And I said, hey, give them a chance because they do have sci-fi elements in both of these shows. And I think if you give them a chance, you might actually enjoy them. And of course, after we watched a few episodes for a couple of weeks, she was totally in love with them, and we've been watching them every pretty much every weekend since then, right? So I urge people to go back and check out vintage TV because the Man from U.N.C.L.E. and the Avengers are both fantastic shows. I mean, they've got their bad episodes, but overall, they're really good shows worth watching. So, I would say go back, check out the past. Like Jill's young, she's in her 30s, but she's got that open mind where she's got that ravenous sponge-like attitude where she just, soaks up stuff from the past, right? Which I have total respect for. One reason I think we've, kind of become friends over the last few years. So, I would urge anybody to go check out the past because there are great shows there. Anyway, that's my little lecture now.
No, I agree. Like, especially the movies from the past are really good too. Like a couple days ago, I think it was like a week or two ago, Gorilla was watching Dr. No with Mikey.
First Bond movie.
I loved it. It was a good movie, and I can't get enough of that movie. I can just watch. It has infinite replay value.
There's a lot of good Bond films, but they are hit and miss, Daniel. Like there's some great ones, and there's some less than great ones too. Because there's 26 movies I think in the franchise now, so it's got a long history since 1962. But the Sean Connery ones, the early ones, like you got Russia with Love and you got Goldfinger and Thunderball coming up, and those are all pretty solid movies. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there. If you like Dr. No, I'm sure you'd probably enjoy those films as well.
Oh yeah, I saw all of them. They're so good.
Actually, Gorilla's planning, I think, on continuing the Bond stuff maybe every couple of weeks or something. I'm not sure his schedule.
Oh, that is so cool. I can't wait to see it.
I think he's going to do some more of those actually. So that'll be fun. Actually, once Jill and I finish watching the Avengers, which is probably going to be at least 3 or 4 months from now, because we still probably got over 20 episodes of the Emma Peel ones to go through, which are the ones we're watching, because those are by far the best ones of the series. Then we're going to switch over to Bond, because Jill's never seen the Bond movies except for Dr. No. She saw that, but she wants to watch all the rest of them. So I imagine we'll be watching Bond movies for, probably about half a year. But it's going to be fun. Because I haven't seen some of them myself. I mean, there's plenty of Bond movies I haven't even seen. So
I won't even watch the new ones.
I actually like the Daniel Craig ones. I mean, they're not all great, but I like most of them. Casino Royale was pretty solid. I really love Skyfall. That's one of my favorite Bond movies, actually. And some of the other ones were hit. I did not like the last one, though. No Time to Die. I walked out of the theater really depressed, actually, which I never did in a Bond movie before because it was such a dark ending. I'm not going to spoil it, but it was not my cup of tea, to say the least. And I did not like that film. It had like 4 or 5 different writers, too, and it felt like it because it was like 4 or 5 different movies edited together. It just didn't have a flow, and it didn't work for me. But, I'm not going to give a long critique tonight, but yeah, that was the one Daniel Craig movie I definitely did not enjoy.
And
That's the last one, right?
The last one, and I thought it sucked.
Well, that sucked. I'm surprised you paid to go see it because everybody pretty much knew before it came out how bad it was.
I just was curious. I'm not one of these people that is going. Let's put it this way. There's that old saying: if everybody's running in one direction, go the opposite way, because you might be safer, right?
No, but what was obvious?
I don't follow the herd. I just don't, Pop. Sorry.
No, I understand that, but no, what was obvious was the publicity was that they had Fleabag involved, that same bitch that was in the new Indiana Jones movie.
Oh yeah.
And then she went in and feminized the role. I mean, everybody knew about that. That's what made me say no.
Yeah, but the rumors are great. The hearsay is fine, but I'd like to go just make up my own mind and watch it.
That's fine.
After I watched it, I did think it stunk, but I at least
you think it was worth the money
for myself.
You think it was
And
worth the money?
but it did have some really good moments. Like it had a lot of good parts. Like halfway through the movie, there was a female spy for about 20 minutes. She was in the film, and I don't know why they didn't make her the Bond girl because she was fantastic. She was there with
She,
Bond, kicking ass, doing the martial arts moves on the bad guys, and
Are
it
you
was
talking about Anna de
fantastic.
Armas? Yeah, I think it was
I
Anna de
can't
Armas.
remember her name, but her character was fabulous, and why they didn't put her in the entire movie is beyond me. Because
Yeah,
I
they should
think
have
it would
made.
have been it would have been a much better film, right? You know,
Yeah, they should have made her the Bond girl, but they didn't, sadly.
they messed up. They had too many cooks spoiled the soup, as the saying goes, and boy, did it ever get spoiled.
It's too many
well, it's
cooks
all
in
written
the
by
kitchen.
committee, like everything else.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it was
it was
committee.
all
It was
written by
committee.
committee.
Yeah, it was like 5 different writers when I was watching it. Like, it's like 5 writers on the bloody screen. I'm like, oh fuck, here we go.
And they practically right, and they practically reshot 80% of the movie. So there was a lot of reshoots going on there.
Yeah. There were moments though, like the first 15, 20 minutes are fantastic. Like the action in the first 20 minutes is one of the best opening sequences I've ever seen in any Bond movie. So it did have some good elements. It's just, there was just too much bullshit going on and they just couldn't pull it together, right, Pop? They couldn't get it together. And it was
Well, as soon
disappointing
as
as
I
hell.
heard Fleabag was involved,
Yeah, well,
as soon as I heard Fleabag was involved,
And Pop, to your point about the Indiana Jones movie, The Dial of Destiny, if the character of Phoebe Waller-Bridge was taken out, the movie would have been tolerable. With her in it, I found the movie bad. It was a bad movie with
they
her in
should
there.
they should have had Short Round in there instead of her.
Yeah, but my point is,
yeah.
take out the Phoebe Waller-Bridge character. That way would have been tolerable for me, and beyond that, the movie just tolerable.
Right.
The villain was forgettable. It was.
Every movie she has disgraced has bombed. She stinks. I don't know what Hollywood sees in her.
But then again, was that character written that way, or was that the way she acted in the movie? Because I mean,
Both.
they could have brought in another actress that did not have that angle to her, but then would it turned out the same?
She wrote it. She wrote the Jerry. She had input on the script. She actually wrote the character for herself.
So if another actress did that, it probably would not matter. In other words, in terms of how she's written. In other words,
yeah, they would be just as irritating. Go ahead,
You probably
BBT.
shouldn't let actors write their own scripts. That's probably a bad idea from the start.
Like Picard.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, the actor Picard is a pretty I hate to get a little political here, but he was a left-wing nut job in real life anyway.
Of course he is, and he's a flaming liberal.
Thing is, I don't give a shit if somebody's liberal, conservative, whatever. If they make a good film, I'm going to say it's a good film. It's to me, it's not about the politics behind the scenes. It's about the fucking politics that interferes with the storylines, and when they go woke or whatever, that's when I get pissed off.
Actually, you know what?
Yeah, but these days they can't keep their politics out of it. In case you guys haven't noticed.
Yeah, I have noticed actually. That's why it's not a lot of shit I like these days. I think it's a lot of really bad shit. And while there's always been golden ages and then there's been dark ages, and I think we're kind of in somewhat of a dark age right now, actually, guys. That's my opinion anyway.
Yeah, I would say from 2014 is when the signs started to show, at least for the way I see it. But then you may see it earlier than that. But then again, I'm young. I think the real when it started getting real serious was 2014 and then onward. After that, it's a pure dark age when it comes to movies. Mainly, it is.
Well,
yeah, it's all crap now.
Well, for me, like as my avatar might suggest, I'm a big music fan, and to me, I'll just use music as a quick example. It started to go downhill in the mid '90s. Like I thought grunge was probably one of the last interesting movements that had, a handful of decent bands. Not that I loved them all that much, but there was some decent music coming out. And then the last gasp for me was the original Smashing Pumpkins, which I really liked their late 80s, 90s stuff. I actually saw them on the Melancholy tour, and they were excellent. But, you know, their last gasp, I think, was like 1999. They put out their last album before they disbanded. The original band did. And then after that, like, music after that was dead to me. And then it was like TV and movies followed quite quickly. I just thought, personally, for me, like the last quarter century has basically been pretty fallow ground, at least to me. Not what it used to be. But then I'm an old geezer, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And just like it differs on generation, different generations have their own definition of dark age. Like for us youngsters, I would say the dark age. I said 2014, but I was saying it varies between. I'm saying between 2014, 2016 is when it started to get, the signs were there, but then after 2016, after who got elected, that's when it went total bonkers, total dark age.
Well, considering that's the future, because that's how the teachers are now, they're indoctrinating students. That's how the new students are going to be raised. That is the future. It's not going to get better.
If that's the way entertainment's going, I'll stick to the old stuff. Or old to me, it's like the 1980s or some 60s TV shows, depending if I like those TV shows.
Yeah, 60s and 70s are worthwhile too.
That's sad. It's sad, and it's not fair that the younger generation have to turn to the past. But that's just the way it is.
Well, there are gems out there, and even in this new crap, there is some gems in that here and there that do pop out, but I can't name in them because I haven't seen any of the gems that came out if they're rare nowadays.
Well, no, you're right. Every now and then there's something, a diamond in the rough might come out, but it gets snuffed out. Like a good example is Deadpool 3. It might be a diamond in the rough, but compared to everything else Marvel's putting out and will put out, it'll be snuffed out. That's the problem.
I hear it's maintained its R rating, which is a hopeful sign. So.
What about X-Men '97? That's really good. I know a lot of people say it's woke, but X-Men was always woke.
Daniel, yeah, but I've been watching it. I mentioned a little earlier in the stream. It's too much of the message. I have been trying to watch it, and no, it's centered around the women. It's woke. It stinks. Everything's about fucking Storm. Everything's about fucking Cyclops and Jean and their kid. No, there's barely any Wolverine in it. Very little action in it. I tried. Believe me, because I'm a big fan of X-Men. And no, it's loaded with the message. It stinks. My God, it's so bad. Especially the last two episodes. Oh my God.
It's leading to X-Men versus Avengers. That's exciting.
I'm not going to watch it. I'll put it that way. I'm not going to watch it anymore.
Well, Daniel,
I think the last episode I watched, I think was number 5, and I said I'm done. I bet I had to skip through. I remember I had to fast forward through most of episode 4.
Yeah, with Jubilee in it. Yeah, that episode was just a filler to me. It was just filler episode.
Well, I know I'm not gonna.
About video games? Yeah, it was about video games.
Yeah, it was like in a video game, but I'm done. They've lost me.
Daniel, I don't care about the Jubilee character at all. I don't care about her. So to me, that episode was just pure filler. I don't care about her. And for the next episodes that came next, with the Genosha thing, when it got destroyed, if Pop does not mind spoilers, where Genosha got destroyed by a rogue Sentinel attack, it's later revealed in the later episodes, as Dan probably seen already, that Sinister and another villain called Bastion is behind those attacks, and it's leading up to a confrontation between the X-Men and those two villains. And
Bastion is from the future.
And you think it's heading towards the Avengers plotline? No. And the final 3 episodes of the series, it's probably gonna end with them being a very climactic battle, if it is half decent or very good. So I get in with them facing those two major villains, along with their human hybrid sentinels, if they ever get that program off the ground by the season finale.
Yeah, because I think they destroyed those human hybrid sentinels when the building blew up.
They probably have other caches around the world or other stuff in other safe houses that they probably would show in the climax.
Wait, do you think those people were alive in those tanks?
No, they're humanoid sentinel robots mainly, from what I saw in them. Unless the human side of them was in hibernation in those glass cases that they were in.
So they were alive.
Maybe, but to me, just by looking at them in that episode, they look purely synthetic humanoid robots. I did not see any human components in them at all. Besides the doctor that created them. And he was the first active humanoid sentinel, and now we're having a debate about this, which pop culture and PvP probably does not find interesting.
Oh, I don't care if you guys talk about it.
Yeah, like, go ahead and talk about it, but I have no interest in the discussion.
Like Screen Crush did say that this could be leading to Avengers versus X-Men, because they did reference the Hulk. We did see Captain America, and we keep on seeing references to Spider-Man and Iron Man everywhere.
It won't. I mean, now that's the Avengers they're going to be facing off. It's going to be Captain America, and who's the other one?
Spider-Man?
And the Hulk?
No, the Hulk, yeah.
Unless it's going to be Captain America versus the Hulk versus the X-Men. If not, it's not going to happen. It's probably going to happen next season as a mid-season finale of season 2, if they ever get that far. It's not going to be a X-Men versus Avengers storyline in the last 3 episodes. It's not. It's going to be the X-Men versus Sinister and Bastion mainly, probably, and their humanoid sentinels. I bet my money on it probably will be those. They'll find Bastion will, and Sinister will activate another batch of humanoid sentinel hybrids that they have hidden somewhere else in another safe house. Then send those to the X-Men mansion or wherever the X-Men are, trying to eliminate them either one by one or as a group, and the X-Men will be forced on the back foot, and they'll have to fight back extremely hard. Then they'll chase the humanoid sentinels. The humanoid sentinels probably retreat to their hidden base where Sinister and Bastion are, and there'll be a climactic battle between those two. Then either Bastion will be defeated, or he'll create a last-minute time machine and transport back to the future, if that's what you think he's from there. And then Sinister will either disappear into the shadows and continue his own evil plans and experiments in the shadows again, and then the humanoid sentinels will be turned off as a threat, and the United Nations or whatever the world government is will take custody of that shit, and then the X-Men will go back to their very day for the next threat. Then with Xavier coming back, he probably will lead the X-Men in that battle as well. And then in the next season, either Magneto will join in the battle, or he'll be brainwashed by Sinister and Bastion to join on their side, which is why in the intro you have Magneto and his Brotherhood versus Charles Xavier and the X-Men. If they do that angle, odds are Magneto will be brainwashed by Sinister and Bastion, and he'll rally his Brotherhood of Mutants to his own cause, and it'll be the Brotherhood of Mutants, Sinister, Bastion, their humanoid sentinels, with the Brotherhood of Mutants on that side, and Charles Xavier, his alliance of X-Men, versus all that, and then they'll clash in the last 3 episodes of this season. And then it probably will end with the good guys winning, or the good guys side will take some casualties, or have heavily wounded. Maybe Morph will get killed, or some other minor X-Men character that we're not very familiar with. They'll get killed off, and then boom, that's the end of season 1. And then season 2 will be a few filler episodes for the first few episodes to catch up on the audience. Then they'll.
Why would they intentionally make filler episodes when they're only making about 10 episodes per season? Why would they go out of their way to make a shit episode?
To try to have the audience catch their breath and to do some exposition dump in the episode to have the audience catch up or
catch their breath.
what-
Like our audience is that weak-minded, they can't get through like 8 episodes. They need to catch their breath.
Yeah, sir. Yeah,
Seriously,
touch your
man.
breath. You do that during the week when you're not watching the show.
You're talking to a guy that they used to do westerns 45 50 episodes a year. Like they almost run the whole damn year with new episodes every week.
Right.
And it was like nobody needed to catch their breath because it was just damn good
No one
TV, right?
needed filler. You don't.
Yeah,
you
there
don't
was no
intentionally make
filler.
filler.
It was all thriller, no filler.
Right.
So yeah, I don't buy
So-
that argument. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. It makes no sense why they'd rather out of their way to make something called filler.
Well, that's how TV is nowadays. There's always one filler episode in each, no matter how small the series is. At least one episode of filler.
And that is total crap. And that is a disservice to the audience and the viewers.
Yeah, like the first season of Star Trek was 29 episodes, and it had one crap one, the alternative factor, and the rest were pretty darn good, you know? So, wow, times have changed.
I would consider that, if I was a viewer, I'd consider it like a slap in the face.
So anyway, I was trying to talk this to Daniel. What do you think about my theory on what will happen in the season finale? And since he typed in the chat that it'll be Avengers versus X-Men season 2, yeah, my theory probably sounds pretty good on what they may do in the season 1 finale. What do you think?
Absolutely. I would love to see those mutants come back, especially Juggernaut. I would love to see that.
Yeah, but then for those final 3 episodes, they're probably going to be cramming a lot of exposition dumps and all that on what the characters have been doing in the past few years or seasons. And then they'll probably go around the world trying to find those Brotherhood mutants, or they found them in Geonosia, then they gather them, then they have a huge battle. They'll probably have the first episode of that arc will be either the villains gathering their forces or Magneto gathering up the Brotherhood of Mutants to fight Xavier and the X-Men, since he's been brainwashed that the X-Men are the villains again in his viewpoint. They'll probably gather their forces, and the final 2 episodes of the season will be them fighting it out. The second season will be the major battle, then the climax at the end of the second to last episode. Then the last episode will be the final climax, and then the good guys will win. Then season 2 will do a. Oh, you guys may hate this, the old geezers. Maybe a filler episode for the first episode of season 2 for the audience to catch up what happened at the end of season 1 or that series, and then the season 2 will build up the next arc for the season 2.
I'd have to actually care about something to hate it, so I'm apathetic. I don't really care what they do because I'm not going to pay attention to it anyway. That's
Sounds like speculation.
That's the way I'm looking at it. It's like I don't care.
But my point is, some of the storylines in this new series is so predictable. Like I'm shooting in the dark, but if even half my theories on the season finale are true, I would not be surprised. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be great.
Yeah, but odds are it's probably going to be the humanoid Sentinels and their backers versus the X-Men. I bet my money it probably will be that as the major villains of that series.
So you don't think they're going to talk about Storm anymore?
Well, Storm got her powers back because in one episode she had a mental block on her. She blocked out her powers, and then she was able to get past that block and get back her Storm powers.
Yeah, but I'm saying, you don't think they're going to center the story around her anymore?
She probably will be a Hail Mary probably in the battle to come to destroy a major amount of the enemy forces. Since she is very powerful.
Yeah, and she doesn't have the mohawk anymore. Her hair grew out once she got her powers back.
That's good. I did not care for her mohawk.
But you don't like the mohawk? I thought it was really, really cool.
No, I don't care for mohawk style women that have that hairstyle. I don't care for it.
It's very butch.
I like ladies to have a full head of hair naturally. They don't shave it off to try to look hip and cool. So anyway, do you want to try and change the subject? Pop culture.
Whatever you guys want to talk about. What do you think about the new? What do you think about the
something
new?
we enjoy, all enjoy. Like,
What do you think about the new Deadpool?
I haven't
All right.
seen it. I haven't seen it, but I know
The new
I know
so
some
good.
people think it's pretty good, so I have to check it out.
It broke the internet.
To me, it's okay. The trailer was okay. The Deadpool one.
I'll go. Well, I'm going to go and watch it anyway because I never got a chance to see the first two in the theater. So I'm going to go and get my popcorn and go in with an open mind. And if it's good, it's good. If it sucks, it sucks. I'm just going to go and see.
Well, they're going out of way. They're going out of
I
their
like
way to show
Deadpool,
very
though.
little, but they're
Yeah,
not
well, I'm
showing
sure,
hardly anything at all.
Well, maybe that's a good thing because I hate trailers that show the entire movie basically before you even see the damn thing, right?
I don't want to see the whole movie, but I want to see. I want to see some, some action on whoever the back. I hear that I hear it has a weak villain.
Well,
that I'm not looking forward to.
I'll wait and I'll see if he is. I mean, it's the only fucking movie I want to go see this summer because there's nothing else I'm going to go watch in the damn theater. Because, Jesus, I mean, what the hell is coming up? Like, can you guys name like 3-4 blockbusters coming up in the next 4 months? Like, I can't think of them.
If there are, I haven't seen the trailers and I don't know the name of them.
I don't think they exist because it's like, wow, what the hell? Most of the stuff in the theaters over the last couple of years is. It's like, what? I don't have any interest in that stuff.
Yes, sir.
Hey, guys, just real quick. Just realized it's like 1:30, so I'm going to call it a night. Thank you for having me.
Good night, sir.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you for coming
Always enjoy it.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, man.
Have a good one.
Anytime, guys. You know where to
It's our
find me,
pleasure.
freethenet.org/underground. Appreciate it, Pop. Thank you, buddy. Take care,
My
everybody.
pleasure.
Have a good one.
Take care,
Good night.
sir.
Later, guys. Good night.
Good night.
Take care.
Good night. Yeah, I mean, I remember, not that many years ago, like, there used to be like summer movies that everybody was looking forward to, right?
Yeah, 3 or 4 at least.
Yeah, and now it's just like I can't think of anything much. Deadpool's about the only movie I'm actually planning on going to see, and even that, I'm not getting my hopes up real high, but I'm hoping it might be.
No, that's like I never thought I'd say that they're gonna be releasing a Planet of the Apes movie, and I don't give a shit about it. I never thought I'd say that, but it's true.
Yeah, I guess some of the recent ones haven't been that too good, right? So
the last
no, the new one looks even worse.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I think I got spoiled. Like I remember the '80s. Remember the '80s, Pop, when there were so many good movies out that decade, like just one after the other. Every summer there was like blockbuster after blockbuster after blockbuster. Yep. We'll fill in the theaters, making millions and millions of dollars every week. It was just like, man, those were good. Those were good years.
No, who was that was trying to speak about Planet of the Apes?
Yeah. I yes. Like the first 5.
Somebody was trying
to. I care about.
Somebody was trying to say something about Planet of the Apes, the last movie.
Daniel.
Oh yeah. I haven't watched any Planet of the Apes movie. The last one I watched was a 2001 Tim Burton Planet of the Apes. That was the last one.
So you haven't watched any of the reboots?
No. I watched the old one with Charlton Heston, like, Planet of the Apes, Beneath the Planet of the Apes, Escape from the Planet of the Apes, Conquest, and what was the last one?
Battle.
Battle. Yeah, Battle for the Planet of the Apes.
Those were all good.
Those were really good, yeah.
Oh, I saw all of those in the theater when they came out way back in the day, right? And yeah, they were all worth seeing for sure. But yeah, after the Tim Burton one, I haven't seen any of those either, actually, Daniel. Like I just lost interest, basically.
I really wanted a sequel to the Tim Burton one because like it ended so with like a cliffhanger, like what's his name? He landed in the future, and the future was populated by apes.
Yep, that was closer to the book.
Daniel, judging by how twisted and nonsensical the ending was, it's not gonna happen because the sequel, the whatever writer, if they even find a decent writer, that they have to retcon and jump through hoops to try and make a sequel to that movie to make it make sense.
Like, remember when when I gotta find out the guy's name, but when the astronaut went into the future, he found. Remember when he went to Washington? He landed in Washington.
Yes, I've seen the movie plenty of times. I've seen the scene. Yes, I've seen the movie.
Yeah, so like
Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, Mark Wahlberg. That's the one. He found out that General Thade got out somehow, and he would have taken power back, and probably killed all the humans, and
yeah.
That made no sense because Thade had no access to his spaceship to get to Earth that way. He had no
right. The thing is because in the original book, when he goes back, he finds out Earth is populated by apes. But they should have left it at that. They should have showed apes, but not Thade. It was dumb showing Thade.
Yeah, because that was sort of a kind of odd problem and thing I found odd about that movie. Thade as an Abraham Lincoln type of ape, really? He had no spaceship and no access to technology, especially space technology, to get to that Earth to create that future. So really, it's a dumb
Hello,
idea.
Jill.
Hey, Jill.
Good to see you, Jill.
And Daniel, my point, if they were to make a sequel to that, they would have to either do a exposition dump of what the hell, how they got there in the first few minutes of the movie, or just retcon the whole Thade idea out of existence, and then just have the pilot land on a planet like pop culture said, filled with apes, and they find him as a new rare species, since either on that planet humans existed in the far distant past, and they killed them off, they outcompete them, or he's just a new species to them. Humans never existed on that planet, and that could be an interesting story. It'll be like a alien fugitive, sort of, on that planet, and he can't find a way back home because what's home to him? Home is to the planet which is in the past or in the future, whatever you call it.
Hi, Jill. I stepped away for a minute, and I got to say hi.
Right. Jill says, "Oh, I missed it. Hello."
Hey, Jill, you want to pop on and join the panel? That'd be awesome.
Question is, does she have the time for it?
Well, Jill's always short on time. I found that out over the last few years, but that's still cool because she does make time for us when she has the time.
So Daniel, do you have a rebuttal to my point, or do you agree with my point?
I agree. I just, what they were gonna do was they were gonna say, what I don't get is how would Thade break out of that
that planet
wherever he was?
He wouldn't.
But they kept on saying, "Oh, he would somehow find a way," and I don't know. It would be interesting to see that, but I don't know.
Well, as he was going through that cloud again, he went back a few hundred years, so actually it makes no sense. I mean, in that cloud, if he actually went forward a few more hundred years, and Thade was on the planet he was on, then yeah, it would have made a few sense because technology does go rapidly in the few centuries that it goes. There are leaps and bounds in technology, but it didn't. It went backwards in time. The spaceship did with him in it.
It's too bad they could have just stuck to the original book. I know they can't always do that, but it was better. At least it wouldn't let people scratching their heads.
The question is, would it make sense? Did the book make relative sense to make a script out of it, or did the book have a twist ending that did not make any sense?
The book had a double twist ending. It did make sense.
All right. Because my point is, if the twists in the book did not make sense, then it probably would not make a very good movie script to it. But if the twist makes sense,
they never would. Right. If the book wouldn't have made sense, they never would have made the movie.
I guess Tim Burton, he probably read the book partially and saw one twist and he said, "Hey, I'll go with that." So he not either read or he just skipped out on the other twist ending to make it make sense.
And I didn't see if he actually wrote the movie or not.
Okay, so are you talking to Jill? PvP. If so, then what are you and Jill talking about? PvP.
We watch the old British TV show from the '60s, Avengers, every Sunday. We usually, well, we used to do one Man from Uncle and one Avengers, but we put Uncle on hiatus because we got through the first two seasons a couple months ago, and we decided we're not going to do season 3 yet because that's when the Batman effect makes the series kind of goofy. So Jill said, let's just do 2 Avengers every week. So that's what we have been doing. But she's been very busy with her family the last month or so. So sometimes we end up just doing one single episode, which it looks like we're going to do tomorrow. But yeah, we've been watching all the Emma Peel episodes, which there's around 50 of, and we've been having lots of fun for the last year or so watching those. So yeah, that's what we'll be doing tomorrow.
So it sounds like for the past hour, when we're talking about bad movies, bad TV scripts, bad writers, how we can possibly make them better, it seems right now. So if you want to continue this train of thought, what kind of other train wreck movie do you want to talk about that we could possibly fix if we were the writer or the producer of that movie or the director of that movie?
I wouldn't know.
No, I really, I mean, I'm kind of not really interested in trying to fix train wrecks because,
Yeah, and I don't speculate on something I don't have any control over.
Well, actually, okay, one comes to mind since I was just speaking with Jill about watching the Avengers British TV show tomorrow. They actually put a movie out based on that show, The Avengers. I think it was like, what was it, in the 90s? Or it's been a while. I can't remember. It was god awfully bad. It had Uma Thurman as Emma, and oh god, what's the guy's name?
Fiennes.
Ralph Fiennes played Steed, and it was the writing was awful. They were terrible in their roles. Neither one of them, I don't think it. I doubt they ever watched an episode of the TV show because they seemed to have zero clue as to how to portray the characters properly. Like they didn't even seem to care. And then, well, if you can get this, Sean Connery as the bad guy, and there's a sequence where he's dressed as a teddy bear in a teddy bear suit. If that gives you some idea of how bad this movie is.
Wait, Sean Connery was in that movie?
Sean Connery, and he was wasted horribly. I
my
mean,
God, I don't
he was
see
in
that
a
movie
fucking
now.
he was in a fucking teddy bear suit. It's god awful. If you
Dude,
want to watch a really shitty movie, watch that one.
Dude, I gotta see that movie now. I mean, Uma Thurman, Ralph Fiennes, and Sean Connery. That sounds like an awesome movie.
No, it's not. It's not awesome. It's fucking garbage. The only good part, there's one sequence that lasts about 5 or 10 minutes where they're in a car being chased by robotic mosquitoes, like gigantic robotic mosquitoes, which is actually the only cool scene in the whole damn movie. Other than that, though, it's a piece of shit. It really is a piece of shit. It's let's put it this way: watch some of the Emma Peel episodes. Watch 5, 6, 10 of those, and get a flavor for how damn well written the original TV show was in the '60s. And then watch that movie, and you'll probably realize how bad it is. Because I'm a big fan of the TV
but he's
show.
never seen this. But he's never seen the series, so
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Know.
Watch some of the series first, and then you'll get a flavor for the quality of the writing then, and you'll realize how bad the writing in the movie was. But anyway,
you didn't think Uma Thurman was hot?
Oh, I think she's hot, but she was a horrible actress in that film. She had no. She had no. There was no flavor of Emma Peel in her portrayal. It was just flat, boring, and just pointless. Because Emma Peel, as portrayed by Diana Rigg in the TV series, was hot, interesting, intelligent, sexy. She could kick a guy's ass. She knew martial arts. She had scientific ability. She could write scientific papers. She was like really good, but she wasn't woke at all. But she was just a really capable female lead character. And her and Steed were basically co-leads in the show because they were both just as important as each other. And they had a great team. They had great teamwork. They had great chemistry. It's one of the greatest shows. I mean, I put it up there with the original Star Trek as far as the quality of the writing, directing, and everything else. It's just a fabulous show. And if you never check it out, it's your loss, you know. But
No,
that's just my
you
opinion.
make it sound very interesting. Maybe I think I want to watch it now.
Give it a shot. Give it a shot. But here's my recommendation. There's it was on for almost 10 years. Like there's like 9 seasons, I believe. It started in 61 and went to 69. So it's a long running show, but there were different eras. The first season was actually Steed and a male counterpart, but there's only like 3 episodes still exist because the BBC wiped most of the tapes. So those episodes are basically gone, most of them. Then in season 2, they brought in Honor Blackman as the female counterpart to Steed, and I think she was in 2 or 3 series, and that was good, but it was more like kind of your basic detective, cop show almost. It wasn't like really that interesting, but there were some good stories. It really took off though when Diana Rigg came in as Emma Peel in, I guess it was series 4, I think it was. And the first series is in black and white, and then the latter ones are in color. And it's really great. Those are the ones to watch. Watch the Deanna Rigg episodes in seasons series 4 and 5. I think those are the 2 to count on. There's like around 50 of them, so it doesn't take that long a watch. Really, there's only 50 episodes, but they're fabulous because they got into like sci-fi and robots and mad scientists and evil people trying to take over the world, and it got really, really good. Like it's a really good show. Really good show. And there, Jill's put a link in there, I think. If you guys want to check it out tomorrow, we'll be watching one.
What season and what episode are you on?
I haven't picked it yet. I'm probably going to pick I'm probably going to do, well, gosh, maybe I'll do a color one then. If you guys are going to pop in, maybe color might be more to your cup of tea than a black and white one. But yeah, I haven't picked the episode yet. It doesn't really matter. I mean, if you're not familiar with the show, I'll just pick an episode I think is good. We've already watched over half of them though, so we kind of watched a lot of my favorite ones, but there's still a lot of good stuff. So just pop in and check it out if you want. I think Jill usually starts, well, actually, if you want to DM Jill on Twitter, I think she usually starts around 10 Pacific time, but sometimes that can vary because sometimes she has family stuff to do, and she has a late start or whatnot. So,
Very cool.
So, have any of you guys seen the Transformers movies? I mean, besides the first one, the ones after the first one was.
I saw the first 1 or 2, I think, but I got bored after that.
I would say that Revenge of the Fallen, that movie was a bad movie, terrible movie actually. Then beyond that, the others after Revenge of the Fallen, they kind of blur into one massive blob in my memory because they're all the same. So
that's just the way each movie is too. The way Michael Bay shoots them, they're blur. The way you can hardly tell what's going on because it's like an edit every split second.
Yeah, I would say that the first Transformers movie that came out either, I might get the year wrong, either 2005 or 2007 is when it came out, I think, or one of those years. That movie was entertaining and just fun, in my opinion. It was. But then again, like I keep saying to you, old geezers, I haven't seen the original Transformers TV show or movie.
Old geezers is a derogatory term.
It came out in...
Yeah, I kind of wish you would stop saying that too, actually, to be honest. Mm-hmm. It is kind of derogatory, really.
So which do you prefer, then?
Just don't call us any particular...
Pop culture curator and PvP.
Yeah, that would be nice. I don't call you young whippersnappers every time every other time I address you, right?
It's like, that would be like
I don't say get off my lawn.
That would be like us referring to you guys as these young stupid people.
I know you don't intend it to be an insult. I get that, but it does kind of get a bit grating after a while. Just saying.
We don't need labels.
Yeah, exactly. I'm an individual. I'm not a generation.
Every
I'm an
now and then
individual.
you'll hear us. Every now and then you'll hear us refer to each other as old people, sure. But
Generally, we're just joking around with each other, though, right, Pop? Because
you
we're
know,
the same
it's
age, so we
different.
kind of can, right?
It's different.
Yeah, we've both been through the same, decades together, kind of thing, right? So, anyway, I'm not trying to be overly sensitive, but yeah, I totally, I'm not really into labels either, to be honest. Anyway, gee, that ground to a halt. Let's have some fun, guys. I really come on your Saturday rumblings to have a good time, and there was a lot of kind of serious stuff on tonight, which I was fine, listening to it, but it's like after a while, I kind of hoped that we kind of would have a little more lighthearted, fun on a Saturday night. That's just my opinion, you know.
It tends to go different directions.
No, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I just kind of put myself on mute for a while and just listened, to all the dialogue. Like that was good. It was actually quite interesting. I'm not saying it wasn't, but it is nice when we can mix it up and have a bit of good times too. Hey, speaking of
Hello,
good
Jill.
times, here's
Hey,
Jill.
hello. How are you guys doing?
Good
We're
to see
doing
you, Jill.
okay.
And I want to say
All right.
hello to old Joe in the chat. Good to see you and welcome. Descriptions
Wow, old
are
Joe.
better
I
than
don't.
labels.
Have we ever had old Joe before? I don't remember that.
I'm
That
not sure, but
Hello,
you're
old
welcome
Joe.
and good to see you.
yeah, nice to be. Nice to have you.
Good to see
Hmm.
you, Jill.
Hi,
Hope you're
Jill.
doing well.
So is
Hey,
your day gone
Daniel.
well, Joe?
Well, it went great. Yeah. So I had a good time for sure.
That's
Yeah,
good.
I'm
It's been
I'm new to the
Saturday.
Avengers to the series. I'm a newcomer, so I can't wait to
Hmm.
see it.
Well, right. They're a great team. And they're like independent spies. You know, they're needed for certain things and they do the things. And they save lives and they kick butt.
So what time you going on
They're a lot
tomorrow,
of
Joe?
fun.
Because I think Daniel might actually want to join in and watch.
Yeah, sure. Usually I start at noon.
Central.
Yes, it's Central Time.
So just one episode then I'm guessing tomorrow, Joe. I think I'll have to pick a color one then if we're only doing one. Because we haven't done a color one in a couple of weeks, right?
We did a color and a black and white last week.
Oh, okay. Well, there's my memory.
Well, I especially like Avengers when it brings in science fiction concepts, obviously. So possibly the
Okay.
very first one you ever showed me was my favorite one, and it still is.
Cybernauts. That was Cybernauts, was it not?
Yeah, so is Cybernauts. That's the best one.
Well, there was the Cybernauts, and there was the other one with the cartoon guy on the ceiling.
The sequel was good, but also yeah, Cybernauts was definitely the one I liked. But the other one,
Yeah.
yes, the comic book one, that was cool.
Yeah, I forget the name, but it was kind of making fun of Batman, right? With the crash pow stuff at the end, which is
Old
why I
Joe
picked it because
says
I had a feeling.
hello. Old Joe says hello, sir. And never been here. Thank you. Well, you're welcome and glad to see you.
Yeah, welcome. We
Glad
hope
you
you'll
could
stay
join
for
us,
a while.
Joe.
Please stay and come back on other weekends too. You're always welcome there.
Yeah, we usually talk about pop culture, a lot of classic TV, movies, stuff like that.
Yeah, this is a really great channel. I really enjoy. The first thing I enjoyed here was talking about the animated series. I have good memories of that. And also, when we talked about Metropolis, that's probably one of my favorite streams here.
That was definitely fun, yes.
Yeah,
I actually
Metropolis.
covered a silent movie that people liked. Yeah, that was fun.
That was a lot of fun. Yeah.
And Jill's got a wonderful channel too, right? Let's not forget about that. It's a lot of amazing
Yeah,
stuff,
thank
including
you.
the original Star Trek.
Oh yeah, I can't believe I got a complete set now. It's in one way, I'm like, I'm glad I got them. I got them all. I got collected them all, but I wish I had more.
Yep. And now you're going to be doing Star Trek Continues, right?
Yeah, for a few weeks we'll do Star Trek Continues, and then for 20 weeks we'll do For All Mankind and see how that is, because I want to throw in some new shows with the old shows. And so whenever, like, if the Orville comes back or whenever For All Mankind has more episodes, I'll switch back to the new one. And then after that, I want to look at the Twilight Zone.
Oh,
And I
that'd be
think you're doing something similar, right? Aren't you doing Night Gallery?
I may be doing
What
a
is
night
it called?
gallery if I can make it. After I'm done with Gilligan's Island, I was thinking about doing night gallery next.
Yeah. Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
that would be awesome,
That'd be
actually,
that'd
Pop.
be really cool. I've never
I,
seen it, so it might encourage me to start watching it.
oh, Night Gallery's really good, Jill. You should really
Oh,
check
I
it
know
out.
it is. It's
Yeah,
it's high on my list.
it's very different than Twilight Zone, though. It's more horror based, whereas Twilight Zone was more sci-fi fantasy sometimes. You know, but it's still awesome.
Hmm.
Hey,
Yeah, for sure.
it's Rod Serling. How can you go wrong?
Yeah, he's a preeminent classic storyteller, and so many people can learn from him, from how to frame a story and how to express it, and especially how to end a story. I think a lot of people have a hard time ending stories. So if you have trouble with that, watch something written by him.
Well, the thing is, too, Jill. What I love about Serling is he had a deep understanding of humanity, which I think is missing from a lot of writers these days. Because that's one of the things I love about Serling is he understood, the quirks and foibles of the human race very, very intimately, and I think he was just a fabulous, writer for that reason.
Yeah, he had morality, heart, and compassion. The only problem is he smoked too much, and so we lost him sooner than we should have.
Yeah, he was only in his
Exactly.
early 50s, because he actually survived the heart surgery, but I think he passed away like 2 or 3 days later. And when he was hopefully trying to recover, which he never did. But I read somewhere once, I think he was smoked like 5 packs a day or something. Like that's just
Something
nuts.
crazy like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like wow. Yeah, that's why I quit smoking many years ago.
What a waste.
Yeah, sad, sad. I wish he'd been around for at least another 20 or 30 years writing more stories. Yeah.
And it was too bad because CBS really didn't treat him very well, unfortunately.
Well, he made
He
the
deserved a
mistake of
lot
Big
signing
better.
away.
surprise.
Well, he signed away creative control on Night Gallery, which is his big mistake, right? And then I
Yeah, that
think
was one of them.
was it Jack Laird, the producer, kind of took over control,
Yeah.
and Laird kind of had a flair for doing like he'd throw in some of those short little comedy bits, like those 5-10
Yep.
minute comedy ones, which I think kind of does drag the series down a little bit. Yeah.
Where did he put in comedy bits? Which show?
In Night Gallery. See,
Oh,
the thing
Night
is,
Gallery.
well, Night
Okay.
Gallery was like an hour long in the first 2 seasons, right, Jill? And
Mhm.
sometimes there'd be like maybe I don't know 2 episodes. Sometimes there'd be like maybe 3 or 4. They'd have different durations of
Wait.
time.
Not episode. No, not episode. You mean segments? There'd be like 2 or 3 segments in
Segments,
1 hour.
segments in one episode. Yeah, thanks, Bob, for correcting. Yeah, but sometimes they just have like that last little bit to fill for like 5 minutes at the end of an hour, and they just cram in a little comedy bit, which sometimes they were actually really fun, and sometimes they were pretty bad.
It's still anthology, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
yeah. Oh yeah, like there's lots of different stories, like, and there was even some that were a little bit sci-fi in some of them, for sure. Yeah.
And My Twilight Zone had a good cast. Really good
Well, they had
cast.
great actors. Like, it was one of those shows where a lot of top actors wanted to be on the show. So you got well, hey, William Wyndham, remember that name? Jill?
Yeah, of course, of course.
Leonard Nimoy did an episode in season 3.
Doomsday Machine, of course.
And Leonard Nimoy appeared, and yeah, so
Wonderful.
And I'm just mentioning Trek because I know you're familiar, love Trek, but there's all kinds of awesome top notch actors in the series, so that elevates it quite a bit too. Yeah, it's a good show
for sure. Well, good acting, good writing. I know it's gonna be great. I just haven't made the time yet.
Oh well, Gilligan's still got a couple of months to run, I'm guessing, right, Pop?
Yeah, we're about.
I thought you were
think right
towards
about
the
the middle.
end. Oh
I think we're
wow,
right about in the
okay.
middle of season 3.
Then
It's
how
because
come
of
you were
it's
you were
my
covering a
delays
movie?
because of my health. Yeah, it's because of the
Mm.
delays of my health. I've been missing a few streams,
Oh.
but I'm
Well,
hoping
how is
no
that
more. I
going?
want to try to
Are
finish
you
hanging in there. I'll put it that way. I'm not going through treatment
okay?
anymore.
Oh my gosh. Oh, we appreciate you.
Well, I appreciate you guys. I love you guys. That's why I'm here. I look
Mm.
forward to these streams. But I don't have any more doctor's appointments, so that gives me more time to spend with you guys. So hopefully I won't miss any more streams.
Well, even more importantly, are you eating better?
I actually am eating better.
Oh,
In fact,
that's good.
I know this is going to sound crazy, but I was just munching on a few olives just now as you guys were talking.
Oh, no, that's not. That's good news.
Yeah, I
Yes,
know.
I got down to 113 pounds, and then that's when I realized like I need to do something. So I'm
Yeah,
forcing myself to eat something.
that's a pretty low weight, all right, Pop. Like 113. That's getting down there. Gosh.
Yeah, I found that out on this week when I went to the doctor, and I thought, okay, it's time I need to start eating.
Yeah. I'm the same though. It's when you're a bachelor and when you don't have anybody to remind you to cook something. Like I ate a little bit earlier today, but I still it's like 11 o'clock at night here, and I still haven't cooked a proper supper, and I probably won't. I'll probably do something tomorrow, which is
Uh,
terrible, I know, but that's just the way it is.
right. Well,
Ugh,
are you gonna can?
yeah, yeah.
That was
I
a
still
good
got some.
alien stream you did, Jill, the other day. I listened to the whole thing. It was great. Very
Thank
insightful.
you.
Very entertaining.
Yeah, it was so much fun. I wanted more time to go through my book because it had some cool stuff in it. But I think maybe I'll review the book separately in short videos. Maybe it's one of my ideas.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
that's a good
interesting.
idea.
Yeah, it was good to do the first movie finally after we did the third one some months
Ah,
back.
I know that was so weird, right? No,
Was
it's
weird.
just the whims of Scotty R37. I
Oh yeah.
reviewed Alien 3 first, and finally I got to Alien, which is good. It's like next Friday I'm gonna talk about the Phantom Menace, even though I don't really like it that much.
Oh
But
no.
I'm gonna talk about it,
Oh
and
no.
then I'm like, why am I not talking about the real Star Wars?
Phantom. I might have to take a pass on Phantom Menace. I actually
Of
paid money to
course,
see that in
yeah.
the theater, and oh, that's my comment. It was not fun. I
Yeah,
did
fair
not
enough.
like that
Yeah, I'm
movie
not a
at all.
fan. I'm not a
Yeah.
fan either. No offense.
Well, when they had the race and they basically ripped off the chariot race from Ben-Hur, that kind of took me right out of the film at that point. I was like, okay, this is like,
That's the only part I kind of liked because I was a kid and I liked the video games that went with it. But that
yeah.
was it.
But the thing is,
Oh yeah.
Jill, if you grew up watching Ben-Hur as a kid, you realized how good Ben-Hur was, and then you realized what a ripoff Phantom Menace was. So that's where my perspective, right, where I was coming from. So yeah, different outlook, I guess, different
Well, my
generations.
problem
Well, me,
is it's cool that Anakin built C-3PO and we know his story and where it goes and his arc to redemption and everything. So why am I watching this? Is my main problem.
Yeah, we already know
yeah.
where it goes.
What made you choose that particular movie, Jill?
I forget. Scotty has because it's the 25th anniversary, and
Oh,
Scotty's
okay.
excited about it.
So
Oh,
it's the
wait.
25th
Okay.
anniversary of a bad movie. Okay, I get it.
Wait, it'll be a
Whee!
25th
Yeah.
anniversary. What, in May? May, right?
At May 3rd.
Oh my!
Awesome. That's
Yeah,
so cool.
right. I guess that's what's happening.
I still wish I got my money back that day.
Yeah, I remember when I watched The Phantom Menace in 1998. I was in grade 5. I was disappointed. I was disappointed that it was a prequel. I wanted a sequel to Jedi, right? So I grew up reading the sequel books to Jedi, like The Glove of Darth Vader or Zorba the Hutt's Revenge. And I've always wanted to see a sequel to Jedi, and we got episode 1 instead. So I was really disappointed.
Yeah.
But when I went to watch it, it was really stunning. Like, it was so beautiful. It was really stunning. I enjoyed it afterwards.
I thought it was
Do you
one of
want-
those.
Great.
Would you
For
want
me,
to
it
be
was-
on a live stream about it at noon on a Friday? What are you doing at noon on Fridays, Daniel?
Awesome. I would love to be there. Thanks, Jill.
Yeah, you're welcome. I need some Star Wars fans.
Yeah, put Daniel on because I think I'm going to probably not be there. I just thought it was one of the most boring films I ever sat through. I mean, that's just the way I felt about it when I watched it.
Especially someone who has something positive to say.
Did not engage me. Like, well, that's why. Have I ever come on one of your streams and been negative? Like, I think I generally try and be positive and contribute. Do I not, Jill? Which is why
I don't know. Did you help me with the Nemesis? Oh wait, you kind of like
I
Nemesis.
did. I was defending it. I was being
forgot.
attacked. I was being attacked on all sides. You know, Scotty was saying, "What? This is garbage," and I was like, "No, it's not. It's not that bad."
Well, someone saying their opinion isn't attacking, but yes.
Well,
yes,
you
that's
know what
right.
I mean.
People
Scotty
are
was-
disagreeing with you. for
Scotty was
sure.
kind of being, what's the word? Disagreeable. You know, Scotty. Sometimes he just likes to disagree just for the sake of it, just to be entertaining. You know,
Sometimes, but
not like he's
usually
he's not
usually
being
he's
bad. He's just being, you know.
if he's
just like-
insincere on my stream, I do try to rein in.
No, it's okay.
But
I actually
he
like.
knows what he's
I
doing.
mean, Scotty and I, we like each other quite a bit because we have some interesting conversations. But sometimes we get into those disagreeable moods where we're like back and forth at one another. But even that's
That's the
actually
thing.
kind of fun.
Even
that's
a
fun, though.
opinion that's different than yours, that's negative against the thing that you love, isn't an attack on you, and that's something.
Well, I
that is
realize
important
that.
to remember.
That's the thing. Like, I actually kind of, actually, Scotty's attacks are kind of amusing. I actually don't mind. I mean, you know, Jill. You
exactly what
understand.
they're supposed. That's his intention, really.
Yeah,
is
exactly.
entertaining,
Scotty's
and it doesn't
just
always
trying-
work.
Scotty's just trying to, you know, get some attention, and I understand that, and I'm okay with that. So, yeah. But I had fun on the Nemesis stream. It was actually a lot of fun. I thought I was
I
very
know.
positive because I liked that movie.
I honestly thought I'd get more views for that one because the back and forth was so intense that I thought that the disagreements were powerful enough to be entertaining.
And it
So
did.
yes, I appreciate
Well,
your work.
Maybe it's
on
the
that.
quality of the movie itself that didn't engage people.
It did okay. It did about average.
Well, what was the other one? The one I really hate, the one before Nemesis.
We haven't covered Insurrection yet, but we are
Insurrect.
due.
I
We
hate
need
that
to.
film. Hey, if you ever want me to be negative, just do Insurrection, and I can be there in spades.
Well, that would be great because I will be too. But I have to find at least one person who likes it.
Doesn't Scotty love it? I thought he did.
Oh, that's right. He does kind of like it.
Okay, well, I
but
can argue with
he'll
Scotty
he'll
again.
agree with my problem.
PvP, did you like F. Murray Abraham in that movie? He was a really good villain for that movie.
And then, you're talking Insurrection?
Yeah.
I just hate the entire movie. I just thought it was like a 2-part TV episode. I didn't like it.
Yeah,
at all.
it did feel like a 2-hour episode, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Definitely.
I
think
so
everybody
bored.
agrees on that point.
I was bored. I was just bored. That's the worst part of that movie. I was bored. It was like it just went on and on and on, you know, and it just.
Well, and we
it
never
didn't go
speak of
anywhere
this
to me.
magical planet that is the fountain of youth ever again, do we?
I just didn't like the film, basically. I could have taken a snooze, and I probably would have been better use of my time. Yeah.
Jill, when it comes to the prequels, the first two prequel movies, I would say The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, The one I dislike the most out of those two are Attack of the Clones. And The Phantom Menace is an okay movie. But I don't like Attack of the Clones because that boring romancing that drags out the movie feels like another hour of the romance. It feels bad.
It is really long. It does feel long, doesn't
Oh,
it?
is that so? I'm not very good at Star Wars. Is that the one where he complains about the sand?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's only.
Yeah.
I'm so bad. I'm sorry.
That's
guys.
what
You
we
can't
all
even ignore
remember,
me with
right? The
Star Wars.
sand.
Yeah. The one problem about
That's okay. That's all I remember from that movie.
Yeah, the one problem about Attack of the Clones was that over melodramatic, cheesy romance between Anakin and Padme. Man, George Lucas, he put on so damn thick, and that made the movie ground to a damn halt. And I hated that part of the movie. I hated
Well, it didn't help too. It didn't help too. Where in the first movie, she was twice his age.
Exactly,
Yeah.
some kind of Oedipus kind of issue there.
Yeah, but I would say the one
Yeah,
saving grace. I would say the one saving grace about Attack of the Clones is actually the last lightsaber battle between Qui-Gon Jinn, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Darth Maul. That lightsaber duel and the score that goes with it, the Duel of the Fates, that was a great song, epic song for the Star Wars duel and the end of that movie. It was.
That's nice when you can
Well,
find something good about it, even if it's just the music.
Right,
Well, it's
that's
the
a
music.
testament to John Williams.
Yeah, it's the music and the lightsaber battle at the end because you really see the conflict between the Jedi and the Sith in that movie. Even though Darth Maul is a nameless figure, basically a dark assassin trained from birth to do whatever he's told by Darth Sidious.
Where doesn't he die in the second one?
No, he dies. He dies in the first one until Lucasfilm and Dave Filoni retconned that crap in the Clone Wars TV show. Basically, he survived being cut in half.
God,
to which they should.
That's believable.
Yeah, everybody thought that he was dead in episode 1 at the end, but
man.
then they retconned. I just didn't like that either. I didn't like it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I really like that
He
duel.
snapped someone in half. They should stay
Dead.
Yeah,
Yes.
if they're dead, they're dead. Like, yeah, I just hate that kind of crap when they
dead and fell down he was dead and he fell down a crevice or a big old endless pit. So it was both.
Yeah. Plus, there's also another thing. Lightsabers are deadly, no matter what. It's like a huge plasma weapon. Like if Obi-Wan cut Darth Maul in half, his insides would have been sent to flames, like torched no matter what. And yet they retconned Darth Maul in the Clone Wars TV show because by that logic, I said, well, gee, Darth Maul survived being cut in half. So what? You saying lightsabers are ineffective weapons then? Well, a lightsaber in real life will actually cut you.
In the new Disney Star Wars, you can get impaled by one still lives, so it's no big deal.
It's only a flesh wound.
Yeah, it's no worse than when you're standing in front of the mirror and you cut yourself shaving and there's a little bit of blood, right? Like,
well, I think what they were trying to say was he was so strong in the Force that the Force kept him alive.
Well, that is possible, but the Force can only do so much for you until it can't repair all the damage.
That's fantasy, though, not science fiction.
Magic, magic action. Now they have Force healing and Force projection, so now it's magic.
It's fantasy, is what it is.
Look, as a hardcore Star Wars fan, actually delve into the lore. That is a Star Wars universe thing. There is a such thing as Force healing and Force projection. There is a such thing, but Force healing and it can only be so effective. It can only do so much for a wound or for a massive injury until it becomes ineffective. Unless you have god tier Force magic or Force powers to actually heal a massive wound like that. But Force healing takes a lot of Force power from the user to use Force healing. Like to just heal a simple wound, you gotta have the mental focus to heal a wound like that. But if you don't have the mental focus or the training to do that, you will kill yourself or you would die just from not being fast enough to heal that wound.
I know, right?
But
they think the audience is dumb and they think we're not going to think about any of that.
Well, yeah. That's why I've always been a Star Trek guy, because I find Star Trek kind of tries to stick a little more to reality, even though sometimes it might fall down and slip a bit. It tries to at least have pseudoscience, explanations for things, whereas I find Star Wars basically it does go off into the realm of fantasy for me
Well,
sometimes.
isn't Star Wars supposed to be like
Yeah,
a fairy tale, King Arthur kind of thing?
Yes.
Well, still,
Yes,
if
it's-
it's going to be science fiction, it has to have some plausibility, Joe.
I mean, how should I put this? It's science fiction, space fantasy as well. Science
Yeah.
fiction takes a back seat. It's mainly a science fantasy movie series, but
Yeah.
science is in the name. There is some science in it, but it's mainly science fantasy though, or sci-fi fantasy.
I think it's more fantasy for me. Like that's what I love the first three movies, especially the first two. I think they're very well crafted films. But after that, it kind of loses me. It also that when they start layering on political stuff in some of the prequels and later films, it's like I don't really need to see a room full of guys talking about politics in the Star Wars universe. Like it just doesn't interest me. So
Oh no, did something fall?
it just doesn't.
Okay.
Oh, you okay,
Oh,
Bob?
it's okay. Yeah, I just knocked something over. It's okay. I'm gonna mute for a second.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, and I would say this to PvP.
Oh.
You're not muted, Pop. You're not muted.
Wow.
Yeah, I got it.
It's like if Star Wars fans are Star Wars fans and they love Star Wars, that's fantastic. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't have anything against Star Wars fans, but it's just not my thing, right? For the reasons I've expressed. It's like I find it a little much too fantasy. I find sometimes they layer lots of complex subplots on, like the political stuff, and I just kind of lose interest after a while, listening to that stuff,
Yeah, I would say that the one downside of episode 1 was the political scenes in that. They were boring to me. They were somewhat entertaining, but they were overall boring to me. They were. But then again, how should I put this? Into political scenes has always been boring unless you know a way to make it very entertaining.
Well, if you're going to delve into politics, I think you better have an understanding of politics, and you better have a good writer that can, make politics interesting, which it was not the easiest thing to do, right?
Also,
So,
you have
yeah.
to care about the species who are having the discussions. Like, if you're just seeing a bunch of random aliens arguing about something, who really cares? But one thing I do care about is Philip Gaming is here in the chat. Hello, Philip Gaming.
Hey, Joel, keeping the chat going. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
And PvP,
I'm sure Pop will be here soon. He's
Yeah.
stepped away for a moment to deal with whatever he's dropped to the floor because gravity is a bitch.
All right, so we
I
got.
like gravity. Gravity keeps me grounded.
So we got one hardcore Star Wars fan right here. We got a Star Wars fan in Jill, even though she's mainly a Trekkie. Then we got both Pop and PvP, which are Trekkies as well. And then I'm not sure what Daniel is. He's probably seen Star Wars. He's probably more of a Trekkie than
I love
Star Wars
Star
fan.
Wars. I've been a
I
Star
like the
Wars fan ever
originals.
since I was 4 years old in 1991. I love Star Wars. So great.
I like
So
the original
basically-
Star Wars.
So basically, we got one hardcore fan, one semi Star Wars fan, and one casual Star Wars fan, and Jill. Then, have you delved into the lore, Daniel, or not really?
Yeah, I tried to read a little bit of the books, yeah. But I'm more of a I really like the trilogy, the original trilogy.
Yeah. So, well, yeah. Well, as I describe myself, I'm a hardcore classic Star Wars fan. I listen to other YouTubers that actually study Star Wars lore as a hobby. I listen to them with the way they tell their stories and different characters and all that. They build a backstory from the characters that are in the movies or books that talk about that. Like, I hate to go into a little Star Wars rant, but Pop may not mind. Like, if any of you ever come across in the books or in the TV or movies, like there's a Legends character named let's see here, Darth Krayt. He's a future Sith Lord that takes place roughly 250 years or more after A New Hope, and then he's basically the Darth Palpatine of that era, and he faces off against a descendant of Luke Skywalker.
Yeah,
called
Cade Skywalker.
Yeah, and that somewhat trilogy of that era is mainly about the galaxy trying to rally behind the good guys, even though the Jedi Order has been decimated in that era. They try to rally between the remaining Jedi that are left in the galaxy. They try to defeat Krayt's one Sith Order, which is very flawed. It's basically a dark mirror image of the Jedi Order of the old days in the Old Republic era. And then Cade Skywalker, Luke Skywalker's essentially great-grandson, was able to defeat Darth Krayt by throwing Darth Krayt in a star, basically, to finally kill him. And then there's other Star Wars characters in the lore, like Mara Jade Skywalker, which is a hardcore female character, which Jill may find interesting if she ever reads her books.
She saw extended
Yeah, I think
universe
she died.
stuff.
I think she died in the Yuuzhan Vong War, didn't she?
No, she died just before the Second Galactic Civil War occurred, and that's the conflict that another Dark Lord.
Hello, Philip Gaming.
I think it was Darth Kaitis. That he was turned to the dark side by another dark lady named Lady Lumaya. She was the apprentice of both Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine in that era. She survived, and she was killed by Luke Skywalker because she took the blame of killing Mara Jade Skywalker, but she did not. It was actually her apprentice, Darth Kaitis, that killed Luke Skywalker's wife. And then in that era, Luke Skywalker, after killing Mara Jade and losing his wife, he was in a very dark place. He had to recover himself from that point. And the Second Galactic Civil War ended with I'm forgetting her name, but I think she's a Solo family member. She kills
Jaina Solo.
Yeah, she kills Darth Kaitis, and those two Force users are very strong in the Force. They're about equal, both in Force abilities and lightsaber combat. But Jaina Solo was able to come out on top. She killed Darth Kaitis, and probably most of you have no idea what I'm talking about, so I'll end my rant. But if any of you are interested in the characters or in the lore of Star Wars universe, you can buy the books that they're in, or just watch other YouTube channels that Star Wars scholars that focus on that lore. You can learn the characters I'm talking about, and maybe you'll learn something in Star Wars lore.
That is a great thing, is when someone knows how to relay a story that compels you in such a way that you'll rattle off the entire history of several of those podcasts in just a couple of minutes.
I really wish that they would adapt a lot of legends into the movies, the new movies.
But they won't.
Like, I want to see the Yuuzhan Vong in the future movies. You know, I love that. I love the Yuuzhan Vong lore. It was so good.
Yeah, and
Hello,
that conflict is very...
Hopefully you're doing well, Philip Gaming. Good to see you. Sorry, we didn't forget about you.
Yeah, hi, Philip.
Yeah, and
you say hi to him when he first got here, because I know you dropped out of your stream, and so I kind of picked that up.
Well, I didn't want to interrupt the conversation, so I just said hi to Philip now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Daniel, to the Yuuzhan Vong War, I know a little bit about it just from the podcast. I listened from other Star Wars scholars on YouTube. That was a very bloody conflict between the New Republic and the Jedi Order, which is still recovering from the Empire era. So the Jedi in the galaxy were a few dozen to maybe probably 100 Jedi during that time. They had to fight a major war against the Yuuzhan Vong, and the Jedi lost a few dozen members, including a few members of the Solo family in that era, which caused Darth Kaitis, before he became Darth Kaitis, to fall to the dark side. And he was also fascinated by his grandfather, Darth Vader. He wanted to discover more about his grandfather, and that led him to the Dark Lady, Lady Lumaya, and that turned him towards the dark side, which eventually leads to the Second Galactic Civil War in that era. So the Yuuzhan Vong War is kind of a catalyst for the next conflict in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
Cool.
But that is just so awesome. I heard that, I think I saw the Empire joined the Republic in fighting the Yuuzhan Vong, right?
Well, it was a temporary alliance at best, because they were the Imperial Remnant by then. Because most people, or some people that are hardcore Star Wars nerds, they know this. The Galactic Civil War did not end at the Battle of Endor. The war lasted for a few more years until the New Republic was able to push back the Galactic Empire until it became a remnant in the Mid Rim, or I think it was the Outer Rim, I think. And they were forced to sign a treaty because the remnant of the Empire wanted to end the fighting, because they were been fighting for over 2 decades of civil war. So they signed a treaty to end the war. Then by that time, it took a few years. The New Republic's the heroes were settling into their place in the galaxy. Then the Yuuzhan Vong popped up, which is an intergalactic species from another galaxy. They pop up there, and they devastate the New Republic. And this forced the New Republic and the Empire to join forces temporarily to fight off the usual
From
Vong.
another galaxy. They must have a pretty fast ship.
Well, yes, and the usual Vong come from a dying galaxy, so they were forced to immigrate to the Star Wars galaxy.
They destroyed their own galaxy. They killed everything in their galaxy, and I'm like, holy shit! These people already killed trillions upon trillions of people, and now they came to the Star Wars galaxy to kill trillions more. I'm like, these guys are crazy.
Or at least terraform the Star Wars galaxy to their needs. To which eventually the usual Vong and the New Republic did sign a peace treaty to where but that was after the New Republic devastated the usual Vong numbers until they were a manageable number. Then the usual Vong and the New Republic signed a treaty, and they agreed to give the usual Vong a few planets in the Star Wars galaxy, or at least one. Then afterwards, the usual Vong were still around the Star Wars galaxy by that time. Darth Krayt came along, and they were still in the galaxy. They terraformed a planet or two, and they settled in the Star Wars galaxy. That way, after their war with the New Republic that devastated their numbers.
Very cool.
Yeah, you guys are getting a very hardcore lore up from a hardcore Star Wars nerd right here.
Oh, well, if you're talking about, aliens from another galaxy, if I'm thinking of the original series, the only thing I can think of is By Any Other Name, where some aliens came over. They were nothing like humans, but they took on the form of humans just because of budget, but really because so the humans would be fooled. And turned one of the crew into a dodecahedron.
Yeah, don't let them do that to you, because it's not going to end well. That was harsh, actually, when they killed the red shirt lady.
Yeah, that's the only red skirt death. That's
That really
Are you talking about the
that was
people
very
from...
disturbing, actually.
Yeah, the episode of TOS. What was it called?
By Any Other Name.
By Any
Other Name. That one. Yeah.
The people from Andromeda.
Yeah, they look very human. They did
Yeah,
that.
they looked human, but they weren't really human. They were really so very alien, but because of course they can't show that, they showed them getting into human skin, and I like how they played into it by saying, now that we have this body, we feel these human things that they didn't feel before, which kind of changed the way they thought about themselves.
And
they're like, hey, we can touch and eat now.
And then, of course, Kirk got to work his magic on the female alien, right?
Yes.
Hey, was that the episode where they show Kirk putting his boots back on the bed? Because that's like the only one where they actually ever suggested that he actually, did it with an alien.
I think that's another episode.
Okay, but I remember that one. That was like, whoa, that's pretty racy for 60s,
That one is The Wink of an Eye, which is another very alien species.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of a different one. Okay, thank you, Jill.
That was so sad when they turned the Asian lady into like a tetrahedron and they crushed her. I'm like, oh my god,
that was disturbing.
It was very disturbing. Like I'm amazed the censors actually let that go. Actually. Because, crushing ladies in the 60s wasn't exactly overly acceptable.
Definitely wouldn't see that on Lost in Space.
You definitely wouldn't see that.
She would be coming back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, boy, that was a harsh moment, I gotta say. That still kind of bothers me when I think about that scene. But I'm an old softy. What do I know?
I think it's because she was already not a human. She was a cube. So the censors, I don't even think they paid attention to it at that point.
Oh my god, you think that's what it is? Is that they didn't know that was even happening? They're just like, oh, they're just crushing a shape. That's fine.
Or just crushing a shape, right? It'd been different if they showed a body being crushed or a person.
Oh, I never thought of it from that perspective. I've always just thought it was horrifying.
That makes
I'm speculating.
That makes the censors sound even dumber, actually.
Well, but that doesn't surprise me. That is
no, I'm not surprised. I think Pop's got a good point, actually. But yeah, that's even worse in a way. It's like, oh, she's just a cube. Go ahead, kill her. We don't care.
Well, I think maybe they even got beyond that and didn't even know that a lady had been turned into a cube.
Yeah, they probably
Yeah,
do
it
it. Well,
depends on how deeply they focus on it.
let's face it. I mean, they did Mirror Mirror where they took the censor out to lunch so he wouldn't see Uhura's belly button. It's like, yeah, well, we got that one by them, so they weren't obviously too bright, were they?
Yeah, they should have did that more often.
Yeah, I agree.
If any of you are interested in exploring more Star Wars lore, I put in the private chat a few links to a few of the Star Wars channels if you want to check out.
Cool.
Okay.
It's very kind of you.
Oh,
Yeah,
by
they
the
really
way,
do. They really do Star Wars versus series of different characters, but when they do the characters, they do world building for each character in the world they play in that.
And for me, I'm done with Star Wars. I enjoy the first trilogy, and that's it for me. I'm satisfied. As long as Disney owns it, it's like as long as Paramount owns Star Trek. I don't think so.
Well, as long as for me, it's for as long as Secret Hideout is allowed to create Star Trek.
Or
I'm not
Secret
at the
Hideout, right? Alex
Yeah,
Kurtzman,
Secret
as long as
Hideout
he gets
is
his
right because Kurtzman owns Secret Hideout, so as long as that company is making it, it's not going to be good.
well,
Too bad.
they have to keep it a secret and they have to hide out. So that tells you something about how much people like them, right?
And the real question is Secret Hideout going to run out of contracts or money to keep ruining shit that they get their hands on?
Back in 2017, when I went to the convention, they said, well, it's going to be great because we won't have to worry about the ratings or anything. We can just keep making whatever we want and we have money. And I was like,
Wow.
okay, this is a weird thing to say. And now I know why they were saying that.
If they
Yep,
say they
I
don't care
know
about
why.
ratings, that's a red flag right there, Jill.
But I was completely clueless because everybody was happy and the only thing terrible out were the JJ movies and nobody I didn't feel threatened by the JJ movies because it's like this isn't Star Trek. I don't have to worry about this. But it led to Kurtzman, and that
Oh.
was that's the whole story.
Yeah, I think if you are a creative person, you should actually care about the ratings because it's the fans that are going to give you feedback if you're getting it right or getting it wrong.
Yep.
Well, yeah,
But
even in the 90s where there was some good Star Trek, some bad Star Trek, it didn't really matter because it had the DNA of original Star Trek and that everybody who made it, even people who decided to go against the original vision for Star Trek were aware that they were doing it. And so they infused it into the episode. We realize this is what we're doing, but we're doing it. And so it was still Star Trek, even the bad episodes. But this doesn't feel anything like it.
well, it was just like Voyager today, right, Jill? Like there was a couple of real clunkers and a couple that weren't too bad. So yeah,
Exactly. There's still
they
heart in
still
it.
they still had the DNA of Trek, right? Even if they went badly wrong at times. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you
Yeah,
off.
sometimes they go wrong. No, you didn't cut me off at all. But sometimes they do go wrong, but they know they are. They're doing it deliberately and they're telling you and they have a conscience about it in the 90s.
Right. Yeah.
And
Oh,
so
by
if
the
we
way,
had 90s Trek writers writing Trek today, we would be in better shape.
check the private chat, Jill. I reposted something for you there. I think you might have fun taking a look at that.
I prefer the 60s writers.
Well, yeah, but we don't have too many of those left.
Right, we won't get those. That's just wishful thinking.
Yeah, I wish we had DC Fontana back to write some more stuff, right? Gosh.
Well, not necessarily just her, but I'm talking about sci-fi writers, not a committee. I'm talking about published authors that actually compete for their work and their good work gets them the job. That's what I'm talking about.
We need
We won't
Harlan
ever get that
Ellison
again.
back. Get Hart and Allison in one of the writer rooms today, and he'd be kicking so much butt it'd be scary. If you know anything about Harlan Ellison, you might get that joke, but oh well.
I don't know. I'm
Just-
busy bookmarking this comic you sent me.
Oh, good. I think you'll enjoy it. But my advice: scroll to the bottom because that's where they have the first issue is at the bottom of the page for some stupid reason. But once you click on it, then you'll get the comic, and you can click through the pages by the little green arrows at the top. Just click on the green arrows, and you can navigate through it. And it's actually pretty good quality, and you can read the whole stories, so it's pretty cool.
I've been to this website before.
Oh, maybe I posted it to you before. I forget.
No, not this particular comic, but the Read Comics Online website.
Yeah,
I've gone there before.
Magnus is one of my favorite comics. It's really good because it's about AI and robots, like subjugating humanity. And this is like back in the '60s. Russ
I was
Manning
just judging it by
this.
the cover. It looked good.
The covers are
Looks
cool
good.
too, but actually, I think it was a different artist that did some of the covers. I know Russ Manning did some, but there was also a second artist that helped him. But I think Russ did the interiors.
Now this is supposedly the last season for Discovery, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah, I believe it is season 5, and it's done.
they're
God.
finally putting it out of its misery. Man, I went to go see the first 2 episodes of it just out of morbid curiosity, because I haven't watched this show since the end of season 2. When I realized I was rooting for the AI to destroy Discovery, I was like, "Hey, wait, why am I
That's pretty
watching
bad.
a Star Trek show where I'm rooting for the villain?" And so I quit watching that. So I watched the first 2 episodes of season 5. It is worse than before. It is a straight up video game. It's a straight up video game ripoff.
It's
where
a
they're
boredom to get
finding a
through.
thing.
That's
Yeah,
unreal.
you find a thing, and then you find another thing, and then people are completely clueless about where to find the next thing. And then you talk to someone who won't tell you about anything. And then
So,
the
are you
episode
saying
ends.
are you saying season 5 of Discovery is kind of like Leisure Suit Larry there, Jill?
If that's how, yeah, well,
That's a
if
joke,
that's how
by
you
the
see
way.
Leisure Suit Larry, then yeah, sure. I don't know. I have more fun with that.
Well, yeah, I know, but that's my joke. I'm sorry. I'm silly.
Tell me this, right? It's in season 5. Whoever is watching season 5, are they just throwing whatever at the wall and see what sticks, basically, for the final season?
I don't know. What I hear is that they had just 1 season of story left, but they realized they had 2 more seasons to go, so they stretched out 1 season into 2 seasons.
Well, they could do a couple more musical numbers, perhaps, with Spock tap dancing or something.
And so that first 85 minutes that I watched was almost pure filler. There was maybe 3 minutes of story that
is
meant
terrible.
anything. So the entire first 2 episodes were like the teaser that you get within the first 3 to 5 minutes of a normal episode of Star Trek
Jeez.
or any show.
So TOS could do in 2 minutes what this show can't do in like 2 or 3 episodes.
85 minutes.
Oh, that's tragic. That's so tragic.
And what's worse is that these people don't even speak like normal human beings. And so they speak mostly in sentence fragments that don't make any sense. And
So they
I
don't
know-
have they're not smart enough to finish a sentence or even construct a paragraph. You're suggesting, Jill.
Yes.
So they're not still talking like they're in downtown LA.
Oh yeah, they'd still do that, but worse.
Oh,
Well-
geez, that's terrible.
God, they must be just catering to like knuckle dragging idiots that are watching this stuff still. Like, good
And
Lord.
what I find weird is that I just came into it out of nowhere, and the most Star Trek character in Discovery was always Saru, but they're like kicking him out he's like, okay, I'm gonna go be an ambassador now, and the motive for him leaving is a romance with Vulcan.
Huh?
What?
Oh,
I think her name is Tarina.
He's leaving for a romance with a Vulcan that's only going to pond far every 7 years.
yeah, you're talking about
pretty
the
much.
alien fish-looking guy, right, with the bad makeup?
Well, we're supposed to believe in this romance, but they have no chemistry.
The guy with the mask that doesn't even articulate.
Yeah, and actually, that actually worked a lot better in season 1. This season, it doesn't really move at all.
I never
They
saw it move
probably-
at all. I tried watching the show and it never moved, never articulated. It was like just a solid mask they stuck over his face.
Yeah, then they probably dubbed over his dialogue too, probably.
It's a shame because Doug Jones is a great actor.
It was the same with
So
the
why did he
Klingons.
sign up?
It was a solid mask. They didn't
So why did
articulate.
he sign up for this then?
Easy, a
He doesn't
paycheck.
care.
Well, he must
Paycheck, yeah,
need
he
cash.
doesn't care.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he was paid well.
Paid well to destroy any legacy he might have built. Okay.
And hey, that's modern screenwriters for Discovery.
Okay, so if Discovery's going off the air this last season, didn't I hear that the animated show's off the air too? I mean, like, what's left?
Yeah, pretty much the Lower Decks, the show that doesn't know whether it wants to revere Star Trek or ridicule it. Like it does the
Uh-huh.
same thing within it's the same sentence. Can say something nice about Star Trek and dump on it in the very same scene. And
Yeah,
so
Lower Decks
that
is,
show's done.
is pretty much gone.
Good.
Yeah,
So
then
what's
there's
left?
the
Where No Man Has Gone Before?
well, then there's the Section 31 TV show if they still doing that. Well, unless they canceled it last
I
minute
thought that
again.
was a movie.
Yeah, that was a
I
movie.
think the backdoor pilot.
Oh
Well,
God,
I can tell
Daniel,
you,
you with
what's
your news.
what's her name? The lady, whatever that lady is, stars it. She's not going to sign up for a series, that's for sure.
Michelle Yeoh, yeah, no.
Yeah, no, she's not going to do a TV series.
I'm
Well,
pretty
She's got
sure this
Academy
is
Award
supposed
and
to
all
be
that
like a
now.
TV movie, and I hope it never comes out.
Well, it comes down to the money if they
same
pay.
here.
Well, it comes down to the money if they pay her very well for a full series, like $5 million an episode. Heck, I doubt it, but $5 million an episode for 13 episodes—that's a good paycheck for her.
And she'd pop up for like 10 seconds of the entire episode, like at the beginning and the end, probably to bookend it.
Yeah, but it's either
And
gonna
the
be a
train's
very
passing.
it's either gonna be a very limited series or a TV movie or a straight up movie, or they're just gonna cancel the show or whatever it is last minute.
I thought I heard TV movie.
Well, whatever it is, they're either going to go through with it. It's been over 5 years since, or 5 or 6 years since they started, and now nothing's happened. So they're either gonna finally do it, or they're gonna cancel it and write it off as a tax write-off.
They always seem to announce it whenever they're trying to raise the stock price.
Not really working too well for them. They're now just one step away from not being on the Dow Jones at all.
Exactly.
You talking about Disney?
Paramount.
Yeah, I think Prodigy's the next one to go. That's a silly show.
I thought they already went. Didn't they
they're-
just didn't Secret Hideout drop them and Netflix picked them up?
Yeah. Well, no, I think Prodigy's doing a season 2, and we're gonna see them on the Voyager A.
No, but they're
Voyager
not.
A.
Okay, but Daniel,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter where Prodigy's going in the universe. What I'm saying is, Prodigy is not on Paramount Plus anymore. Prodigy is not part of CBS Paramount anymore. It's on Netflix, isn't it? Like, aren't they producing it?
Yeah, I think so.
That's what makes me interested in it, because the very first thing I saw is that the people making Prodigy, as soon as they got kicked out of Secret Hideout, they started talking to some Rick Berman, I think. And so I'm kind of interested to see where it goes.
Tell me, is the Star Trek Legacy TV show or whatever it is still in the pipeline, or did they cancel that one?
I think it's still in the pipeline. I do watch this YouTuber, and her name is Katie's Corner, and she's always talking about Star Trek Legacy. Definitely in the pipeline. They're like going to start filming it like late summer.
What is Star Trek Legacy?
Basically,
this is like a continuation of Picard season 3.
Oh God.
Oh God.
That's not a legacy. That's killing the legacy.
No, it's like it's going to be like about Captain 7 of 9 on the Enterprise G.
Oh God, please
Oh.
no. Just end it. Just stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, that
Stop
doesn't
it.
sound bad at all, does it?
They've
But
already
you don't want to
screwed these
see Star
characters
Trek
up.
Legacy with Captain 7 of 9 and
That's
No,
funny.
you know,
no, I
Jack
It almost
don't.
sounds like a
Picard
joke.
as her plucky sidekick.
Right.
Oh God, no.
Well,
God,
It almost sounds
well,
like
when
a
does this
joke.
crap end?
well, I'll check for this.
Okay,
If
I'm
they,
triggered now. I'm triggered and I'm pissed off. I'm sorry, guys.
I'll check for this.
But
If they actually by some miracle have good writers and actually make a good show with a good writer, but I highly doubt it. I probably will watch it if it had a good writer to it and a good actress, and they don't shove any of their personal beliefs or political beliefs in there. But highly doubt it. If by some miracle they ignore all that shit, I probably will watch the TV show. But if not, I have no interest in it.
okay, I'm going to spend $10 on a lottery ticket, and I think my chances of winning $1 million are just about equal. That would be a good show.
What? So you're not going to watch it? You don't think?
No,
7
I'm not going to watch it. This is going to be shit.
What? You don't
Everything they
think?
produced, everything these people have produced for years now since Discovery, episode 1 has been garbage.
PvP. You don't think? You don't think that Captain 7 of 9 is hot?
Well, she was back in Voyager, but that's decades ago.
No, Jerry
And-
Ryan is still
and-
gorgeous. The problem isn't her
But
beauty.
did they not? I didn't. Did she show up at the last part of Picard season 3?
I thought
Yeah,
it was
I
season
only
she
two
got
was
and
she was
three.
I
in
got
the
through the
entire
first-
season.
I got through the first 5 and I gave up at that point. So
No, she wasn't in the entire season. Her problem isn't that she's not.
God, I
hot.
didn't
She
even
is
notice her.
gorgeous.
That's
She aged beautifully, and I saw her at a convention
she was
in
in the whole season.
2017, and I got
God,
a
I don't remember
photo
her.
op with her. Yeah, she was in the
Um,
entire season. The problem is she hasn't been 7 of 9 at all in the entire Star Trek Picard series because they changed her character immensely. She no longer has any of her Borg tendencies in terms of her personality. It's all been dropped.
Which made her
And
interesting.
they try to say
And now
that she
she's a
developed
lesbian.
and she's well, yeah, they try to say that she's
Assassin.
grown as a character, but we
Lesbian
didn't see
assassin.
any of that growth. It's entirely unearned and unbelievable.
That shows
Yeah,
you
and she
how much
kills
of an
people.
impact when I don't even remember seeing her in those episodes. Jeez.
Daniel, I think the
Because
point
I am
that-
a 7 fan, but back in Voyager days.
Daniel, I think that all of us are trying to say 7 and 9 was not written very well in Picard, but if by some miracle they make they do a competent writer and they don't involve all their all this political BS or agenda crap in the Legacy era, and if they do a good arc or a good story, and they do the 7 and 9 character justice, and by some miracle they retcon all of the Picard stuff in the Legacy era, which I highly doubt because they're all want to stick the can to their version. But if they retcon all that crap, then the Legacy era could be good if they do all that stuff. But I highly doubt it. It's more likely I'll be struck by lightning by all that crap happening.
Picard proved that they doesn't matter who they are, what actor or actress or whatever, that they will do anything for a paycheck, regardless of how bad it is.
I think they
Picard
destroyed
proved
a
that.
lot of the characters from previous series in Picard season
Yeah.
3.
And the actors
When I
didn't
watched
care.
it-
The actors did not care.
Well, it's like, okay, Worf chops the head off a Ferengi armed with a butter knife, and Worf chops his head off. Like, is that Klingon
This guy,
honor?
this
Klingon honor?
Ferengi was a criminal, but the
But
right
Klingon
answer
hon-
was to
Yeah, but he's
Yeah,
armed with
actually-
a butter
Honor
knife.
was,
What Klingon's
arrest
going to
him.
kill you when you're armed with a butter knife? Like, that's
Yeah.
dishonor.
but dude,
Or you got a
dude,
Klingon that plays
Klingon-
possum.
Ugh.
Klingon honor was created by Gene Roddenberry to make the Klingons less violent.
No, it was to give them some depth. of personality and not just make them evil villains. It was to give them a culture and a
It really,
society.
for me, it really started all the way back at Day of the Dove when it proved that Klingons can stop being violent when they have to, and
That's a good episode.
that's what carried over into TNG, and maybe a little excessively, but it
Yeah,
worked
that
out for me.
made my honorable mentions list when you did your top 10, actually, Jill.
Yeah, but I do have a
Fair
question.
enough.
Was that honor thing originally a Romulan thing? Then they retconned it to make it a Klingon thing, or was it
No,
always
the
a Klingon?
Romulans have always been deceptive, so I don't
I
know.
think the Romulans are less honorable than the Klingons, actually, because the Romulans will, they're pretty sneaky, and they'll try to win at any cost a lot of the time. Balance of Terror though is an exception, because I thought the Romulan commander in that episode was very, very, very honorable. Actually,
Well, yeah, because he was a foil for Kirk, like a direct
yes,
foil for him. He was pretty much
yes.
like him.
In another lifetime, another reality, I might have called you friend. I love that line. That's one of my favorite lines. Yeah.
And that's my point.
That's the best part of Star Trek is when they go against their own. Oh, we described this species one way, and then there's a character that defies that description because not everybody is the same, and we're all there's a bit of humanity that is injected into it.
I think the Klingons got fully developed in Next Generation, even though I prefer the original series. But Next Generation, to me, one of the high points of that series was Worf and some of the backstory, the Klingon Civil War, and the way his family was dishonored, and he had to earn it back, like with great difficulty. And
I think I actually might cover Redemptions pretty soon. I don't know.
Oh, that would be awesome. That would be great, Jill. Because I think the Klingons really finally got their due to develop as a full-fledged culture with a history and a backstory in the Next Generation, and those actually are probably some of my favorite episodes of the series, because the Klingon episodes are really, really good, actually. And the Klingons did have honor. They definitely had a sense of honor.
And we just want to have something that's entertaining at the end of the day, because everything past 2005 is not in the original canon of Star Trek. It's just every single thing that was made after is its own little pocket universe of whatever, because nobody wants to be consistent after that time period.
So it's not, non-canon land, basically.
So in other words, Daniel, we just want I'm not a hardcore Trekkie, but I am a casual Trek fan. I just want good quality writing and characters that are good characters and not deeply flawed characters that have no redeeming qualities whatsoever. And that's what, from what I hear from Picard, that's what they made those characters abundantly clear, and they gave them no redemption at all.
Yeah, exactly. They just need to remember to be entertaining.
And Daniel's point.
That's the first part.
Yeah, I really gave it a go as Picard season 3. I watched the first 5 with an open mind, and I was like, oh gosh. It's like, one thing. Well, I've always hated the lighting in the the new Trek stuff. It's dark and gloomy, and I don't like a lot of the lighting.
Also, Starfleet Academy.
Uh-oh, puppies need attention.
It sounds like
Sorry,
puppies
guys.
are given a rating of new Trek.
You can take care of your dogs for a minute if you need to.
Gorilla, what the hell are you talking about? You're a random
It's okay.
tractor? What?
Oh, sorry, that's an old. No.
Oh, I was about to freak out if Gorilla woke up in the middle of the night.
I was kind of thinking, wow, did Gorilla have a strange nightmare or something? Being a tractor?
Well,
Taylor Swift, creator from Disney, Star Wars, and the MCU, says, Jill! And he's laughing out loud, and then the planetarium visit tonight.
Yeah, he went to the planetarium, or as they say in South Park, planetarium. And that so that South Park episode is actually it's actually a parody of Dagger of the Mind in the Star Trek episode. It's really good. It's funny. It's actually called Roger Ebert should lay off the fatty foods for some reason. If you want to go watch it.
Oh, jeez. I used to watch Siskel and Ebert. Yeah, that was a good show.
Yeah, I miss
But yeah,
Siskel
Ebert
and
probably
Ebert.
could have lost a few pounds.
I'm glad some of their stuff is still on YouTube. So at least you can look up some of their old reviews.
Oh yeah,
But they are
definitely. They
sorely
did a few
missed in
Star Trek
today's
reviews
Hollywood.
too.
They did. They
Yeah,
like Star Wars. They like Star Trek. But with Rotten Tomatoes and the current critics we have these days, yeah, we'll never
They're
get critics like that
sellouts.
again that are truly honest.
Yeah, nowadays they're sellouts.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't even look at Rotten Tomatoes because I figure all the critics on there are probably getting paid to be shills, so I just ignore that crap. And if
They
you look
are.
at
It's crap.
if you look at the ratings of the fans, they're like the critics will give it like 90%, and the fans will give it like 20. So it's like, well, I think I know what the real story is here.
Yeah,
or
pretty
just
much.
or just split the difference of both.
I used to think, actually, I think Siskel and Ebert were some of the last critics I actually gave any credence to because seemed to, well, one thing, they were writing for newspapers, so they had to sell copy, right? They had to sell papers, so if they wrote shit, people would not subscribe and they'd lose money. So that was a motivation to write decent criticism. But after that, I found a lot of critics in the last number of decades just, I don't know. I just think it's all about prejudice, bullshit, narrow-minded, tunnel vision for a lot of critics now, and I'm just not
Or
interested.
like Robert Meyer Burnett, they don't want to lose access to those early screenings
Oh,
and
jeez.
elbowing with everybody else and hobnobbing.
Don't get me started with him, Pop. Oh
That's the
boy.
Yeah,
big problem now. Yeah.
I remember, Pop, when you said you served Robert Meyer Burnett his ass on the silver plate.
Well, no, I just told him he was a shill on Midnight's
Yeah,
Edge.
exactly.
I don't know if I don't really follow Disney or anything, so I don't know about that.
I subbed to him, when he first started.
I like Robert.
when he
No, it's not just Disney. It's all his stuff in particular.
he changed though.
I
He
give him
changed.
credit. I give him credit for free I give him credit for free enterprise.
That's what it
But the
is.
man
I
will
really
do
love
it.
Free Enterprise.
Right, but he will do and say anything to keep access to the early screenings and privileges and all that. And he has bent over and drinking the Hollywood Kool-Aid, unfortunately.
I
To
actually
put it
remember
nicely.
the first.
Yeah, I remember.
I remember the first week he
I'm
started
not
his
sure
YouTube
about
channel. I actually subbed the first week he put his YouTube channel up because he was like really small then, right? Like a really tiny little channel just starting out, and I subbed, and I found him really fascinating to listen to for the first year or two when he was just getting off the ground. And then as the years went by, he started to call himself all these names like I don't know, the minister of mayhem.
Well,
or
his
the-
fans did that. His fans sent
but he
him
started
pictures
to buy
of
into it,
Adeline.
is my point, right, Jill? And he got more pompous. What I heard sometimes, he got more and more pompous, and he got more and more disconnected from us. Because I used to hang out in his chat every week, like I really did. I was a big fan for a while, and
I used to watch.
I unsubbed like 2 years ago. I just got to the point where I just didn't care anymore what he had to say. Sorry, Jill.
I used to watch Robservations every day, and I don't know how I feel about him precisely in terms of his relationship with Hollywood and how he decides to express his opinions, but I'd like to believe that what he's saying is what he really truly believes. I don't have any reason to believe that's not true, that he's lying or anything. But I can say that I don't watch him as often as I used to.
Yeah, I used to watch him regularly every week, and after a while, I just started to
I
disconnect.
was a sub for like a year or two. I subbed for like a year or two. I used to listen to him.
Yeah,
I would say the one decent critic that I found decent is actually Jeremy Johns. He's decent. He does have his flaws, but he is a decent reviewer.
never heard of him.
Well, he's a big YouTuber. He has almost 2 million subscribers.
That means nothing to me.
Well, he's
quantity does not equal quality.
I would say this that when the Force Awakens and the Last Jedi and the Rise of Skywalker, he was somewhat of a shill a little bit. He was trying to play Deadpool's advocate for the movie and for everyone. He was trying to find some middle ground when he did those Star Wars reviews. But over the years, he finally came to the realization that the new Star Wars stuff is actually crap, and he understands the Star Wars fans' discontent with the new Star Wars.
But it took him years to figure it out.
Yeah.
Maybe he just
no thanks.
Maybe he caved into the pressure of the fans, and he realized he wasn't going to do as well if he didn't cater to what they thought. Just saying. Sometimes people will just go with the flow if they want to get those subs.
Clicks,
that's why
right? The clicks and the subs.
Click, get the like button, kids.
Clicks and subs.
Besides, if he's a Star Wars channel, that's why I don't know about him, because I'm not a big Star Wars guy.
He's not a Star Wars fan. He's a movie reviewer. He does about a few minute reviews for the new movies or old movies that came out. He's been around for about 12 years.
Okay.
Or longer.
Yeah, I've already subbed to like 250 channels, most of which I never watch. So it's got to be really good for me to sub these days, because I should actually probably call about 100 of them. Is what I should spend a weekend just bouncing them off, because I've never watched a lot of them, even though some of them were interesting at first. But
or just check their most recent content for the past few weeks or few months.
Yeah, I'm sure the channels. I know there's ones that haven't posted in like years too that I should just kill, right?
Yeah, I usually check
sorry,
on
Bob.
everything that I sub. No, that's okay. I usually check on everything I sub too. I go through on a fairly regular basis and go through my subscriptions tab. And if there are people that haven't done anything in a long time, I'll unsub. But I usually keep up to date with whoever I'm subscribed to.
Well, there is a limit. I didn't know this until I heard from PJ at Orville Nation, but you can only subscribe to 2,000 channels.
Only 2,000?
That's what I heard.
Gee, Jill,
Yeah.
we need more. We need more than 2,000.
Well, when you're in a lot of communities, you're sub to a lot of channels, even though you don't know you are, or you did a long time ago.
Yeah, you just
Well,
subscribe
sometimes-
because you meet somebody.
Yeah, and sometimes people tend to subscribe to people just because they subscribe to them.
Yeah.
They'll say, "Oh, you subbed to my channel, well, I'll sub to yours."
Yeah, you meet somebody, and then they say they met somebody, and they say, "Oh, I met these people," and it's like it's like the old thing with doubling a penny every day kind of thing, right? Before you know it, you got hundreds of channels to deal with. Yeah, been there, done that. Yep.
And I think what I'm going to do is close this stream out, everybody. I'm sorry. We're going on 6 hours here.
Yeah, 6 hours. Yeah.
Which is a record for me lately for the way I've been feeling. So that's a testament. I guess I feel better today.
Yeah, I expected this to be over before I got a chance to say hi, so I'm glad you did go on late.
Yeah, it's been a good long
Well,
stream.
so my, yeah, especially now knowing that you came and stopped along, Jill, I really do appreciate it. And I want to thank you too, Sit Dan. Yeah, it was fun. We had other people on earlier though, but yeah, we had a pretty good mix tonight of different people. And PvP, good to see you. Daniel's Hot Topics, glad you could come by. And everybody in the chat, wonderful, wonderful turnout. I love you guys in the chat. Couldn't do it without you. But I think we had a great turnout. We had a lot of interesting topics, and it was fun. And our next group chat with all of us together will be what? Is it Lost in Space on Sunday? or
Monday.
something tomorrow. Monday.
Lost in Space on Monday. Yeah.
And I
All
know
right, that may be the next time I see you guys.
you're gonna love the
Mhm.
questing beast, Jill. Take my
I'm-
word for it.
I'm gonna do another gaming stream this Sunday to finish off Larry because we're done with
Tomorrow
Larry.
night.
Yeah.
I'll try
I
to
might
stop
take
by
a
there
pass on
tomorrow.
that.
And let me guess, you're gonna have Scotty in that stream, right?
Yeah, he
That's-
joins me for my point and click adventures. Yes.
She always has Scotty
I
on
can't
those
wait.
streams.
Just don't cross the streams now.
Hey Jill, you're gonna be an hour
I might
late
have
like
to.
last time.
I'll try not to be. Yeah, I'm sorry about
Uh,
that. That
I'll
was bad
probably
on
I
my
might
part.
go to sleep by then anyway, because actually Larry kind of does put me to sleep. I gotta be honest, Jill. So
But that's okay.
Well, I'll stop by and I'll make sure to hit the thumbs up, the like button.
I appreciate that. My gaming streams are like, they're just for fun. They're not the best content on my channel, but there's a lot of. I have a good time.
hey, if you're having fun, that's the main thing, Jill.
Exactly.
Okay, well, Sci-Fi, sit down. Tell us about your channel real quick before we call it a night.
Well, to all my panelists and to the chatters in Pop's chat, I'm Sci-Fi Sit Down. I usually cover different sci-fi TV shows or movies, how well versed I am in them.
Oops.
And on my YouTube channel, I have different videos of different movies, franchises, or any of that. I do cover different other things on different live streams on other YouTubers, depending how well versed I am in them. I usually do my live streams on Saturdays, 4 to 6 p.m. Pacific time. I'm taking a break up from it right now because I finished my first season roughly a month ago. I do come on other live streams if there's an option or a panel open. They offer it. And if there's an option to share a stream with a fellow panelist, I do ask if I can do a stream, cross stream with them. Beyond that, that's all I have to say. I'll turn over to PvP. Hopefully, I'm not taking up too much airtime.
No, it's fine. How about you, PvP? What do you have to say?
Well, it's been an interesting weekend. I had a very bad, saggy old mattress that my cousin and his wife actually came over on Friday yesterday and hauled it away to the dump for me. So I'm overjoyed, and they were actually generous enough to get me a brand new mattress, which will be delivered on Thursday. So I'm sleeping on the couch right now, which is not the most comfortable thing, but I'm hanging in there. So that's good. So yeah, it's been a very interesting week. Yeah, I've actually got a new album up. I think I put it up in the last couple of weeks. It's called a band called The Damned. It started in 1976 in the UK. They were the first punk band to put out a single. They were also the first punk band to put out an album. They beat the Sex Pistols by a number of weeks, actually. So they are a significant band, and I am hoping to go and see them in June with my cousin in Vancouver because they are playing in Vancouver in June, and they have not toured North America in the last 35 years. So that is a very significant tour. They're basically calling it their final tour. So it's my one chance to see one of my legendary bands. And to me, they're like the Beatles of punk. So I'm going to see them. If I have to crawl there, I'm going to see these guys because that's how much I like their music. So yeah. So it's exciting. It's been an exciting week, actually, Pop.
I hope you make it.
Very cool.
I hope I do too.
Anything you'd like to share, Daniel?
Well, I'm not making videos, and I like to hang out on other people's streams. And the guy I stream with, for some reason, he's not doing so well, so I can't stream with him. I'm gonna try to ask him for May the 5th, or no, May the 4th, because May the 4th will be like what? The
Star Wars thing.
Star Wars.
Star Wars Day, but the number, I'm not sure. I think it's like the 90s. No, wait, no, darn it, sorry. The 47th anniversary of Star Wars. So that's exciting.
Okay, yeah, cool.
Yeah, and I know I talked about my gaming stream, but mostly I do Tuesday and Friday shows at noon Central on my channel. And this Tuesday we're starting Star Trek Continues. And so we'll see how that goes. And Friday we'll be talking about Phantom Menace. But also Wednesday I have my membership stream. So if you're a member, come hang out.
Jill,
Nice.
for the Phantom Menace live stream, are you going to do an open panel, or is it for guests only that are in the chat? In the Twitter chat.
Yeah, it'll be for anybody can interact in the chat, but I'll be sending out invites to people who I want.
Because I am a
Yeah.
Star Wars fan, I mean, maybe you can have me on there as a Star Wars critic as well.
Yeah, Jill generally
I do
sends out,
understand that.
Jill sends out links to us that are regulars on her panel, and yeah, if I'm not interested in a topic, I'll just let Jill know. It's like, don't worry about it, Jill. But yeah, Jill will send you a link for sure if you
I will
want to be on
consider.
the
Well,
panel.
I'll consider it PvP.
Well, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
know.
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything, Jill. Yeah. Jill, you know, she will
You
do
just did.
invites to the people she wants to invite. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Exactly. That's what I
All
said.
right. Well, thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it. Is there anything you'd like to add, guys? And I'm bad. Sorry about that. My mouse is acting funny.
Uh-oh.
But good night, everybody. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good night.
If I can, yeah, I'm trying to end it.
Spooky.
Whoa,
I heard some spooky music.
that was some of the intro music, I thought.
For Tuesday, yeah.